Never mind. Never mind. I'll be back later.
Okay.
I mean, we've only been talking about it for 10 years. He must know the rebuttal on this, you know, it's perspective. I mean,
I've heard the rebuttal, and the rebuttal is nonsense.
Yeah, well, latitude is a flat Earth measurement, mate.
Okay, well, walk from north to south then.
That's nothing to do with measuring.
Never said I was measuring. The great thing about this proof is it requires no measuring, basically no, basically it doesn't require any math. Like, you can just look with your caveman eyes and see the world shifting around you.
We're looking for measurement of Earth, proof of it. Latitude, mate, flat Earth.
Oh, that's not what I was asked, but okay.
You mentioned latitude being globe proof. It's not globe proof, mate, because it's a flat Earth measurement.
You assert that.
Yeah, it's in all the books, mate. It's an elevation angle to and from Polaris. Anybody knows that. You can't do it on a globe. It needs a flat horizontal baseline, sea level. It's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement, proving you don't live on a globe.
You're confusing a conceptual hypotenuse of a physical.
No, I'm not confusing anything, mate. You're getting confused that you can measure elevation angle off a curved surface. You can't.
Okay, if Nathan Oakley says so, I guess it must be true.
Yeah, it is true.
Yeah. You have to do it anything. I saw it coming.
So there's your globe gone.
You got it, man. You should alert NASA, all right?
Logical fallacies and insults. Good job, One Deck.
I didn't insult him. I was just being dismissive.
Good job, One Deck.
And it would be,
Thanks,
and
bro.
that's not even an ad hominem. An ad hominem would be, your argument is stupid because I don't like the color of your hair. It's not an insult, it's just an insult.
Yeah, I'm not about insults, mate. You pointed out latitude was a curved measurement. It's not.
Nope, did not. I just said north to south. Remember, we changed the language to better soothe your feelings.
Yeah, so I said latitude is a flat Earth elevation angle measurement, and it is.
You say so.
Yes, everybody says so, not just me.
So because you imagine it's round, therefore it's round.
No, because the observable reality all around me suggests it's round.
What can you point to something that suggests it's round?
Stars in the sky, moon in the sun.
So how about something on the ground in reality? Not something in your imagination, dude.
Like on a rocket ship. And
so more imagination, right? Anything in reality, dude?
I love it.
That is reality. Just because you deny it,
a rocket ship, sun, stars, that's all reality to you, right?
Like, look how many things you dismissed about our reality. It's like half of what we know you just dismissed.
I know that rockets exist. I know that we went to space, and I know people have seen the Earth from space.
So that's the only way you know that you live on a round planet.
No, you asked me for a different way. I told you before the stars in the sky and the moon in the sky. And you asked me for something that's looking at Earth. So I gave you a different argument, right? Is that what happened?
No, I'm asking you, when you open your door and you go outside, is there anything out there that leads you to believe you live on a round Earth?
Yeah, the sun, the moon, the stars.
Once again, on the Earth.
I understand what you're driving at. It's like, yes, when I walk out my door, the Earth looks flat. Yeah, it's big. It's really big. It's hard to see what it actually looks like standing on. I can't hear you, man. I don't know who's mumbling in the background, but I cannot hear you.
I get it, man. You need to imagine it. It's all right, brother.
Okay.
Some people never grow up, eh?
And let the ball go.
You know, I walked from the north end of my city to the south end of the city, and I saw different streetlights. Therefore, my city is a globe.
Yeah, again, the classic flat Earth issue of scale and perspective.
It's a flat Earth issue?
Yeah.
So you don't have no perspective in the globe?
I don't know what that question means.
Well, you said it's a flat Earth issue, right?
Yeah, a lot of the flat Earth questions and denialism comes from a not understanding scale and perspective.
Because the Earth is too big, I guess, right?
The Earth is very big.
You're breaking up one deck.
Someone's roboting. I might be roboting. Someone is roboting.
The globe model doesn't account for perspective, mate. So, right, mate.
Yeah, so you see perspective and you think it's Earth curve. We get it.
What do you mean by see perspective?
You see things getting smaller in the distance and, you know, converging to a small point. And you think that it's being obstructed from the bottom up due to Earth curve, right?
Yeah, I think it's weird how the sun doesn't do that.
But it does sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't.
But it don't ever. It never shrink in size.
Have you ever seen a sunset in the desert, dude?
I have seen I've never been to the desert, so no, I have never seen a sunset in the desert.
How did you get the elevation angle of the sun? You're going to require a flat horizontal baseline for that, pal.
Yeah, you require a flat edge of a triangle, a concept, not a terrain.
Measuring. Yeah, so you don't use curvature.
Again, this. I'm just going to repeat the same thing over to you, man. You're confusing the terrain of the Earth, the surface of the Earth, with the concept of the flat, like hypotenuse of the triangle. Okay.
Yeah, we heard your nonsense. Now let him finish.
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. I'm not confusing sea level, mate. And the altitude.
When did I say sea level?
You said the surface of the Earth. Terrain. Sea level. That's where all elevation profiles are measured from a level plane of reference, mate. Sea level.
Okay. Yeah, my point still stands. You're confusing the hypotenuse for sea level, terrain, whatever.
Yeah, it's level, mate. It's not curved. You don't get curved water.
Where's your flat? Can you give me a flat Earth measurement? Like, what's the measurement that you guys are taking of the flat Earth?
90 degrees with Polaris at your zenith on your dinghy at sea level.
Yeah, but how far? Where's that other point? How far does it go? Where's
90 degree is 90 degree your zenith, mate.
Oh, I see.
I just saw the devastation coming and the subject get changed. So what's the measurement for the curve Earth, since we can see farther than the measurement? Cooper?
What are
You're roboting.
Oh, it's me? Okay, my bad. I thought it was you. I'm driving through a rural area. I'm going to be in and out.
Okay, that's cool. So what's the measurement for the curve?
Oh, I don't have one.
There's no measurement for the Earth? There's no radius of the Earth? There's no measurement for the curve? Okay.
Well, I mean, there might be. I don't know.
I see what's happening.
You probably Google it.
All right, that's cool. Thanks.
Yeah, I posted something in open chat. I post this all the time, and people deny it.
There can't be a radius. It's too big to see, man.
Well, I mean, if you get out far enough, you can measure it, right?
Who's done it?
These guys.
Yeah, I think they had I don't remember exactly who or what it was, but I believe there was a satellite that went up with like a little
nobody's
laser.
Done it. No one's done it. No one. You believe it.
Oh, okay, got it.
No one's done it. I'm gonna just
Got
stop
it.
you because
Okay,
it's not.
NASA.
No
NASA
one's done it.
lies. It's all fake. I
It's not,
understand.
NASA's irrelevant. No one's done it.
Look at the link I posted.
But you're about to spew nonsense saying you thinking maybe. No,
Well, you
no
don't
one's
think
done
anybody went to the
it. No
moon
one has
or
done
a
it.
satellite, and you think satellites?
No one's measured the curve.
We
That's
have an
irrelevant. That we're talking about the
irreconcilable
curve.
difference.
You tried to
All right.
change the subject.
Yeah, I disagree with you.
You tried to change the subject again. No,
Okay.
no one's measured. No one has measured the curve. No one. NASA is irrelevant.
Did
No
I
one
hear
has
someone say satellite?
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Yeah, it came
That
up.
sounds great.
Yeah, these guys
I just don't care to argue the point.
I posted.
I mean, if satellites are your claim, I'd love to hold you to it and find out what kind of knowledge you have about satellite technology.
I know they exist,
Oh, okay, that's it.
and that's about the extent of it. Yeah, pretty much.
So claims are not evidence, my friend. Just because you think you know what they are doesn't mean that you can prove anything. You have no knowledge of them.
I don't think I was making a claim about satellites, was I?
Well, your claim was satellites prove Earth glurb.
No, it wasn't. My claim was that the stars in the sky, moon and the sun provide evidence that the Earth is round and prove the Earth is not flat.
Except water is level. You're ridiculous.
My
I mean, how did you do that? How did you link the two together? How did you look at the stars and the sun and moon and say, "Wow, Earth is a ball"? Like, walk us through that, please.
So, when we look at the apparent movement of the stars in the northern hemisphere, we can see that they rotate counterclockwise around their pole star. When we go to the sun, going clockwise around the pole, this is not possible on a flat plane. There needs to be a axis flip in our perspective along the z-axis for that to happen, for that complete.
Oh, why?
That cannot happen.
So how is it possible that Polaris never moved?
Hold on. Why do you require that?
Go ahead. You can ask.
Sorry, what?
I was going to ask, why do you require that? Why does that have to be the case?
Because that's how perspective and looking at things work. So if I put a clock on the ceiling, if I put a clock on the ceiling and look at it, and I'm standing in a room, there's nowhere in that room I can stand where the clock is going to start running, or where I'm observing the clock, where it's going to start appearing to go counterclockwise.
Are you serious?
Cooper, it's your name Cooper.
Am I wrong? Do you have any argument to that, or are you just going to be incredulous?
Are you a chief? Are you your name Cooper?
My name is Cooper.
Okay. Do you want to know how you measure the Earth is flat?
I don't do that. I don't. All the globe. I don't have the math. I don't have the measurements. All I have are observation, and that's all I need with my caveman eyes.
Okay, I can tell you about it. Are you interested?
Yeah, if you put a clock on the wall, or the ceiling, and the room's big
we're not
enough,
talking about that.
and you're standing on one side.
I mean, he has to answer what stars even are. Like, if you don't know what stars are, then you can't claim that they have to be a certain way.
Nope, I'm only talking about their apparent movement. They can be
exactly
cutouts. They can
So
be.
then why can't they be
cutouts in a cardboard. They could be cutouts in a cardboard screen for all I care for this argument. Just
They could also just display themselves the way that you see them rotate in the sky, and it's completely independent of what the ground is. You know, you don't know what they are. None of us do. They are mysteries, my friend.
They are lights in the sky. That's all I need them to be for this argument.
You can tell your camera angle. You can
So there's no logical contingency that links what the sky does with what the ground does, right?
You can't go any further with
we've got clouds doing stuff. We got airplanes doing stuff.
There's got to be one.
Yeah, so I can address the why the stars can be used.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, and you use the star to measure. You are using the stars to measure the Earth is flat. You do that with elevation angle, and to do that, you need two lines to do that at least, because you cannot get an angle if you don't have a flat baseline to the GP. That's the ground position. So that you cannot have an angle at all if you don't have a flat baseline.
Well, in the first instance, he's reifying his fear. He assumes that the stars have one axis. You're assuming the stars have one
My
axis.
argument
You're reifying the
has
celestial model
no
into a sphere.
measurement.
This is affirming the consequence.
My argument has no measurements, to be clear.
Yeah, I'm not
There are
asking
zero
that. I'm
measurements.
saying your argument's fallacious. Your argument's
I'm
entirely fallacious
addressing
from
the
the outset.
other guy. Hey, Mr. Reification, I'm addressing the other guy who's just talking.
Yeah, because my questions are harder.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I think we
Arthur, just to think. I think we need to draw a line under Johnny because he's made an observation and he's come up with a presumption. He's got no evidence to back the observation up, so the evidence doesn't stand. Court has been adjourned.
They do stand. The observations do stand. They stand on their own.
No,
they do, and we can walk through the observations if you'd like. So to start with, the stars in the sky and why.
Okay. Are we talking about Coriolis then?
No, we're not talking about Coriolis.
So the stars moving or not? Are they appearing to move?
We are talking about the
things not attached.
So
things not attached to the Earth appear to drift. Then, yeah.
So, anyway, the reason why I feel comfortable using the reason why I feel comfortable using the stars is because they are basically in a fixed position, a locked position relative to each other, and we can make predictions and measurements based off these positions.
Are you saying the Earth's spinning underneath the stars?
No, I'm saying it looks like the stars are spinning around us.
So
do you disagree with that? It might be. Not relevant to my argument about the shape of the Earth. Congratulations.
All right, so that wasn't an argument. So why were you arguing a non-argument from the first place? Here to waste our time, huh?
Do you want to engage with the argument, or do you want to go off and meta shit?
We don't know
what argument. You said it's not an argument. You said that. So why should I engage a non-argument?
No, it's an argument with observations, but there are no measurements.
Well, you just said it wasn't an argument because it doesn't do anything to prove globe or flat either way.
So no, it disproves flat, and it is evidence for globe.
Oh, it disproves flat now? Okay, so which is it? Does it disprove flat, or does it not do anything either way?
To be clear, you can rewind the tape.
You're contradicting yourself. You can go listen to the live stream. It's on YouTube. Hello, everybody on YouTube. This guy contradicted himself pretty hard right now.
No, I didn't. The first sentence out of my mouth was, it provides evidence for the globe and disproves flatness.
So how do you explain Polaris not moving at all? Explain that for your globe. All the stars rotate around it. How do you explain Polaris not moving? How do you explain Polaris
not relevant to my argument?
It proves globes, so you say. How do you explain Polaris not moving? Go.
I don't know why it doesn't move. It just appears not to, right? When we look at the sky, Polaris seems to be stuck in one position.
Moving around. It's a globe.
That's your claim. I'm not saying that. That has nothing to do with my argument. That's a great claim, though.
That was their claim.
No, it's not. The apparent movement. What does it mean when you hear the word apparent movement of the stars? What does that mean to you?
That's irrelevant. You said stars prove globes. That's what you said.
I said the apparent movement, and I didn't say prove. I said provide evidence for. I don't think that my observations prove the globe, but they definitely disprove flat Earth.
Explain. Okay, all right, fair enough. Explain Polaris not moving for the entirety of your life. Go.
Can't do it. Like I said, not relevant to the argument.
Why? Okay, but the Earth is moving though.
Is it?
Okay, never mind. He's being an ass clown.
I am not. It's not relevant to the argument making. The argument I'm making revolves around the apparent movement of the celestial sphere.
Every time we ask you to prove globe, you point it to the sky. So how is
Yeah,
it not
that's the
relevant? How?
central. Sky is part of my argument. Yeah, the apparent movement of stars is my argument.
Hold on. Are you picking and choosing relevancy here?
No, I'm making an argument based off of observation only of one
And
thing.
I'm questioning you about your observations, and now you're saying, no, that's what I said.
Sure.
So what is it? What is it?
I don't know why the Polaris doesn't move. I just know that I observe it not move.
And that's not evidence of anything?
It would be evidence that it doesn't. I'm sure it's evidence of something. It's not evidence of anything relevant to my argument.
I'm sure.
The stars are moving, which proves that the Earth isn't.
He doesn't understand the question.
I understand the question. You guys are trying to derail this into a discussion about whether
No. We're using your points because you didn't want to use our points. We're using your points.
No, you're not. You are not engaging with my argument and obfuscating is what you're doing.
The actual movement of the luminaries proves Earth is stationary.
100%.
Yeah.
For him, they prove
there's the evidence, mate. There's the evidence.
Sure. So for this argument,
Can I bring us back down to Earth?
Change the subject now. Hold on. Wait for it. Go.
Schrodinger's evidence.
No, I'd like to just keep it down to Earth. These motherfuckers want to keep looking at lights in the sky and saying, "Yay, globe!"
My original point. Thank you.
Yeah.
To be clear, the reason you guys don't want to look at the stars and the moon skies is because it absolutely shatters the flat Earth.
But he didn't hear you one day.
Absolutely.
One day he didn't hear you.
It actually doesn't. It actually doesn't.
He didn't want to.
I can go over how it does again if you guys want.
Dude, you don't even know what the fuck's up there, man. How the fuck are you going to talk about it?
Well, you know, I have my caveman eyes, so I can use them to see. And that's everything. Stars in the sky. And apparent movement.
All you see is the stars moving above your head.
Yep, that's all I need.
They do.
Yeah, exactly my point. All you see is the star movement, not the Earth movement.
That's great. That's all I need.
Earth is stationary.
He won't get it.
Well done.
Okay, sounds good. Earth is stationary. For the sake of this argument, the one I'm making, Earth can be stationary. It doesn't matter. It's still round.
And then if you're really interested in the shape of Earth, we can go through latitude again and elevation angles.
Not relevant to my argument, but if you want to preach about it some more, go for it.
I don't want to talk about the shape of the Earth.
He decides the relevancy. Sorry, one day. He decides what's relevant or not.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's good with a stationary Earth, and he doesn't care what size the Earth is. It's all good, man.
Exactly.
Yeah, for the sake of this argument, hold on. To be clear, just to focus in on the argument I'm making.
Dude, you won't even claim a size, man.
You don't even see that you're.
You won't even claim a size. You would hold. What's the container? There are tons of claims that you will make.
I don't have to make a claim, dude.
Exactly. I don't have to either because it's not relevant to the argument.
Do you believe in the globe story or don't you?
I believe in the argument I'm making right now to you. Do you want to engage with that, or do you want to talk to someone else?
In the globe story.
Yeah,
I believe. I actually do. I actually do have disagreements with the globe story. I think there's a container. There must be, right? They have gas pressure. There must be a container.
Wow, I don't understand this guy's logic.
What do you mean you don't understand? Do you think that? How do you get gas pressure without a container? What do you mean you don't understand?
A bit. I can explain. I understand that.
The guy doesn't. We don't really need to talk to the guy anymore. I mean, he's only saying like he thinks because the stars are moving above the Earth, he thinks that means that the Earth's moving. Well, you can think that, mate. That's great, but you've got nothing to back that up. That's just your assumption. So if you want to keep with that assumption,
not the argument I was making.
That's brilliant. Now we're discussing the argument I was making. Now, well, I'm just going to say we can demonstrate and explain how it's measured flat. If you're not interested in that, that's fair enough. So you can move away from the conversation.
Yes, I've heard your spiel 1,000 times. Okay, I don't need it again.
That's great. Yeah, you can go away from the conversation now. We know your view that you think the Earth's spinning because the stars appear to move. That's your argument.
That was actually not the argument. Yeah. The argument was that the stars rotate and move, which indicates that evidence for Earth are not being flat, right?
Yeah, he's making an argument for geocentric stationary Earth that the sky moves.
No. So the primary thrust of the argument I was trying to make is when we see the flip in perspective. So when stars on the south go clockwise, north stars on the north go counterclockwise. This can only happen when you have an axial flip in perspective. Therefore, the Earth is not flat, because if it was, you'd all be on the same axis.
Okay.
So we're not going to bring this back down to Earth. We're just going to stay up in the sky, right?
I know you guys are afraid of the sky, but it's okay.
And you're afraid of the Earth, bro. What the hell? You are so scared of the Earth because the Earth cannot be measured curved, bro. What are you talking about?
I'm really sorry, but he just said I was scared of the sky.
The lights in the
You're
sky
fucking
prove flat
ridiculous.
Earth,
Yeah. Let's bring it back down to the ground, not because I'm scared of the sky.
He's scared of it, bro. What do you mean he is scared of the freaking floor? He doesn't want to measure the floor because this proves his argument.
About the Earth, he talks about the stars in the sky. The Earth is flat because it's measured like that. He doesn't want to hear that.
Yeah, he wants us to look away
Heard
from
it 1,000 times. It's just not new or interesting. All right.
Yeah, but we don't have to touch anymore, Cooper. You've made your assumption to yourself. That's great. We don't. It's pointless.
Okay, then stop talking to me. All you have to do is stop talking about me, and I'll stop talking.
No, I don't want. Yeah. Has anybody else got any globe proof? Cooper's got a presupposition in his mind, which is fantastic. He's got nothing else to offer. Anybody else want to?
Yeah,
Earth is measured.
Globe proof number
Anybody
one.
else?
Okay.
Anybody? Any globe has got globe proof? That's what we're after. How globe was measured.
It's measured with a ruler.
No, I don't think it wasn't measured with a ruler.
L's for the globe all day. It's going to be another day. L's for the globe. Thank you.
Flat earthers use lasers, not rulers.
I mean, it seems like that's what anybody would want to do. No, there's no other globers in here. But this seems like that's what anybody would want to do. They want to, find a tool, whatever tool they can, they can figure it out. Any tool that can project a straight line and then measure from that straight line to see if something's going up or down from that straight line. It seems like that would be what anybody on the globe or flat would do.
Didn't they in that Netflix documentary?
Yeah.
What did that show?
I think it was back in 2017 or maybe 2018.
You call that a documentary?
I think the experiment was valid that they showed.
Well, that
experiment demonstrated what, gentlemen?
Experiment? What experiment?
Is that what you?
I know you have like this 4th grade level of understanding of experiment, but you know what I'm talking about, right?
You said experiment. What do you mean by experiment?
Yeah, and a 4th grade version of it. Why don't you explain what that is?
Sure. So you guys seem to think that the only type of valid experiment is one where we can directly manipulate the variables.
Yeah, yes. So how do you differentiate that from pseudoscience?
It needs to be falsifiable.
You need to have an independent variable to manipulate. Otherwise, you're not experimenting.
When we are in the fields of geology and meteorology, what are the independent variables?
Fields, my friend. Those are pseudoscience. Because you can't experiment. You can only observe.
See, my definition of science is going to include geology and meteorology and these things. So we just have different definitions.
Just because they sound technical doesn't mean it's science, dude.
You don't know what science is.
Okay, if you say so.
Oh, so what did they do? So the experiment that you're talking about, 2 people at an equal elevation that's the experiment. Then what?
Yeah, and what if I could get 10 university citations that disagree with you? Do you think that'd be a good start?
I'd just be happy with some globe proof, mate. Globe proof. Have you got any?
That's it.
I mean, you guys said you were done talking to me, but we're still talking. So
oh, sorry, is it you again? Oh, is it you again with another subject? Cooper, go to sleep again. You're useless, mate.
Okay, if you say so.
Yeah.
Don't go to sleep. Aren't you driving? Don't go to sleep.
Yeah, we want somebody with a glober who can explain how the apparent Earth curvature was measured.
Well, the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a spherical globe in motion.
Is it?
Why does NASA
with
say
a serious
otherwise?
face.
Why does NASA
Just
say otherwise?
observe and declare. Observe and declare.
Why?
No
Why does
demonstration.
NASA say otherwise?
Let's go through the observation first. Then, what's the
I
observation
was
of
just
the
kidding, by the
Earth?
way. I wasn't being serious.
Ah, right.
Oh my
Sorry, mate.
Sorry.
God.
NASA says Earth is a globe.
NASA demonstrates that Earth is a globe.
NASA says it's non-rotating and immovable, stationary.
Engineering, travel, navigation, mapping.
Yep.
Yeah, that's how we use the Earth. It's all flat, horizontal, and level.
Reality.
We don't account for any curvature in any engineering, in any travel, in any navigation.
No
For anything on
cartoons or
this Earth,
concepts necessary.
nothing is accounted for curvature. Nothing whatsoever.
What about when they land helicopters? Don't they account for it there?
No.
Good one.
Helicopters
What about-
don't hover and the Earth turn underneath it. No, that doesn't.
What about long-range snipers?
No, I was a sniper. Coriolis, you don't account
Damn.
for it. The word is in a manual, but you don't account for it.
Huh.
A Coriolis is an apparent deviation.
Yeah, it's made up.
It does seem like a lot of people who it seems like a lot of pilots will be like, when they're questioned about it, like, you know what, the Earth is flat and not moving. I don't fly like it's moving, or dip my airplane down, and then snipers, like the gentleman who just spoke up, he says, I don't account for the rising of the Earth to my left when I'm facing north.
If you're actually being honest about any of the pilots that have talked in here, they will tell you that they adjust their altitude continuously.
Yeah, well, they may to remain at an altitude,
But they're not doing it for Earth curve.
Wind.
Yeah. Yeah. When you say altitude, is that the height above sea level?
He really means attitude and not altitude.
Yeah, he does mean attitude. You're right.
Yeah. So
the direction the nose is facing.
Yeah. So where's the pitch data then? Have you got any pitch data for these aeroplanes?
Yeah, let me pull it out of my pocket here real quick.
Yeah. Yeah. You won't find any, mate. And the altitude.
He was referencing conversations in this room with pilots. So was I.
Yeah. So the pilots will remain at a constant altitude unless weather conditions say otherwise, or the radio station suggests otherwise. And that altitude will be a reference to a height above sea level. Yeah.
Yep.
Not a sea curve, sea level, constant altitude, straight line of sight above.
Oh wait, hold on. Sea level is called sea level, not sea curve.
Yes.
Oh fuck! You just blew it wide open, man. I'm a flat earther now. You got me. You convinced me with that one.
Well,
Why do they call it sea level though, Cooper?
Well, why do they call it level?
That was not a question. I mean, there was not an answer to the question.
Relatively level to your local space.
No, it's just flat.
It's just
It's relatively
flat,
level. So it's kind of level,
flat.
but it's not really
flat.
level, right?
It is flat, right? It just looks flat where you are. That's why.
So 71% of world oceans are relatively level.
Was that a
No.
declarative statement? It is flat?
Yeah, the ground underneath your feet is flat.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it is, mate. Yeah, you're correct there. It's not curved.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, how many flat spots you got on a ball?
On infinite.
0.
Somewhere between 0 and approaching infinite.
Infinite flats. Okay.
So Cooper,
this is that's like a calculus question. You should look at it. You should look it up. I don't know.
The Earth is flat. That's great, mate. Well done again, Cooper. Anybody got any globe evidence? Cooper's
You guys act like you don't want. You keep acting like you don't want to talk to me, but you keep coming back, man. Like I don't know.
I don't know why.
Excuse me, Cooper. We're not coming back, right? Your original bullshit supposition statement was about the stars. We said that's irrelevant. It'll get kicked out of court. So you said, well, I've got nothing else to say. You're not interested in the shape of the Earth, yeah? or how it's measured, because we've
I
talked
am,
about
but only by my own observations.
Well, you said
How
you
can
said
I
you wasn't.
verify anything else other than my own observations?
Well, you've only observed the sky. You've not observed the curved Earth yet.
Yeah, but can you agree that we can learn something about where we are by looking around us?
I can agree that we can use sea level to measure all elevation profiles for mapping.
You are a broken record. Can you
Well, listen,
engage with
he
what?
doesn't. He doesn't even want to talk to you,
Yeah.
Cooper. So,
No, I don't want to
Cooper,
talk about
what
it.
do you think? That he doesn't want to talk to you. He said over and over and over and
Then
over.
don't talk to me. All you have to do is stop talking to me.
I know. That's why I'm. That's why I'm
I don't
interrupting.
want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah,
I'm not talking to you. I'm asking for a glober who's got evidence of Earth curve. You've not got
I'm
any.
the only glober
Yeah, how
here.
you can't
You're
keep
talking to
standing in
Glovers. You're
front. You
talking
can't
to
keep
me.
on standing
You're
right
not.
in front of
You're not.
Cooper and asking Cooper over and over. Is there any? It's just you and Cooper. So there's nobody else here. I don't know. There's nobody here. It's just you guys. If you want to talk to him, talk to him.
No, I don't want to talk to him.
Okay. Well, then he's not going to split into two people.
Talking.
Yeah. I'm just talking to the crew.
Yes.
There's only one Cooper.
I know you're very desperate to control the conversation. It's very obvious.
There's a Callie in here
Superman.
too. You can pick on him a little.
Superman.
Yeah. Would you prefer an uncontrolled conversation?
Superman.
I prefer a appropriately moderated conversation.
Or what's so inappropriate?
Nothing's been inappropriate so far. I mean, there's a little bit of overtalk, but that's okay. It's a Discord thing.
Okay,
It's
so getting
not a
what
big
you
deal.
want.
Oh, I mean, you are like, oh, look, guys, we're not going to talk to this guy. We don't want to talk about this topic, okay? That's what I meant by
Hey,
controlling the conversation.
if you keep
It's not
submitting
necessarily
fallacious
inappropriate
arguments, I don't want to
moderation.
engage.
It's that's fine. You don't have to. No one's making you.
Yeah, it's a waste of time. It's a complete waste of time to engage in fallacious rhetoric with you. So if you can
I
bring
don't think my
something
argument
that
is
is not fallacious,
I
if you
think
can
my
bring
argument is
empirical proof,
solid
do
and good.
you have any empirical proof?
Yeah, observations that we can all agree on about saying.
Which don't prove anything either way, you said before.
Actually, I don't think you guys actually disagree with basically anything I said, except for my conclusion. That's the only part you really disagree with, right?
Yeah, because your conclusion is not found.
Hold on. Did you just ask him, do you have any empirical proof? And he points to the sky.
Yep, and then he said it doesn't prove anything either way. So once again,
Am I cutting out or are you cutting out? I feel like I must have just cut out.
You
we
cut
got
out
Schrodinger's globe evidence in here.
I think I must be cutting out. I'm only catching half of what he's saying.
No, you're good. I don't know. Maybe you're both doing it. So you take issue then with I guess the explanation or demonstration of the stars moving in one direction, rising in the east, setting in the west, like everything else, and but just at a different rate than the sun and moon. So when these things that are further out, like you got the center point of Polaris, or the things that are further out measured from that center point, they come into they're further when they come into view. So it's like they're coming in from the east, setting in the west, but they're a little bit further. And due to them being a little bit further, they decline vertically, like up and down, due to perspective, giving the apparent, the appearance that they're moving towards a southern point. You have an issue. You take issue with that?
Okay, just to clarify, so do I have an issue with raising and setting metric system? Doing that correctly?
You broke up.
in a rough valley right now. Give me like 3 minutes here.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, I'll say it again so you can hear it. So then when I can hear you, you can say it again. So there's an explanation out there. I don't know if it's actually the case, but there is an explanation and then a small demonstration performed that when you have the stars coming in from the east, setting in the west, our line of sight terminates at a point, and that point is the star. But due to the further stars, when you draw concentric circles around the North Pole, Polaris, some of the stars are further on their circuit. But as the further ones come into view, they're actually lower due to perspective. So they're lower in the distance, and that, as more and more are lower as they're further, that brings it to a point that seems to be going down, which would be then the celestial pole in the south, due to perspective, not actually the stars going down from due to Earth curve, or you going down on Earth curve.
Oh, okay. I think I would probably take issue with that because, from my understanding, the measurement between the stars. So, like, if we take a measurement between the stars,
how did you get the measurement, mate? How did you get the measurement? How did you get that measurement? Yeah, you needed a flat plane of
this
reference.
guy always chirping. No,
yeah.
I'm just no. Yeah. I'm just. We're talking about this is a separate thing. All right, just chill.
Yeah,
okay. Yes, it's flat. Okay, you win. It's flat. So now we can continue our conversation.
Yeah. So if you're claiming a distance between the stars, you're going to be using angles, and you're going to use a flat plane of reference, mate. Welcome to flat Earth.
What do you think I'm going to say? What do you think I'm going to say? What have I been telling you for like days? What do you think I'm about to say? Can you predict my argument? You've heard it enough times.
No, I'm just pulling you up on all your lies and all your mistakes, mate.
Okay. Anyway, so you already know. Okay. So other guy who was talking. Anyway, we can continue our conversation. So yeah, I think I would probably have an issue with the idea of the stars like converging, like in a noticeable way.
Why?
I don't think it's ever been observed. I've never observed it, certainly.
People will bring up the observation, which I mean I haven't observed it either, but people will bring up the well-known observation of corpuscular and anti-corpuscular rays from the sun that are even if you keep the model right, you say all right, they're 93 million miles away, coming in however parallel, whatever, right? But when you look up at the sun, they seem like they're diverging from the sun, but off in the distance, they look like that. They're in the center, then they meet pretty much parallel, and then off in the distance again to the other side of the world, they look like they're converging to a point again due to perspective. I've seen videos. I've seen photo. I've never.
I understand that. I've heard I've seen the corpuscular rays. My understanding of why that happens is like if you took like a room, take like a big white room and you shot a spotlight.
Hey, can I
at
speak?
a specific spot, and you had I mean.
No.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
No, sorry, there was a guy who came in and said, "Can I speak?" And I was telling him no to let you finish what you were saying.
Oh, okay. My understanding of like the corpuscular rays is like the example would be spotlight in a big white room, light reflecting all over the place. You make a hole at a 45-degree angle in that room, or the spotlight beam. You're still going to have the light coming through that hole just because of the way light bounces off of other objects, and that's my understanding of how that works.
Okay, I've never heard it explained that way. I mean, just like if I were to look it up, like I don't know who would say, like Nat Geo or somebody, they would just say it's a perspective effect. It was due to your angle to the light rays through the sky.
Yeah, I think it's like the angle that the light is like coming through rather than where it's necessarily being projected from. At least that's my understanding of it.
Yeah, so I mean that's just to say that there are some examples, right? And it's like, okay, we can give examples like, terrestrially and locally with like, I don't know, just some sort of objects that we have in the world, like trees or some, a vanishing point in art. Everything seems to come to this point, even though we know, like, train tracks, they seem to converge to a point. And then somebody might say, well, that's not like this. That's not the sun, moon, and stars. So I just wanted to bring up the commonly used sun. With the anti-corpuscular and then corpuscular sun rays to a point. They go right to another point, as if there's another sun on the other side of the actual sun. Yeah, it'd be interesting to watch a time lapse of that too. I'd imagine. I mean, I've seen it demonstrated with that visual effect, like again, not with the actual sun. So it's all right. Here's a picture of the corpuscular, anti-corpuscular sun rays, and then they turn it in a circle, just like the sun going overhead, and then it gives this like rotating clockwise on one side, and then counterclockwise on another side. But to see I don't think we can capture it long enough to see the actual time lapse of corpuscular and anti-corpuscular sun rays. But they do exactly the effect of the stars. Like the rays, even though the sun is just one big ray, and then you put something in there to block the ray, block the one big ray, and call it single rays, right? But those single rays, they appear to be going down, even though they're not actually going down; they're just further. So it gives the same apparent lowering to another point. So they're all at the same height. The sun is at the same height.
I agree that it looks like that. I don't think that's actually I think that what's actually going on is, like I said, it's light bouncing around, and I think it's just light bouncing around and coming through different holes is the easiest way to explain it, I guess.
Maybe the term Rayleigh scattering is what you're kind of pointing at.
Sure.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not.
So you find it quite interesting how globers
Well, do I do now?
So I think I'm.
Oh yeah, get in there. We got enough broken mics. You can get in there.
Am I here?
Just about.
You're here, buddy.
Cool. So you find it interesting how globers they'll tell you, look at the sky and it proves a globe, and then the second you point out anything that doesn't conform to a globe, they say bendy light, but then they won't afford us bendy light for any reason.
Do you disagree with the bendy light explanation of what I just said?
No, I'm just saying I think it's interesting how you will try and invoke.
And why bring it up?
I'm saying it's interesting that globers will invoke an excuse that they don't allow for the other side.
I would allow you. Light bends, light bounces. There's no reason why you guys couldn't argue that.
Awesome.
Sure.
Depends on how you're arguing it, I guess, wouldn't it? If I told you that the Earth is globe,
Then
why I made the argument that the Earth is a globe because light bends, would you accept that?
So then why
instead of appearing all the way in the sky?
Yeah. So if it doesn't apply to you, why have you personalized it to you? Right? Then obviously I wasn't talking about you if that doesn't apply to you. But thank you for...
Well, it's really weird because we were having a conversation about this very thing. I think it's funny how flat earthers will refer to globers when they're actually talking about a specific person in the room with them talking about that very thing right now. That's what I think is interesting.
All right. Well, so then why have you personalized something that doesn't apply to you?
Because you're obviously trying to say it applies to me. The implication is very obvious. Don't run away from it. Own it.
Well, no,
don't be a child.
Okay, so you've made about 4 accusations, and then
you're a child, that you're running from it, and I would like you to own it.
You're going to talk over me because you've done that a few times now. So this appears to be your method of debating. You make an accusation and you don't allow someone, first of all, to address the accusation, and then second of all, to make their own point. How are you going to come to any kind of conclusion if you do that?
Oh, do you want to talk about the meta stuff? Do you not think the room is appropriately moderated?
Talk about what I want to talk about. I'm a moderator. Okay. I can moderate it.
Okay, sounds good to me.
So clearly not. Fantastic. So as I was saying, why are you personalising something if it doesn't apply to you? I've got an answer
because you were clearly. Oh, I've got an answer for the question that you just asked me. Because you were clearly trying to apply it to me.
Okay, so you're personalising it because you know it applies to you. Got you.
Because you were trying to. Do you think the implication of what you said was just random? It was just came out of nowhere. It wasn't referencing anything in the conversation.
No. I think that you know it applies to you, but that you're denying it because you want to appear as if it doesn't apply to you. Ooh. That's actually what I think's going.
Okay. I disagree.
Fair. Well, I've got an example as to why that's the case.
Let's hear it.
We're waiting on bated breaths.
Yeah, do you remember when you said about how when you walk across the surface of the Earth, the sky changes, and therefore that can only happen on a globe?
Sure.
Yeah. So any discrepancy between a globe and a flat Earth, I can invoke bendy light then, can't
I? No.
Oh, I'm not allowed to. Okay, then. So,
well, I mean, can you show me the connection between the argument I was making and bendy light?
So the argument I just made was true. Thank you. We can move on.
I mean, if there was a correlation between the two, yeah, I mean, you could do that. But there's not, and there isn't.
It's not about the correlation. It's about the discrepancy.
I don't think you could even tell me what my argument was.
I very much can. I just invoked it.
You strawmanned it, that's for sure, but...
No, I said word for word what you said. You said that when you do that, it's not possible on a flat Earth. And earlier I asked you why, and you dodged that question. If you remember.
No, I tried, but I was talked over. If you'd like to continue that conversation before we were told to not talk about it, we can.
Can, but now I feel like because you keep dodging and not actually accepting criticism, I've now taken over from someone else's conversation.
I accept all signs of criticism. I'm a big dumb moron who don't know math, okay? So I'm perfectly willing to accept criticism.
Hadn't finished. If they want to take that over, they're more than welcome to. But if they're happy to yield, then I will continue. I'm happy with either.
What are y'all talking about?
That's a great question.
What the fuck are you talking
about? No Tanks was talking with you. With no Tanks in the chat?
Meaningless shit.
Factorum sums it up pretty nicely.
What's that?
It's in the chat.
I'm driving, so I'm not going to read that. Why don't you sum it up for me?
Well, I'm sorry, this isn't Cooper's read aloud story time, so you'll have to find it on your own.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So you can't do it then. That's fine.
I'm also.
Can anyone else summarize? Well, then how do you know he's summarizing it well? You retard.
It's called the. See, I know you guys don't have these in Britbong land, but we have these crazy things called stoplights in America. We don't just use round circles of pavement, okay?
What?
It was a roundabout joke, all right?
Okay.
Jokes are funny normally. Regardless, we have this issue still where you're not allowing the excuse that you're invoking. We still have that problem. And so
you are allowed to use bendy light however light bends. It is how you are applying it that is the issue. It would depend on the application, wouldn't it?
That's making observations of the stars, so applicable because we're looking at light through the atmosphere. Gotcha.
Right. Exactly. Thank you, Jen.
Yeah. So what? So like again, what's the important part about the stars for my argument?
Yeah, Jonah, do you want to take this over? I'm going to be going.
It's their apparent position. That's the important part. The true nature of the stars is not relevant. It's just what they look like from where we stand on the ground. That's the only thing that matters for the argument I made.
Okay. So applicable on either model then?
What?
The observations of the stars from the ground. Doesn't matter what. Of course. So light refraction. We can all use this as excuse then.
Sure. How does refraction explain the complete inversion and different of the moon and the completely different stars in the southern hemisphere?
Refraction isn't applicable to the inversion of the moon. That's your location of observation either side, if you're going to say it's flipped over.
That's the argument I was making. Exactly. So we wouldn't invoke bendy light against the argument I was making because it doesn't make any sense.
Not for the moon, no.
All I gotta do is move south.
Glad we all agree
the
then.
Orientation of the moon. So if I'm just like moving away from it, why would it make a 180?
Moving away from it? What do you mean? You've moved from one side.
I'm moving away from the moon on a flat Earth,
Hold
and
on.
now it appears upside down when I'm in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, because
so like,
you.
why would that happen?
Dude, you got to let me answer. So you've not moved away from it. That would invoke extending your distance. You've moved from one side of it to the other. That's why you've invoked the southern hemisphere to your observation northern hemisphere. When I'm in the northern hemisphere and look south to see the moon, it looks this way. When I go to the southern hemisphere and look north to see the moon, it looks like it's flipped upside down 180 degrees. What a fucking surprise when you've moved from one side to the other.
No, you got something mixed up about the southern hemisphere. Like you think you're like on a certain part of the Earth. I don't know where you would have to be on a flat Earth.
You can't see that. Come on.
Hold tight. South of the equator.
No equator, man.
0 degrees latitude. The 0 degrees latitude. Haven't finished. So it's where the sun is. 90 degrees ground position of the sun at 0 degrees latitude. So south of that. Why are you laughing? I don't get it.
Because you actually tried to rebuttal this. It's crazy.
I don't understand now what you're saying because you're giggling for it. Try again.
I think it's obvious. If you don't see it, I'm not going to get into it.
It's obvious that you don't see it because he can actually explain it.
I already explained it.
Well,
that's why we're talking about it.
Well, the moon looking upside down.
The other dude actually brought it up. You just pretended he didn't make sense, so I just clarified because I understood what you're saying.
Yeah, it makes sense. So if we conceptualize our flat Earth if we conceptualize our flat Earth as a big room we're standing in, and the skies and the stars in the sky are just circling around us as a projection, or they're light, or that's just a cardboard screen moving, or whatever the fuck they are. It doesn't matter. All that matters is they move around that pole star, and they're all moving east to west, moving counterclockwise. Where in the room can I stand where all of a sudden they're going to start going clockwise? The answer is no.
I've got to do this again.
You'd have to be standing on the bottom of the floor, right? Or you could go up and observe it from above. But
are you confused with what counterclockwise and clockwise means? You understand this?
No.
Okay, so you understand then that this is observer dependent. It's like left and right. So the stars, when we use cardinal directions, move from the east to the west. Doesn't matter where on the earth that you are, doesn't matter which way that you are facing, they move from east to west. If you face north, however, they will move anti-clockwise across the sky, arching from the right, over the top and to the left. If you were to turn south, this would be counterclockwise when you look south. They would arch from the left, over and to the right. So clockwise.
Jedi, it is not. When you put a clock on the ceiling, you're never going to get it to rotate the other way, no matter how far in any direction you go.
Would the clock hand still be going east to west? One direction.
Not relevant. Let's stick with clockwise and counterclockwise because the observation point we're referencing is the pole in the middle, right?
It's like I have to explain it to you again. It's dependent on your orientation and which way you are facing.
The stars rotating counterclockwise. You're saying your orientation to those stars?
Dude, the stars could be doing
those aren't the stars that are rotating clockwise in the south.
listen.
Did you hear what I said? Hold on.
Are you listening? I'm trying to explain something to you. The stars could be doing the Tootsie Roll, bro. The stars could be doing the Tootsie Roll. They could be doing the backhand slide. They could be doing the wiggly wiggly. It doesn't matter what the sky's doing. The floor under you is what's matter.
Southern hemisphere.
Wow, what an amazing point. What a completely amazing point. Jeez. Anyway, completely throwing that in the
Southern
trash.
Hemisphere are rotating around Sigma Octantis.
Just ignore what I just said.
When you're looking at, because it doesn't matter.
Just ignore what I said. They could be doing the freaking hammer freaking slide or whatever. They could be doing pop, lock, and block it. It don't matter. What matters is the floor.
You don't make sense.
Yeah, it makes 100% sense. Well, it doesn't make sense to you is because you got a religious belief.
Something that makes
you have a religious belief. That's all you have.
It's a conflict in flat Earth.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't conflict flat Earth because the flat Earth has nothing to do with the sky. You did not understand that part.
I'm not sympathizing.
Can an observer learn anything about where they are by looking around them?
I'm sorry, Cooper. I think you don't want to be part of the flat Earth conversation, dude.
Listen, elbow. You're not making the stars that rotate around Polaris rotate clockwise.
Are they all rotating in the same direction? Yes or not? Yes or no?
Polaris.
Are the stars rotating all in the same direction?
They rotate clockwise. You're saying, oh, I can look at Polaris and make the stars appear to rotate clockwise. If I go to the south, the stars that are rotating clockwise are rotating around Sigma Octantis.
Are they all rotating east to west?
You don't get it?
Are they all rotating east to west?
Thanks for letting me finish.
Are they all rotating east to west? Crickets.
You're not answering because you don't have an answer.
Did you not hear what I asked you, bro? Did you not hear what I asked you? Are they not all rotating east
yes,
to
they
west?
all rotate east to west. Yes, you're correct. They go east to west.
Congratulations.
Not relevant to the argument.
Yeah, so all that changed was your orientation to what you're looking at. So has nothing to do with the stars. Congratulations.
Standing on the other side of the globe. You're standing on a different z-axis.
All right.
Yeah, you're upside down relative to people in the north.
You're seeing the stars do something, and therefore you think the Earth is something else. Wow.
Although you don't listen. You just don't.
No, I did listen. No. I understand this conversation. Dude, this is like 2015, bro. Are we going back? Dude, this is kindergarten. What the hell?
You tell him every day, stop looking at the fucking sky for the Earth. He doesn't understand it. Every day we tell him this.
What is the southern hemisphere on
South of the equator. South of the equator.
What happens when you go below the equator?
What happens?
Yeah, are
When
you
you go below
using
the
the
equator?
A.E. Gleason's map? Are you saying that Antarctica is a ring around the rest of the continents?
I'm not saying anything like that. You asked me about the equator, and now you're talking about Antarctica.
Okay, so then what's happening in the south on a flat Earth if it's not A.E. Gleason's?
I don't know.
That's the
Like
Australian.
where's the party at in the south? Like, what do you mean what's happening in the
So
south?
why don't you know? Why can't you
Ask the
know?
people. Ask the people that live in New Zealand what's going on.
That's not. If you
Where's the party happening? What are you talking about? So, what do you mean by what happens when you go south of the equator? One phenomenon is you can't see Polaris anymore. What else?
No, I'm talking about if you scale back and you look at the flat Earth, like if the south isn't a ring around the north and the north is the center of the map, then what's happening? What's happening in the south if it's not what A.E. Gleason's is saying is happening?
What do you mean? Like where's the party? Like what's
You're
for
gonna make
lunch? What do you mean what's happening in the south? What do you in
and the
regards to
A.E.
what?
Gleason's map navigation.
I mean, you still have to
I
navigate
don't think.
latitude east and west. Like
Dude,
if you're going east, you still have to turn to the left, right? Like you don't have to turn to the right and the left. You still just turn left.
I don't think he formulated this question correctly. I think something's wrong with his question. Is your questions okay, bro?
Dude, there's only two current conceptions of a map below the equator. It's either a ring or it's Antarctica, like how it is on a globe.
Okay,
You're
have you
saying it's
been
neither
there?
of those.
There's three. You forget a Mercator projection.
Maybe it's like Antarctica. I don't know. Maybe it's a half a ring. Who's going in that big of a circle? I don't know. Ask him.
This kind of reminds me of a conversation I had with Glover the other day, where he thought that if you were on a flat Earth and you started at, say, the equator, you could go east and get to the ice wall. It's like you guys don't understand how directions work.
I don't know what that guy said.
So your east is always relative to north, right? It's always 90 degrees off of north. So if north changes, east also changes, right? So when we're talking about stars rotating east to west, if your north has changed, then obviously the east and west has also changed relative to that. I mean, it's simple stuff. Simple stuff, guys.
Pretty awesome. I know, I heard you. I saw the text and the message. Oh. Didn't you call me again?
No, you come from using my phone.
Oh.
Send me straight to voicemail. I'm wondering.
I was on the phone.
Well,
Guess my debater didn't show up.
Like, I want to ask Crypto, do you even realize that the whole time, they were saying that in order to make the stars rotating around Polaris, to rotate instead of counterclockwise, to start rotating clockwise by traveling to the south, that it's because of your but like, it's not even Polaris. We're not talking about the stars around Polaris appearing to now appear. Whatever, dude. It's like, you won't even acknowledge how wrong, like, the understanding of this concept is.
Half of it is because the question's always malformed. Because you're talking about an orientation to denote clockwise and anti-clockwise, dependent on two rotations in the sky. We always get stuck on, they go counterclockwise, they go clockwise, even though they go the same way. It's just an orientation issue.
Yeah, well, they go east to west relative to the Earth, but they go different directions relative to the observer.
You're still saying the same thing, Jedi.
Yeah. You turned around.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, but you've turned around. When you face north, this is what I mean when I say it's malformed, because it's easy to explain, because you face north and then you turn around and then you face south. Stars go east to west, but this is clockwise and counterclockwise dependent because you turn around. You want to be
realized if I'm in the north and I can see Polaris, I'm not turning around and seeing Sigma Octana.
No, so you can stand on the equator and make the observation, right, of rotations around 2 points in the sky. You face north, this would be a counterclockwise rotation, east to west movement across the sky. You turn around 180 degrees, and this is clockwise rotation.
I don't think you're not even.
But this is why I keep saying this malformed.
I don't know. You're not explaining the phenomena correct. You're literally misexplaining.
Just pointing out what you observe. Like I said, this is malformed, so you want to be talking about the ground position of the star.
The truth is, man, what we observe in reality, like the globe perfectly explains what we observe when you challenge it to
I've just realised.
That's it.
I can't believe I've just realised this. But I've realised what they're doing. They're already assuming that there's kind of two clock faces. So there's a clock face for the north and a clock face for the south. And they think that you're kind of engaging.
What we observe is exactly what would happen on the
Yeah, it's not an assumption. It's an observation.
I definitely hadn't finished. I know I hadn't finished. So what they're essentially doing is they're saying that you are engaging with these two different clock faces. One that has an origin in the north, one that has an origin in the south. And in order for you to rebut that, you have to not assume the thing that they are asserting is already true, which is why they don't get it. Now, that's the
assumption is not an assumption. It is an observation.
No, the assumption of the two poles. That's what the basis of this is.
Yeah, that's an observation. That's something that anybody who's in the southern hemisphere can observe with their naked eye.
Yeah, what you're doing right now is my point, is that you're not able to come out of that thought process, and that's why you don't get it.
Yeah, because our thought process is based in reality and observations of reality.
You're being too hard-headed to understand the opposite way of thinking. I get it. That's fine.
You're being too soup-brained to accept the world as it is.
You're just calling me stupid. Well done. But I now understand the I didn't understand the psychology before.
Well, hold on. To be clear, I was answering your ad hominem with an ad hominem. You said I was too hard-headed to understand your argument. I said you were too soup-headed to understand my argument. It's literally, if you're gonna, it's just tone matching.
You're talking over me relentlessly. But I was just trying to understand the psychology of why you guys were finding it difficult to understand this, and now I get it. So yeah, fantastic. Thank you. The psychology is important to me. So anyway, whatever.
Why are we talking about psychology?
Because psychology is how humans work. Okay? So if you guys aren't understanding an explanation, then there's two reasons for it. It's either intelligence or because you don't want to. And I don't think you guys are stupid. So it must be the other reason. But I couldn't figure out what the origin of that was, and now I can. Now I understand it.
It's just coming up with that, making that revelation in real time here, live on Flat Earth 24/7.
Yeah, so I know what mockery is, and it doesn't really have a place here, so you can just throw that in the trash.
I like
to be clear, mockery is a staple, is our bread and butterment in this channel. To be clear.
No, yeah, that was a mockery fallacy, by the way.
Yeah, I can take the piss out of you as well if you want, but I don't really see the point. Like, if I take the piss out of you, does that make the Earth flat or a globe?
No, but it is something that happens here.
Okay, well, cry about it.
I'm not. You are.
Not you. No. I'm not.
Okay, got it. No, you. All right. Yes, me. Got it. I accept your criticism.
So anyway, yes. If you guys want to actually engage with a different point of view, you can't just assert that what you think is already true is true, and then just try and bludgeon that home, because that's not going to work.
What I'm asserting is true, is the true observable reality of the world.
Yeah, and that's why you can't engage with alternative explanations. That's fine, but until you
Sure. What's your alternative explanation? And
well, it's already been explained.
I've heard the personal perspective dome stuff, and it's nonsense.
Yeah, again, you're just asserting that it's wrong. But until you can actually come out of your own worldview and look at it from a different perspective, you're not going to understand anything we say.
That's what you need to do, because it doesn't work. What are you even telling me to presume about the stars in the south? I asked you, what is happening in the south?
Bro, as children, we were all told what you believe. We were all told what you believe. So for you to say, oh, you need to come out of your worldview, bro, I already did. I was a glober for decades.
When I was a kid, people told me
it doesn't even matter what I believe. What matters is which one is more viable.
Imagine telling a flat earther
it doesn't matter which one I believe in personally.
Imagine telling a flat earther they have to consider a different point of view. Fucking hell. I was a glober for so long.
What about viability? Who cares what someone believes? How can I even lean towards the flat earth model? There is none.
Well, can
what happens in the south? You can't tell me.
Argument? Because to me, it sounds like what I'm hearing you say is, instead of people coming in, like if you come in with a kind of a model, let's say you have a framework for kind of understanding reality, it can be difficult to kind of actually focus on the observations or the experiences themselves, and then kind of reason your way up from first principles without making intuitive assumptions based on that model or that framework. And I think I'm hearing you kind of challenging people to kind of be more kind of brutally honest with themselves in terms of their observations and experience, and challenge themselves to kind of see if they can find alternative potential explanations and then eliminate those based on their ability to perform in terms of prediction and hypothesis. I don't think that's unreasonable, right? But I think can understand why it can feel like a challenge to people.
It's not unreasonable, but in this specific case, we are challenging.
Before you get nut and told you were wrong, yes, the way that you've explained that was absolutely perfect. That's exactly
that was a great explanation. But
the real problem is the
you little bitch
misconception of what's actually happening. What's actually happening? You guys said that if I change my orientation while looking at Polaris, I can make those stars appear to rotate clockwise instead of counterclockwise if I'm in the north. And that's not even close to what's actually happening in reality. You can't even admit the misconception.
Not even what I said.
Yeah, he can't. Yeah, he can't get it. That's fine. But anyway, who was the lady who was just talking? I don't think I've heard you before. But,
me? Sorry. Hi, Fox. Hi.
Oh, hello, Fox. Are you a glober or a flat earther, or not sure?
So I usually when I come in here, I irritate people and just kind of go for the more meta about the conversation itself. But no, I'm kind of from a globe perspective. I try and be amenable to conversation and not a total piece of shit. So.
Okay, so you're a glober, but you're not like a hard glober. You're here to have a better conversation glober.
Yeah, I really do. Kind of from my perspective, I really value the approach of kind of starting from first principles. I think something, and I say this a couple of times in here, so forgive me if people have heard it, but I think for most people coming from the globe model, most people, it's not an active belief. It's not something they really engage with. I don't think they could even really explain with any nuance or detail at all what the globe model kind of purports or claims. I think for a lot of people, it is just kind of a default, more emotional and kind of like identity-based position. And I really think even if that is where you're coming from, it's really useful to do that, right? Challenge yourself to actually engage, make observations, be critical of your experience, try and reason through based on the patterns you observe, and construct frameworks for navigating reality based on that, and then see if those pan out into the future based on, I don't know. I'm rambling at this point, sorry.
No, I wish all globers were like you, honestly. It would make this conversation so much better.
That's very kind. I appreciate that.
Because at the moment, I just feel like what I said earlier is basically the questions that we seem to get from globers is 90% of, if the Earth's a globe, then how is it flat? And then you're trying to reason back from, well, we're trying to work out if the Earth is a globe. And then
Yeah,
they go, no,
it's
but
coming from two different directions. And again, I think something I see a lot of in here, I think again, it's almost intuitive to me, right? Somebody where it's not an active belief, they just kind of take it as this like second grade level, like, okay, earth round ball thing. They don't really have a nuanced understanding of it. They don't really think about it at all. And then they see somebody saying flat earth. And to them, it's kind of like, okay, I'm going to go to the zoo and rattle the cage, right? And then for somebody on the flat earth side where it's like, you're critically engaging with this belief, you really kind of engage with the literature and like the topic itself. And then somebody comes in who can't even defend the most basic tenets of like the position that they claim to hold. Of course, it's going to be frustrating when those people are kind of being derisive and talking down to you as if you're the ones that aren't actually engaging in the conversation. I think it's just dysfunction there, but I think that's coming from them, not you.
Fox,
Do
I
you even know
definitely
what the
understand what
conversation
you're
was
saying,
about?
but to be clear, that is 100% not the reality of what's going on for us.
That's exactly what's going on.
This person's
I
definitely
wasn't
an
making any claims about
auto-glober.
right now. It's just something
You're an
I've observed in here
auto-glober.
in the past. I didn't mean to kind of like point fingers at anybody in the room. Apologies.
No,
Crypto likes
We're
auto-globers.
talking about a
They're
very
easier to
specific thing.
defeat.
I just want to say thank you for pointing that out, Fox. I really appreciate that because that's exactly how I feel. Exactly how I feel when I talk to a lot of these hard-headed globers.
Yeah, it makes me sad because I think I see so many fruitful conversations that can happen, and a lot of times I think there's some kind of almost emotional, and I don't mean that in like the kind of charged way, but just it becomes an interpersonal conversation, not a kind of content-based conversation, which I don't know, it makes me sad. I think there's a lot more fruitful ground for people to cover, but I see a lot of good people coming in and putting in the effort, so there's that.
Like what? What fruitful ground?
Pardon?
What do you think you want to talk about?
I don't want to bogart too much time. I know I talk way too much already. So if anybody has something they want to throw in the pot, I'm happy to take a step back.
I wonder, do you even know what the topic was?
That's why I was taking a step back. But if you want to kind of give an update or I don't know, I wasn't trying to step on toes. Apologies.
The topic was about I was analysing the psychology
It's
of why
about
globers
the apparent movement of the stars in the sky. That's what the actual
Did else hear me talking?
What
Was
in
it
the
just
fuck?
Fancy talking over?
He's just rude. He's just going to talk all the way through you, mate. That's all that's happening.
Okay, fair enough. So I wasn't cutting out. He's just rude. Okay, fine. Because if I'm cutting out, I apologise. But I did feel like I wasn't then. So anyway, regardless, yeah. I mean, the topic was the psychology of globers and why they're incapable of understanding pretty basic explanations or alternative explanations. And because the question is normally, if the Earth is a globe, how is it flat? But then that's layered into another question, right? But of course, the question should be asking is the Earth a globe in the first place? And how can we know that?
I appreciate that. I think that was very well articulated. It's an interesting topic of conversation, right? It's why is it so difficult for people to challenge or even question their own internal belief sets, right? If they think they can hold up to scrutiny, they shouldn't be afraid to challenge them. But I think for a lot of people, it can be almost like frightening in a sense.
Yeah, and for a flat earther who was a glober for probably 28 years or whatever, to be told that I'm incapable of stepping outside of my own worldview is fairly ironic from someone who never did.
That's a really good point. I hadn't even considered that, but you're absolutely correct because I would assume, I mean, presumably, I'd say, can we say all or nearly all people from the flat earth perspective were at one point kind of coming from a globe perspective? There's like a transition there, right? That requires that kind of stepping outside of one's boundaries or comfort zone there.
Yeah, no flat earther was ever a flat earther to start with.
Yeah, like maybe 1% of flat earthers were born into it, but the vast majority came across the information in another way. You know?
Yeah, something I hear frequently from people on the flat earth side is that they didn't choose to be convinced, right? That's something I hear kind of very frequently. I think people overlook that it can come off as some kind of like opt-in identity. Like, you know, if you choose to be a vegan, right, you can like say, I'm a vegan because I opted into this. But with something like this, a lot of times I hear people say, look, like if I didn't have to be a flat earther, I wouldn't. But I can't change what I kind of believe based on what I've seen. I find that can oftentimes be like a good place to start in terms of just building some good rapport.
No,
Well,
you're
yeah, I mean,
called an idiot.
Sorry.
No, go on, Crypto. You're fine.
So you don't go out into like a, you know, you're in the bar and you're chatting up girls and by the way, hey ladies, I'm a flat earther. Like that would never That would
Hey, you
never be.
never know. You might meet your future wife.
Yeah, you never know. No, I think. Anyway, I just think that it's one of those things where 99% of us. I mean, some people are saying, "Oh, you should go out and tell everyone." Yeah, okay, cool. If you want to have a hard life, go out and tell everyone in the real world, and everyone can call you a retard in real life as well. But it's
How long do you
something.
guys wait to tell your significant others that you guys are flat earthers?
Oh, interesting question.
What's
I
the
mean,
point of making life difficult?
this has been like a strong community. Have you guys ever had any, like, I don't know, relationships form out of the community over here? Like, is that something that happens?
Yeah, loads. We've got quite a few actually.
That
I don't
makes
know.
me happy.
I don't know if I want to out.
Crypto, I thought we were gonna wait to tell everybody.
Oh, no, I mean, hey, I met my fiance in Discord, so that's definitely something I know it can happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few couples I'm aware of that I'm not going to mention, but there's one that everyone knows about, which is Witsit and Kai. They met on Discord. They've got a couple of beautiful children now.
I didn't know they met on Discord. That's no way. That's too funny. Oh wow, I didn't realize I had something in common with him. Weird.
So they met on Discord. There's loads. There's loads I won't be aware of as well, but it's fairly common.
That's. I mean, I feel like when you have a community of people where there's that kind of shared perspective, I would imagine that there's a lot of kind of fertile ground for that kind of thing to happen. But obviously, I think people still kind of look at any kind of in-group relationships. I don't know. People are always going to raise eyebrows, but I'm used to it at this point. I feel like it's probably similar for flat Earth couples.
The Earth isn't real. It's a figment of your imagination. It's not real.
Hilarious.
On the
Isn't that Trump troll again?
It's
amazing.
not real, they say.
Let him go for a little bit. I'd love to hear him.
I want to hear too.
I was going to say
My
he can now be
great
either funny or
advisors,
interesting.
they told me, sir, you can't do that, sir. And I said, no, wrong. I'm going to do it.
Donald, what do you say about the rotation of the stars in the sky? What's your opinion?
I don't care. The blue is blue, right?
I was hoping for more.
A little bit.
You know what we're going to do? We have to make sure that we have both electric vehicles and gas-powered vehicles, okay? We can't just have a electric vehicle mandate that's terrible. What cackling Kamala Harris is trying to do is a terrible thing. It's terrible. It makes no sense. You know, some people, they have to go long distances, right?
Oh,
because
boy.
those electric vehicles, they only go short distances.
I fucking love you, man.
Donald, how do you feel about Kamala Harris's experience towards becoming a president?
Her experience was more related to the bedroom, I think. You're going to have to ask her that one.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, the Kamala as a horror memes are flying free nowadays.
You know what? They really should just call her Kamala Horus.
Oh, boy. I was waiting for that one.
Yikes.
Donald, feel about the cult of wobularity.
Ooh. I mean, I was actually just going to ask kind of off the back of that. I feel like this is a community where you guys probably experience a fair amount of like aggressive trolling. It's funny. Like, do you guys have people, I'm assuming, just all the time kind of popping in and screaming and being obnoxious?
Oh, man. Continuous.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are you saying that I'm trolling? I'm not trolling.
I didn't point any fingers
I'm winning.
at anybody in the
I
room.
am winning.
We would never
I'm winning.
that you are.
We're winning.
You are a treasure.
Someone shut the truck up. So, Forks, to answer your question, we experience so much trolling that we actually have. You know how the people who live near the North Pole, they have like 25 words for snow, right? We have about 25 categories of trolls. Because we get so many, we actually categorize. So we get like the funny trolls, and then we get the aggressive trolls, then we get the anti-flat earthers, and then we get the concerned trolls. And you name it, we've got a category for them. You know, you name a specific kind of troll, and we've categorized it.
That's too funny. I never even thought about It's funny. Like I think you guys can probably tell I kind of engage very genuinely and try and have, I don't know, interesting conversations. But my fiance, who again I met on Discord, is kind of notorious as an agent of chaos at Geeks, for those who know. But it's funny because like it didn't occur to me until I kind of watched him engaging with people, just kind of the different ways of approaching. And like, I don't know, you're correct. There are definitely different ways of trolling that I never would have considered before kind of observing it. But you guys must be well versed. How do you deal with that?
You ban them.
Mute them and ban them.
Yeah, it's like every physical condition has a solution, right? So if you want to grow your pecs, then you do bench press, and if you want to grow your biceps, you do curls. You know, if you want to alleviate back pain, you stretch, right? So you come up with solutions as these trolls come in. You find out how to deal with them.
No, I know what you mean. Like, so whenever I open my VC, I have a very kind of conscientious moderation policy, and I really try to avoid banning people just because I'm not in the same kind of position. I'm not, obviously in the same kind of room that you guys are in here. So I have a little bit more flexibility. But I know what you mean, right? And that was actually, when Geeks first came in, it's like, how do you kind of deal with somebody that's trying to be kind of provoking some kind of reaction? And you're right, you kind of get used to kind of understanding how these things play out. But I don't know, in terms of just aggressive banning, I feel like you guys are kind of stuck in a position where that's probably one of the only options you have, especially with people kind of coming in repeatedly. But yeah, I don't know. It was funny. I don't think I've ever been banned from anywhere. And looking at like Geeks going down the road, it's like 90% banned from the room. It's like, oh geez.
Well, let me tell you a little secret. I normally, well, it's not really even a secret. Most people know it. But the kinds of approaches that people take towards us are the kinds of approaches that work on them in the first place. So if they're coming in and aggressively mocking us, it's because they're projecting that mockery they think is an effective tactic of persuasion. So then you just mock them back. So it's not personal. It's they think it's a tactic that's going to work on you, but then of course they don't realize we've seen 150 million mockery attempts before, so it doesn't work on us. But it might work on them because they've never been mocked for being a global.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. That's actually a really good point. I hadn't thought about that.
Right. So, and that's just one of as I say, we've got all different kinds of categories. Concern trolls. We've got attrition trolls. We've got you name it.
What's an attrition troll?
So someone who just tries to waste as much time as possible. Every single question is diverted, red herring, straw man, but never actually getting to the point of anything.
Sure, I understand. Okay.
So I think I made that one up, to be honest, but there's so many different kinds of troll, it's ridiculous.
Well, no, I think you could even classify Geeks as like an attrition troll, just like continues to show up regardless of any kind of attempts to dissuade or discourage him. I think that'd be a pretty fair assessment, but
Yeah. Okay. Brenda's also an attrition troll.
Yeah, it's tough, and it's hard for me to kind of get in that mentality. But yeah, again, I don't know. Watching Geeks, it's one of those things that really does kind of just push me outside. I don't know. Physically, it's like my body kind of repulses from it. But do you think that kind of? I want to say this in as constructive way as possible because it's a genuine question. But do you think that having that kind of barrage or onslaught of trollish behavior changes your kind of how you engage with people coming in? Because I don't really see that, but I feel like that's what people kind of point the finger at in terms of quote unquote bad banning behavior, right? That it's it becomes kind of a reflex. People don't get the chance to actually engage, but I don't really see that in here very frequently.
Yeah, I don't know.
On the whole,
I think it depends on the person.
The moderating is actually pretty good in here. They ban basically troll people who are obvious trolls basically instantly. The only part where the negative side of what you're referring to comes up is the muting in conversations. It's it's probably the only side effect of that is extra people.
I couldn't resist that. I really couldn't.
Did you mute me in the middle of it? I wasn't even looking. Very funny. That's very funny. You got him.
I knew as soon as you started talking about it that would happen. I didn't know who. But,
All's fair, man. I like you, Cooper, dude. So you're all right as far as I'm
concerned. I know, but it was a joke. I get it. It was funny. All right, it was.
Oh dear.
Right then, so back to the stars.
Back to the sky, baby. I actually gotta get to work. I'll talk to you guys later.
See you later, man.
I might be cutting out, or I might not be, but I don't, if I'm still here, I just didn't know if Fox was still here because I was.
Oh no, I'm here. Sorry, I was just trying to do stuff in the kitchen, but.
Oh, fair enough. So your sexist husband has got you in the kitchen, has he?
Oh, good lord. Sure, let's go with that one.
No, I'm joking. Yeah, basically, I find this psychology element quite interesting. I know that obviously you do. I don't know that many flat earthers really care to discuss this that much, but
no, that's
for
why
me,
I always try and be conscientious when
it's really
important. The meta conversation kind of detracts from the thing, but yeah, I don't know. It's I find it interesting. I think it's an important kind of aspect, even just in terms of figuring out how to have these conversations. But I think you have to be careful again, kind of managing the time there.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. I mean, from my point of view, it's really important because if you don't understand why they aren't engaging with your answer, then you can't really move past that. It's kind of going to be you're saying thing X, they're saying thing Y, and it's almost like you're speaking different languages.
Oh, 100%. I think something for me, even one of the reasons I really enjoy engaging on this topic is like the question is how do you engage with somebody when you have different belief sets and try and either like understand their perspective in a genuine way or present them with your perspective in a way that they're going to be receptive to. And I think a lot of that does come down to kind of figuring out how to have the conversation. Then you can deal with the content itself. But yeah, it's two kind of separate things going at the same time. I think you're right to give it its own attention.
Sure. But yeah, I mean, if people find that boring or whatever, we can move on. But, yeah. I do find it interesting that you got called obviously not a glober because you're treating us with respect. I think that's another fascinating element of globedom, that some globers think if you're not hostile to the flat earth, then you must be a flat earther.
Oh, 100%. Most of the time that I'm in here, like a couple of times I've gotten into these weird conversations where like somebody who's a glober assumes I'm a flat earther and gets in this heated argument. And then at one point somebody said, I can't remember who it was, but it was so brilliant to go, hey, mate, she's a glober. You're just having a regular conversation. And the guy like deflated and like all of his like animosity and like aggression just like dissipated. And he realized, and it was just so funny because it was like, do you realize what you're bringing into the conversation in terms of hostility and closed-mindedness when you do that? Like, oh my God.
Yeah. Well, it's actually interesting because in a way you might actually be, you might be doing a lot of damage to the globers because they'll realize from their interactions with you what they are bringing. Because they'll come in and they're attacking someone, and then they realize they've attacked a glober because they were too stupid to realize that you weren't a flat earther. You know?
Oh, it's hysterical. Yeah, it's great. And it does. There's like that moment where it really forces that. It's such a great like learning tool in my opinion, because at no point, so funny, if they walk back through the conversation, it's like, actually at no point was I really contradicting you. I was just challenging you to be engaged with your own thought process. And you were so non-receptive to that. You saw me as the enemy. Think about that. I feel like it's a really powerful lesson if they can actually engage with it.
Yeah, for sure. And I actually think in a way as well, the hostility of globers actually creates more flat earthers, you know, because a lot of flat earthers, they just see the attitudes of some globers and they're like, oh, well, I don't want to be like that guy. That guy's an asshole. So I'm going to be with these guys instead.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think actually this would be better phrased as a question. Do you find that within the flat earth community, like that aspect of community, of kind of shared perspective, does that kind of the camaraderie there, is it something that's like felt in the community, or is there a lot of like, I don't know, is it just kind of a loose internet group? I'm not really kind of on the inside, so it's tough for me to kind of observe that.
I don't really understand the question. Maybe you could rephrase it.
Yeah, sorry. I realized I was phrasing it poorly. Does it feel like a community? Like, is there a sense of community and camaraderie in the flat earth, like, I guess, kind of perspective as a whole? Or is there a lot of, I know there are kind of different factions at various points that I've seen, or different perspectives. Like, do you think it's more of like a positive group, or like, is there a lot of friction in the community?
I'd say it's a 50-50. There's among
Robot indeed.
Oh no.
I would call it a solution because we all
Well then.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm just going to take that to be flat earthers are people just like everyone else, and their differences just like there are with all kinds of other people. I feel like that's probably a pretty fair, I don't know. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but.
Am I back?
You're still a little robot-y, but.
I was just going to say, yeah, more or less. There is kind of a loose
He's full robot for me. Is he for everyone else too?
Let's see.
Yeah.
Because we have.
Was it?
The shared
robot in crypto
experience of being relentlessly trolled, right?
I think that everybody heard less than 10% of what you said.
Robot in, brother.
I'd say you got about one of every 7 words.
Yeah, it's always unfortunate.
He's still using, I think, a Motorola flip phone. I'm not sure.
Powered by a potato. That's what you get when you get your computer from Toys R Us.
He has an older model Lamborghini, and it only has the Motorola flip phone.
Am I back?
Yep.
You know what's really annoying is even when I'm roboting, I can hear you all trolling me, but I can't respond.
So much better.
I'm just like, you bastards. I'm probably going to robot again.
No, you're alright.
Sweet, okay. Well, I'll keep going until you guys troll me and then I'll disconnect. So basically, what I was trying to say is that we've got like a loose siege mentality. So we're all aware of the kind of aggression that we all face from globers, but then you get different styles and flavors of flat earther as well. So there's kind of, I would say, friction between those groups. And some people have got too much of an ego to recognize like a general flat earther thing. Whereas, I don't know, for me, I just think, how do I put it? Like, if I think someone's a flat earther, I think that they're at least prepared to engage with what they see and what they think over what the television says. So there's a respect there for me, regardless of whatever else they believe.
Is it actually just quiet, or are people talking?
Yeah, I wanted that. I think it's just quiet.
My debater chickened out.
Did folks want to respond to what I said? I don't know if you even heard, or because I'm back now. So.
I'll say one thing for crypto for you, the where you said like where if someone believes in the flat Earth that they have more of an open mind. The thing is, it means they're looking into something. Someone like myself, you go where if you have high Earth is round, but that doesn't necessarily mean you care about it. So if someone tries to debate you out of it, you never cared to begin with, and so it's like, yeah, they don't have an open mind because they didn't care to begin with. But if someone believes that means they're interested in it such that they want to talk about it.
I don't really know exactly specifically what your point was.
You were saying that, like we said, you met flat earthers. It feels like they're more open in other ideas, kind of things, where someone is. And I'm saying
that wasn't really what I meant. That wasn't really what I meant. What I meant was if someone's able to listen to the TV for years and years and years and see through the propaganda, then I've got respect for them.
I'm watching TV right now. I watch it all the time. All the propaganda just goes right on by. I don't even pay attention to it. Just looking at stock markets today, that's what I'm on.
That's my point, right? So you switch on the TV, you switch on the BBC.
You're roboting again.
Whatever. There's a globe right in the
He probably can't afford a new phone, that guy. Hey?
Yeah, you're still fully roboted, man.
These flat earthers with the shit phones.
His new Lamborghini is going to come with its own satellite that follows it, so he'll always have reception.
It's
Welcome. Does anyone watch Street Outlaws? Drag Race show?
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? I am the
Can't really be this quiet in here. Glovers all took their ball and went home.
No balls left to play with, I guess.
Dang.
No, it's pretty quiet here, my man.
Crazy. I think the Globe just took too many L's this week. They said, fuck it, we can't go in there. We'll just catch an L.
Oh, they were taking them left and right, eh?
No, not an L for left, an L for a loss. Like, they keep losing when they come in here. It's hilarious.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. They get thrashed. But they just try and get you off the topic. Half of it's just trying to get them back on topic.
Or at least down to earth. Like, they most of them immediately want to go to the lights in the sky instead of making measurements
Exactly.
on the earth.
Yep. Space monkeys. We use the stars to navigate Earth with celestial navigation, and that requires horizontal. So it needs a flat plane to measure the angles and all that. It's a flat measurement. And in celestial navigation, the stars are flat, the sky is flat as well. And all the stars are at the same level. That's not reality, but it's just, we don't know, but that's just how the technique is. It's really fascinating, to say the least.
The Earth is indeed not flat.
Earth is not flat.
It's not flat, buddy. Calm down.
What's up, bro? Earth is not
Earth is
flat.
not flat, dude. What do we? It's not flat.
Earth is
What
not
do we? What do we? It's not flat, dude. Don't know what you're talking about.
flat, dude. Yeah, it's not flat, dude.
What do we? You got a smooth brain, buddy. Calm down.
Yeah, it's measured flat. Earth is measured flat.
What do we?
Yeah, whatever. It's
What do we?
navigated
I don't think
flat.
you know what you're talking about, dude. What do we?
I know what I'm talking about, whatever.
So can somebody explain to me why the Earth is flat, please? What do we? I need to know.
It's flat because we measure it flat, not like a ball. It is flat, not like a ball.
Can
Okay?
you fall off the Earth?
How would you fall off?
You say it's flat.
Yes.
Could you fall off?
How would you fall off?
Is the Earth flat?
Okay, yeah, you're not answering my question.
That's what I'm asking you.
the
I
Earth
didn't
is
make
flat.
the statement. I
So
asked
you're
a question, not make a statement.
Okay, let me give me.
I don't know why you're being so hostile, man. Come on.
I'm not hostile.
I asked a
You
question,
didn't want
not
to
made
answer
a
my
statement.
question.
So,
Okay,
but I didn't
so
make a
now I'm
statement.
gonna address your flat Earth, or
Okay.
you're just gonna talk
Okay.
through me.
No, okay, go.
Yes, I believe the Earth is flat. Do you want to know why? Because
Sure,
there's
go
no
for it.
edge. There
Okay.
is no edge to the Earth.
Okay.
So when a sphere, the sphere is nothing but an edge, right?
Okay. Well, spheres don't have edges, but okay.
When you have somebody that you think is upside down to you, why don't they fall off?
Gravity.
All right. Okay. In my flat Earth realm, I don't need gravity to hold me down. I got my weight to hold me down in the medium of
really?
air. Yeah, really.
So you think your weight can hold you down on Earth?
So,
if a black hole can?
yes. What's a black hole?
Okay, so this is the point where we're like.
Yeah, so you're going to go immediate to a lack of light in the sky because you're just here to troll. Good job.
I'm not here to troll.
I'm going to disengage from you.
Okay. Buddy thought I made a question when I made a statement and then proceeds to say he does not know what a black hole is. I think we're trolling, genuinely. I think we can comprehend it.
What's your evidence for a black hole?
Well,
yeah, it's not a question
black
of
holes in
it's not
other
a question,
galaxies and universes.
It's not a question of comprehension. It's a question of whether we believe the narrative, right?
Okay, so you don't believe in black holes?
Yeah. Why do you believe in them?
I mean, because they could exist.
Okay,
like Scientology says that they exist.
Yeah. No, Scientology doesn't say they exist.
They say they exist.
You talk about scientists or Scientology?
Both.
No, they use
scientists say they exist too. Scientific studies and space studies say that they do exist.
I did a video.
Oh my god! Did you just conflate science with Scientology?
You know, Martin Luther King had a dream about they exist.
Yeah, so you're definitely trolling. Bye-bye.
I'm definitely trolling. You're right. Considering nobody in here could give me a reason on why the Earth is flat, I'm trolling.
Yeah, stop trolling. You're
then flat Earth. Flat Earth. Like it makes no sense how the Earth can be flat.
Wait till I'm done. Yeah, you're conflating Scientology with science. You understand that, right?
Same thing. Could be.
They're not. Bye.
Not too far off from each other.
Okay, cool. So you think science is Scientology. Brilliant. So science has told you that black holes exist. What have you done to independently verify this?
Well, obviously I've never been in a black hole, nor have I been off the Earth. So how can you guys clarify that the Earth is flat if you've never been into space?
We're not talking about flat at the moment. We're talking about
that's what this VC is about, right? This VC is not about black holes. It's about flat Earth.
Don't dodge your own question now.
I'm not. I just gave you the answer to the question.
Not only
I said I've never been off Earth,
dodging,
so I would not know.
You're talking over me. You're talking over me when I'm pointing it out. So don't do that either. So we're talking about black holes. What have you done to independently verify their existence?
I just said, if you were listening to what I said I've never been off Earth, so how would I know? In my mind.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
So why are you making that claim? You talk about. Because, you know, scientists
you are not rebuttals. Okay?
They could.
Right, again.
There's a formula.
Again, you're here with gotchas. They're not going to save you. You haven't independently verified your claim, so don't make the claim. Very simple.
So I have to independently verify every single thing on Earth. So the water I drink, I have to independently verify that water is not contaminated, right?
Well, I hope you do, because otherwise you're going to get poisoned. But regardless, if it's in contention and you've claimed it, then yes, you do need to prove that claim. You need to provide the evidence. That's basic logic. Basic logic.
Well, let's talk about the real reason why I'm here, okay? Why do you think the Earth is flat? And have you proved it yourself?
Yeah, because it measures flat. It's used as flat. It's practically demonstrated as flat. We've done sight distance tests. We've done mirror flash tests. We've done laser tests. All sorts of stuff.
But have you verified that it's flat?
I've done all that shit. Yeah.
Have you been off Earth to verify that the Earth is flat?
Who said anything about going off Earth? I've just given you a bunch of stuff.
That would be don't you think that would be the easiest way to verify?
This
right?
proves to me that you're not listening. I've given to you. Then answer what I said. I've given you a bunch of on-Earth things.
Okay.
Which one would you like to discuss?
Well, we can discuss the fact that have you ever been off Earth to verify?
Which one? Prove that you were listening. Tell me which one you'd like to talk about.
You said like flash studies, right? What's that? Explain that.
Mirror flash test.
Yeah, mirror flash, whatever that is. Yeah.
Okay.
Explain that.
Yeah, you need to listen because if you don't listen, then there's no point talking to you.
Okay. Well, explain that then for me.
Fantastic. So, mirror flash test is where one person stands on one side of a lake, another person stands on the other side of the lake, and you simply angle the mirror from one person to the other. Okay. Now, if the water was curving underneath that, then there would be no line of sight from one person to the other. You understand that?
Okay.
So how is that possible if the Earth is a globe and the water's curving?
Well, be exact. Like I don't know about that that study that you were just talking about. I don't know a lot about that.
It's not study. You can do it yourself.
Make a study.
No, it's not.
Test. You had to test it and study it.
A study is not a test. Like, dude,
well,
I feel like
I guess so.
No, they're not the same thing. I feel like you really have a very, very low understanding of science, and so you come in and you think you're just going to
because I don't think science
so you
rules
come
everything.
in and you think you're just going to talk all over people, and you're just going to make us look like idiots. But you don't know the difference between a test and a study, dude. You need to go away and actually understand. You need to go away and understand what you're saying.
I guess so.
What is a study?
Your mic's lagging. Like it keeps cutting in and out.
Yeah, that's okay. It happens to him.
I'm cooking, right,
What's
Caesar?
a study?
A study.
Okay, what's a study?
You want me to define what a study is, right? Obviously. So, you know, if I dropped, okay. So, say I wrote down on a piece of paper, right? Okay. Say I wrote down on a piece of paper a message, right? Okay. And I study the message to the point where I'm trying to get a knowledge on it. That, in my opinion, would be study. Now, if I drop the pen on the ground, okay, to see whether or not it would break, that would be, as you said. Let me cook, bro. Let me cook. Oh my gosh, I'm cooking. I can't hear this guy.
So you're roboting hard, bro.
I can't hear him. I'm getting somewhere. Not to the point where I need to be, but I'm getting somewhere, Caesar.
This is quite normal for him, and I think he knows. You need to enable 5G on your phone, dude.
But yeah, a study would just be acquiring the knowledge of something.
I hope you have an unlimited data plan and you're not just like hopping from Wi-Fi to Wi-Fi as you drive. Oh no.
Oh, he's driving. Okay, that makes sense now. I thought he was at his house or something.
Oh, he's driving.
Okay, now it makes sense. But yeah, a study would be, like devoting your life to, find the knowledge of a certain subject.
I think what he was going to get at is you don't need to study. You just have to go out and observe and measure.
Okay. Well, I mean,
yeah, it doesn't have to be formalized or anything like that. It's a geometric problem.
But don't people, to find out that you even need to test that in the first place, don't you have to study to figure out how you would even test that in the first place?
He was just describing to you what how to obtain a measurement. It's not a study, just getting a measurement.
Well, no, not
It's
that.
a completely different
itself.
thing. Like a study would be, you'd be involved in, like trying to find an answer for something. You could use that measurement that you'd obtained from that in a study or something, but they're two different things. And when you come in here and just drop all these things, it doesn't make any sense. Is why he's saying to go back, and you need to fucking think about what you're actually saying.
In this case, a study really has more formalized connotations to it, and we're trying to be very clear about what we are putting in formality and what we're being casual about.
Right. I should have.
It's like people say experiments, and most of the time they don't really mean a scientific experiment.
Right. I should have explained it better or phrased it better.
Yeah, it's okay. We are very hyper specific.
Yeah, their experiments are usually watch something.
Okay. Yeah, I did an experiment. Oh yeah, what'd you do? I went bird watching. How bird watching and astronomy are both equally scientific.
I watched an apple fall from the tree. I'm a scientist.
There you go. And if you come up with a good story that seems like it could be true, then that means it probably is if everybody believes it.
Right.
Right? I mean, that's what passes for people's knowledge claims these days.
Pretty much. There's not much more depth to it. It's just if you can wrap a good story around it and sell it, that's all you need to do. And then the majority of people are going to take that at face value.
Yeah, like the money shot with the Saturn V lifting off the platform, whoosh, and all that fire and rumble.
What was the other one? Cool. That's got to be real.
They don't know what it is and they can't perceive it. They start making stuff up, man. The Big Bang, quantum foam, these are all things. It's a borderline Marvel universe.
What do you mean you don't believe?
Ego slave. I discovered the cause for why pears fall off my pear tree.
Oh, you did, huh? Did you do an experiment?
Yeah. So the experiment was pears should not be falling off the tree right now, but some are. I watched a squirrel climb up, go into the pear tree, and knock a pear down.
Wow. So gravity is caused by squirrels.
Yep. And then the deer come and eat the half fallen pears because I have it cut up so high they can't reach them. There's probably around 2,000 pears on this tree. It's so big. It's giant.
Wow.
Probably, it's got to be 18 feet tall.
That's a nice sized tree.
found it in the woods, and I cleared when we first moved here, and I cleared the whole yard up to that pear tree, so it's all grass up to it now. It was like woods and whatever. Cleared it all the way to that. That's the back of our yard. Like, yep, that was a good find. That was a naturally growing pear tree.
Can people see that pear tree from a satellite image?
Probably. If the plane flies close enough. You can't tell it's a pear tree, though.
It's funny, isn't it? Like, Google says that they bought all of their imagery off of airplane flights, taking pictures, and everybody thinks it's satellites.
Well, they attach now. They can attach the real estate ones too. I'm sure they buy theirs. Real estate company flies over every. Now they've slowed down. Real estate must be slowing down, but they come over probably every 2 weeks. They fly a grid pattern, and you know they're just taking pictures, and they have to do so many. So when they're for sale, they just go boom down this way, take pictures of that house, then that house, and this house, and that house, and they just fly in a pattern.
I gotta go. I'll be back in a few.
Yep.
I think I figured it out. What if we can perceive the curve? It's just at the end of the rainbow, and the curvature of the rainbow is emphasis on curvature because it's in all colors.
Genius.
Give this man a medal.
Just have to follow the rainbow, guys. That's it.
Are you a Skittles sales rep?
It should be.
Maybe all those people with rainbow flags, they know the secret. Then is that what you're saying?
You get a gingham dress.
Whoa, I gotta grab a coffee really quick.
Do you guys? I don't know if you had this in America, but in the UK they released these Skittles that were all white, and they were trying to say something about LGBT, and I just remember thinking, if they're all white, that's well racist.
We're all equal, dude.
All a little racist.
They were called Tickles. Tikkals. Tickles.
I didn't realize Skittles were like white supremacists.
Where can I buy a bag of those white Skittles?
I don't think you can.
You can get whole bags of them on eBay. $26.
Wow, bargain.
I know what I'm buying now.
Not that.
Honey, you know how it was their anniversary this month? You know, screw it, right?
You only get them in February.
What's up, y'all?
Suck. What?
Every now and again, we have a little Glober meeting of the minds early in the morning. They're all in here talking about how we need to bring them evidence, and they're just all chitter chattering in this chat right now. It's crazy. You should hear them when they're doing it. Pretty funny.
Oh yeah, we had a Globe female come in earlier, which rare, I know. But she was basically taking my side from the psychological perspective that a lot of Globers are unable to leave their own worldview to analyse the evidence in any sort of objective sense. And then she was accused of being a flat earther by another Glober, which ironically proves her point.
Are you talking about Fox?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's in cahoots with what's his face? They used to be in here.
Geeks.
Yeah, Geeks. That's him.
I think they're together.
Really?
Yep.
The dynamic duo? Is that right?
Isn't Geeks like a proper like dickhead though?
Oh yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
Are we talking about geeks?
Yeah, I've only ever had a couple of interactions with him, but he's been a proper dickhead.
That he is.
So, well, he and I are engaged.
Yeah, I know.
Good for you.
But and to be fair, so it's really funny because I had so many messages from people being like, because the two of us really do have completely opposite approaches to stuff. He really, again, agent of chaos, kind of just coming in to stir the pot. Absolutely, I think that's a fair kind of categorization.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not going to judge you based on the fact that you're with him, because you're separate characters. All I have access to is my interactions with both of you. You've been very reasonable, and he hasn't. So
fair enough. I would make the same distinction. Actually, wait, now I'm curious because you were saying that you guys had different like kinds of trolls. I would say he's probably an attrition troll, but I'm curious, what would you label him?
yeah, I'd have to have had a more recent interaction because I don't think I've interacted with him recently. But maybe if I interact with him in the next couple of days, I'll categorize him and tell you.
I can categorize him right now. Bro thinks he's the main character.
Ooh, yeah, I think that's fair.
He comes into the room and, hey, everybody, look at me. No.
Mickey, Geeks is down bad. You've got his fiance talking shit about him on live stream.
Well,
hey, it's not talking shit. I think it's very fair. I think he'd say the same thing in terms of his way of engaging. It's funny, like we were going down his like Discord, whatever, and all the like servers and VCs. He's banned from like 90% of them. I've never been banned anywhere. Oh jeez, now he's back.
Yeah, it is.
Oh man, it's a shame because I literally.
You know it's true, Geeks. Don't even
love you all. I'll see you guys later.
Have a good one.
You know it's true.
What's true?
The night. We heard him chime in the background.
Yeah, he's walking out. We're getting the doors painted, so we've been moving stuff around all day. It's been all kinds of hectic.
Where the globies at? Well, come out wherever you are. Yeah, but Eggshell's in here. Scott Mackey was in here. A few others, some no-name trolls that were in here. All just meeting together and talking about how bad the flat Earth is, and that we have the burden of proof, and yada yada, etc., etc.
Does Scott usually argue with other globers? He and I have had some like just kind of philosophical differences, but I'm curious, is that like something he normally does, or is that just a kind of fluke with me?
Who?
Scott?
Mackey?
Yeah.
He's got a little backstory as far as I know. He has some type of degree in psychology. He works at Adobe. He used to believe in God a long time ago until he heard this one radio podcast or some shit. And it got him to think, and then he just realized that he could be wrong about it and switched his whole entire epistemology. And now he's basically a God-hating atheist. And he is in here to say that he just believes that the Earth is a globe.
Oh, that must have been some like really, I don't know, powerful. I guess I don't know, whatever it was that kind of got him turned around. That's crazy. I had no idea.
Yeah, but he's also in here to just be a contrarian to everything we say. And then he tries to psychoanalyze each individual that he talks about flat Earth, that people that talk about flat Earth. Basically, he calls me his favorite lab rat. But he's doing it. It's a projection, really. He's very, I would say his mind is very sheltered in, like, he's one who loves his comfort. So I've already got his number. I called him out and I know who he is as an archetype.
Ooh,
so,
that's interesting. No, definitely, like that aligns with my experience kind of broadly. I think depending on the conversation, he and I've definitely butted heads over stuff. Definitely kind of on that more, I guess, philosophical plane.
He's a guy that if you say that the Earth is a globe, you have to say everything what he says. if you deviate from it, or if you think critically about certain things and you're not actually who you say you are, you could be LARPing, or you just no, you don't have your information down correct. You have to say it like the way he says it. Otherwise, you're misinformed or you don't understand. You just don't understand, he says. So
You mean just in terms of like how he phrases his claims? Like, is he being careful with his words, or is it just more of like a blind ideology thing?
he wants to be superior in the form of the way you articulate yourself. So if you say something that's incorrect and like you're speaking of the globe, then he wants to correct you. That's not he'll say that's not true. That's not. How do you know that? That's not true. And he doesn't give you like the roadmap to understanding like what he's saying, and then afterwards he'll come in to tell you his points of view. He has like he does a model. I think one of his he knows it. He knows a bit of math because he works at like he's a programmer at Adobe, so
Interesting.
he knows a
It's
bit of math.
it's funny because I feel like sometimes I get a lot of value in productive conversation, especially in space like this, especially with people coming from the globe side, right? I'll hear them make some claim that they just kind of take for granted. And I think sometimes challenging them, being like, wait a second, you're saying this, but you need to be more careful. Because if you make that claim, you're saying something ridiculous. If you kind of like, carefully pick your words and say something a little bit more particular, sure, you can justify it. And I think sometimes that can be a valuable exercise, but coming in kind of telling people they're wrong, I think sometimes can just cause people to have an emotional reaction and not be receptive.
Yeah, true. But the bit of time that we have somebody here, I usually go for the shock and awe method because we don't have but a few moments in time to actually wrangle a mind to at least get them to challenge, their previous conceived notions. So,
Very, very fair.
so when somebody comes in here, we got I don't know, 15 minutes. I give it's like the clock starts when they come in here, and so imagine if you had an audience where the only thing you got is their attention span for as much time as you think they could give you, and the only thing that would keep them here is for them to be challenged and interested. Now, sometimes you have to wonder if you are too charitable, because it's a fine line, right? You can be too charitable, and then they take advantage of it, and they feel like they can just be entitled to say whatever they feel like at any given time. But at the same time, if you challenge them and they get muted, they understand that they don't want to leave. They want to know what's behind door number one. So they're going to stick around. And some people are like, dude, why did you mute him, man? He's going to leave. No, they're not. They're intrigued. They're wondering. They want to know why. Those who are really pressing forward, so the mutes aren't going to bother them. But the ones who dip out immediately, they don't really care. So you can kind of have a conversation. If they get muted, you understand that if they're still here after the mute, then they know that they're interested. They want to know more. They're challenged. And yeah, we get those who are staunch in their position, but they keep coming back. They keep wanting to know, like, what is the reason why we're doing what we're doing, and they feel like they're keeping us under the microscope, and we're doing that to them because we're the ones that actually have been listening to them say all their excuses as to why they think it's a globe. But there's no real evidence. It's an imagination of a person that you're trying to project a worldview that you've been told all your life. It's kind of like a religious belief, like if you're in a religion and you don't know that the religion that you're in is actually false because you're within it. So you're adhering to the principles of that religion. And because of that, that's where the blinders come on. You can't take them off. You have to actually critique yourself. You have to figure out at some point, do I know what I know? And then at that point, when you examine yourself, you start to realize that things don't line up as you've been told. That's only until then.
No, I think that's a really good point. I see that just so frequently, just people not aware of their own kind of models or biases or friends, however you want to label it, right? It's really hard for people to take a step back and not make those kind of next step assumptions predicated on that. It's really hard for people to actually just work up from first principles. But as always, I appreciate you kind of taking the time to chat. I got to run. I got to get dinner on the table. Geese coming back in with the door. But thank you guys as always. You guys are wonderful.
Bye. What up, heretic? Was. That kangaroo man.
What's up, Miggy?
No, you, Timbo.
I'm about to start doing that at work too.
You should tell people just in real life, or
No, you.
you know, your wife. No, you. And see what she's.
They'll start going, what the hell?
I'd be pissed off at you, dude. What'd you say to me? Nah, nothing.
Well then, don't worry. Just an internet thing.
Yeah. 'Cause that's what it usually winds down to, is it, with these Globers? No, you're the bobblehead. No, you're the bobblehead. No, you.
Like Brenda, who never brings any evidence. No, you do it.
Yeah, perfect example. No, you, Brenda.
He was on at
But
Clay yesterday for not presenting any evidence. I was like, what the hell? Wait a minute.
hey, what did that doofus have to say or to offer? The one that was talking about the plane ride to nowhere.
Oh,
That's
we
stupid.
had a debate bros conversation for about 5 minutes.
Oh, he's trying to break it down. Oh, well, you forgot the sentence structure. It's not correct, and you have to analyze the particulars. And you're like, dude, shut the fuck up, dude. You don't even know what you're saying, man. First
Yeah,
of
he
all,
didn't know what he was talking about, man. He didn't even know, like, yeah, I think he maybe just started with debate bros or something, but
yeah,
he wasn't very good at it.
they always want to have like some high sounding nonsense just to like get a W. That's the only thing they're after is a W. That's it. They want it.
Yeah, we started talking about infinite and finite.
Yeah. I heard
Said,
that
all
part.
right, so how are we going to make a conclusion, you know? He's like, well, you can conclusively say that my opinion is, you can't conclusively say anything about an opinion.
But he was yeah, but he was that's fucked up. But he was saying it from the standpoint of the Earth being a globe, right, with the infinite cosmos.
Yeah, we didn't even get that far, man.
Oh, because I mean, he would have to adhere to infinite. He couldn't say finite.
He was
At
saying,
least it's,
so you're disputing what I'm saying. Mate, you haven't said anything.
oh, I heard that part. He's like, so your claim is, and then I
Yeah.
think who was on your? Was it
Raymond was in there,
Raymond
and
Rod.
I think Chubbs was there too, and
There was some friendly fire from DMOC and Raymond Rod last night too. Oh, listen.
I was there. I
Yeah,
missed
DMOC
that.
was all over him, and Raymond Rod was like, I guess on the point that you guys were. There was a particular point that I was, because I listen in. I'm listening most of the nights, but I think they got into it. I don't. The thing about it is, people in here don't know each other, so a lot of friendly fire
Yeah,
starts happening.
yeah.
They don't know they're actually helping each other on a point. It sounds like they're going against each other, and that's an
It
issue,
happens a
man.
lot on both sides too. Yeah,
Yeah.
it happens a lot with the Globers too. They think that they're arguing with the flat earther. Isn't that funny though? They go, "Wait a minute, are you a flat earther?"
Yeah, they start asking
And
them
then they go,
because
"Oh," they realise they were just agreeing with the flat earther. And then they totally flip it around and start disagreeing just for the sake of disagreeing.
well, what if we fly
Just
off
because
the?
of someone. Yeah.
What if we fly off the map? Why don't you just go straight and don't stop and just keep going straight? Oh yeah, how are we gonna go there? Well, you
Go
get in a
west.
fighter. You get in a fighter jet. Yeah, where are we going, man? Where do we start from and where are we going? Because
To
if
the
some
moon. To the moon.
put them on mute.
Put them on moot.
We got a lot of globetards in here, but
Do we really? I came at the right time.
not now, but last night. You miss all the fun. Well, usually you
Last
come in
night.
during the
Damn it! I
daytime.
always.
Are you busy at nights? You probably have shit to do.
No, I just fall asleep too early.
Oh.
I
Anyway.
miss the I get so because I listen during work, I get the American evening and night.
Yeah. Oh, that's fun. You get the nightcap.
And yeah, and then I get when it turns into when dude comes in that kind of hour. I think it's like after work, so 3 p.m. here. I think it's like 2 a.m. maybe something like that over there.
Yeah, freaks come out at night. That's usually around the time they. We had a marine biologist the other night come in here.
Oh yeah.
Did you really? That's fun.
Yeah, I was there for it. It was pretty interesting.
Remember that, Q? Weren't you asking him questions, Q? I don't know if it was you or someone
Yeah,
else.
he was trying to explain to me that there was only one map that in the animal kingdom exists that would or justify for magnetism justifying the Earth being round.
Oh man,
And
he
it
was
just-
all over the place, dude. I
he
was
was
licking my
all over it.
chops. I really wanted to get in there, but
Yeah.
There's one map.
He started spurging at the end, and then he got muted for that.
Hey, Quinzo, what the fuck's going on?
Hey, fellas. All good.
Mate?
Is that Quetz, dude? I haven't heard your voice in like, fuck, dude. It's been a while.
Yeah, I've been listening mostly, I guess. I don't know.
You've been a quiet observer.
Been chat. Been
Yeah,
chat
yeah.
skanking.
Yeah. We got somebody new in here. We got Nanu24. Nanu, do you think the Earth's a globe? Just checking.
Nano.
Nanu24, you're here. We also got Cream that just entered the chat. Cream, if you're here, welcome to the chat. Do you think the Earth is a globe? Anybody? Anybody? Yeah, you're not coming through, Cream. Try again. He got the dollar store mic. Is he jiggling the handle on his forehead or something?
Or using the sink.
Something. Washing dishes, or maybe. Yo, Cream, you there?
You didn't hear me just shit?
What did he say?
You didn't hear me just shit?
How can we hear you taking a dump, dude? Mute your mic if you're gonna do that.
Damn, what's wrong with it?
Yeah, we heard you gotta sit on it next
No,
time.
the Earth is obviously flat. What the fuck? That's why I'm in here.
Really? How do you know it's flat?
I mean, there's a lot of supporting evidence. If you're just gonna follow mainstream BS science, then
Can you
no,
name
you're
one
just a sheep.
supporting evidence?
All of it, dude. If you go up high enough, if you yourself get a hot air balloon and you go up high enough, it's flat. It doesn't have a fucking curvature.
You're gonna see the flat.
Correct.
Yeah, just
How do you see flat?
How do you see flat? You look at it. You look down and it's flat.
Oh, how do you know?
How do you know?
Yeah,
Because you can see with your eyes.
If you go up and
How do you know? How do you know it's round?
and then you can only see a certain distance. How do you know it's flat all round?
Because you can walk the whole time and the ground is flat the whole time.
Aren't you up in a balloon?
That's cap.
I'm not saying you're in the balloon.
Stop the cap.
You just said if you go up in a balloon.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's not flat everywhere. There's elevation change on land topography. We all know this.
Well, yeah, if you have an anthill, then it's a different level. But for the most part, yeah, if you have an anthill, that's topography.
An anthill. You just
An
step
anthill
over
is
the
part.
anthill.
Anthill?
No, there's giant anthills in Africa.
He's trolling.
Yeah, we got him in Australia.
Look up giant anthill.
Hey, bro, your
Yeah, we got
mic
him
is
here too,
garbage.
dude.
That's fixed topography, but for the most part, the Earth is flat.
Alright,
Can you fix your mic,
anthills
bro?
make
What's wrong with
the
my
Earth
mic?
not flat.
Is it too
Sounds really
loud?
loud. Yeah, it's
Oh,
loud.
okay.
It's crackling.
It's crackling. It's loud.
But so far you got nothing.
I don't think you've made a case.
That's what
Oh, I haven't. I haven't made
You don't
anything
have
yet.
one.
Hey, this the second person I've heard charge you with
Like
you not
you.
making your case. Like, what the fuck?
No, you.
You can literally get a telescope and aim it, and it's
Really?
flat.
What are you aiming your telescope at?
The ground, not the ground per se, but the horizon,
ground.
and it's flat.
Like
The
straight
horizon,
down?
it keeps
That's
going.
good. But thank you for that. Yeah, we're waiting on somebody who said it's curved. So, anyway.
There's also a hollow underneath, like the first layer. There's a hollow part of the Earth.
Yeah, how did
And
you
there's
know
probably
that? How do you know that?
we have a lot of research that shows that.
Yeah, what research? I want to
There's
see it.
there's huge pockets
I
within
know.
the Earth
I know.
that's
I
filled
know.
with water, bigger than the
I know.
ocean. Did you know
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
Yeah,
You
they're
didn't
called
know that.
Where's the
artesian
evidence?
basins. Yeah.
Where's the
You don't know
evidence of
that.
that? Where's the evidence of that?
Look it up. Look it
I
up.
don't, look it up. It's
Look
your
it up.
claim. Why am I going to look up your claim?
What is this supposed to be? Like a scientific
Do his
research
research
paper I
for
made?
him. That's how it works.
Yeah, do you want me to do the research for you?
No, I'm saying, am I supposed to
then-
provide a research paper I made?
Yeah, if you make a claim, you need to stand by your claim and be able to cite your sources.
Okay, well, I've been down there.
You've been down there.
Yeah.
Yeah, what part of the Earth were? What geographic location were you when you went down there?
It's about
It's
do
about
you know where
what?
the Indian Ocean is?
Yeah, but what?
It's one of the seas.
One of the seas.
Way down yonder, right? Way down yonder.
Correct.
Is that where it is?
Way over there.
Way over there. Over here.
It's underneath a portion of that.
I get it.
And
So
then
you're
it
telling
extends
me
into the Atlantic.
All right, Cream. So you're telling me it's far from here, but close to there, right?
That's not what I said at all.
Yeah,
Is
it
it
what you
near
said.
here or is it near there?
It's near
over
there, dude.
No, it's over here.
over
yeah,
there.
it's over here.
I told you exactly where it's at.
Yeah, it's far from here, but it's close to there. We've already pinpointed that.
So is it supposed to be underneath me?
Yeah, it's the exact
There's
coordinates.
probably pockets of it underneath me.
Yeah, pockets. We definitely pockets.
All I'm saying is there is evidence of it.
Oh, evidence. We see it, dude. The mountains of evidence that you're bringing forward. It's overwhelming. Yeah, we see it.
Because you're scared to find the truth, dude.
It's all clear. It's coming clear now. Yeah, we see
Oh,
it.
a sliver of
Hey, by the way, real quick, like, honestly, we're not asking for a thesis defense here. Just a citation, really. It's really not like that much we're asking. Citation.
I got you. I got you.
Of course, yeah, there you go. Post inside chat.
You got
What, you think?
That
You think you're going to get a decent conversation out of this moron?
Well,
You don't even know what you're talking about. You sound like you're from South Africa.
Yeah, see? Moron.
You people don't even have water.
All right, Cream, let's look at your source, because it's not a citation, it's a source. Scientists discovered gigantic ocean.
Gigantic?
You
people are calling me unintelligent. That's insane.
So
No,
yeah,
I just
I
called you a
mispronounced. My
moron.
bad.
It doesn't mean you're unintelligent.
Gigantic ocean, 700 kilometers beneath the Earth's surface.
700
Exactly.
kilometers? Wait, 700? Jesus Christ.
See? I told you.
Yeah. It's a hidden.
I told
it's called
you.
it. Yeah, but it's a
But
hidden.
nobody
sea.
talks about it. Yeah, nobody talks about it. They don't want
It's
you to
a
know.
hidden sea. Hold
They
on.
don't
You said
want
it
you
was-
to know.
Cream, you said it was
The
hollow Earth.
microphone, I'm going to fucking kick him out soon.
Look at this. Look at this.
You said it was hollow Earth. It's a ocean underneath. The
So do you think all of that is just water? You don't think there's any creatures that could be within the water too?
beneath our Earth's
No,
crust?
for one, 700 seems pretty fucking high. That's a high fucking value.
3 times more than our surface water.
Well, that does.
See, nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about that.
I understand
Why is
nobody
that?
talks about it. 700
the man is
kilometers, dog.
imagining
Because they don't want you to know. I'm imagining it, but I just provided sources.
No, I know you did. No, I appreciate that. I'm trying to wrap my head around the 700 kilometers. Does that
That's a
not
lot of-
seem
that's a
kind of
lot.
odd of a number? No, it is very much a lot. That is a very big fucking number. It just doesn't add up to me. Mathematically.
Exactly.
700 kilometers. Yeah, it seems a bit exaggerated.
Because they don't want you to know. Look at the second one. 3 times more than our surface water.
If they don't want you to know, then why did you post something where they tell you?
probably don't
Because
want you to
I'm trying to give you the truth. This isn't like mainstream knowledge.
Really?
No, it's just an article in mainstream.
It's not mainstream.
How did you verify this article, Cream?
Intuition.
There you have it.
Translation. I don't know.
Okay, then prove it wrong.
We just did.
That's what's funny. That's what's funny.
Fucking
You
moron,
did it.
dude.
You just said it's wrong. You said,
How
I
am
don't
I?
know. That
Wait,
sounds
hold on.
weird.
How am I supposed to disprove intuition?
Exactly.
hunt.
You have to will your like intuition stronger than mine and provide evidence that it
That is
isn't.
What
so
is this? Is this the Jedi Force or something? Your
Yeah.
intuition must be stronger than mine in order to defeat
No,
me.
that's not Star Wars, dude.
That's what you said, dude. His intuition must be stronger than yours, like the Force. You have to use the
No.
Force strong.
It's
Yeah.
it's Freudian psychology.
Okay. All right. So here, that's fine. Let's play that game. My intuition is stronger than yours, and therefore my
It's
intuition
not though.
yours.
It's
No, it is
not.
because I said so.
It's
No, it is.
not.
Yeah, it definitely
No, I'm
feels
telling you
stronger than
right
the
now,
other
it's
guys.
not.
Definitely.
I don't. I can feel it right now. It feels
By
weak.
your logic, my intuition is stronger than yours because my intuition
It
says so.
feels weak.
So therefore,
It
my
doesn't say
intuition
that.
says that that number is bullshit.
I can read you right now, dude. I'm telling you, it's not.
You don't know my intuition, though.
I do.
I mean, we can go down this meta rabbit hole if you want, but it's going to derail the entire VC, and I don't want to do that. So it's either we
I
stick to the
provided
topic or you
evidence.
go and move.
I provided evidence, and then you won't stick to the topic because you won't counter my evidence.
You didn't
You are
validate
sticking
anything
to
you
the topic.
posted.
Did you not hear Alpha's question? He just said.
I know he's afraid. I know he's afraid
Afraid of you? I don't think
of
so.
truth. Of truth. People they say this all the time. The truth hurts.
You didn't validate any of the things that you posted.
Emperors would literally kill people because they would espouse.
Shut your dumb ass up.
Yeah. Alpha, he's basically Fortnite emoting before he even got the Victory Royale. You know what I mean? He's prematuring this shit really hard. Pre-ejaculating.
His mic is also trash, but
Yeah.
my God. The things we get off of the internet.
All right. It is 44 past the hour. It's
Wait,
Jedi.
what were you guys talking about?
I don't know, talking to some doofus about his evidence of hollow earth, which turned out to be another ocean under another ocean. Pretty stupid.
I didn't say it. Oh, shoot.
Or source.
Me
The source is in
personally,
the text. You personally
me
what?
personally, Earth is Earth type shit.
Earth is Earth.
Yeah.
Well, the mainstream saying that the Earth is a globe. You don't believe that?
I don't care to believe it.
So you don't have an opinion one way or the other?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so
All
we're
right.
looking for we're looking for people that are saying that the Earth is a globe. We're not looking for people that don't know anything.
I mean,
If you don't have a
I know,
position,
I
if you
know
don't have a
both
position, then
positions.
you can take a seat in the bleachers while we
That's
wait
what I
for the
was saying.
people.
I was just, you don't have
Yeah.
to be rude, but I was just asking what were
No,
you
this ain't
talking
a rude thing. I'm escorting you to the bleachers. There you go. They're over
No,
here.
you're being rude.
Have a seat.
You're being rude.
Not really, because you don't have a position. Therefore, you don't have a point to say anything about the argument.
Yeah, you're being rude. You can just say like,
yeah.
"Oh, you don't have to say anything." For
Okay,
right
can
now
you
while we're
kindly
trying-
take a seat on the bleachers?
There we
How
go.
about that?
Thank you very much.
All right. There you go. Have some popcorn and listen to the next doofus come in here and say that the Earth is a globe. And watch me whip and watch me nay.
Don't ever say that shit ever again in your life, bro.
All right.
Don't
All
ever
right.
say that
Well,
shit
move
ever
then.
again in your
Let's
life,
move,
bro.
bro. How dare you fucking disrespect Alpha's emote?
You guys don't like that I hand L's out to your fucking globalist compatriots every day.
I went to the bathroom.
I mean,
writhe in the chat.
And I laughed so hard it almost became a mess. I'm sorry.
I mean, you're like, you're fighting with like level 1 people.
Yeah, like you.
Like you, yo, he's not even.
Motherfucker, I ain't say shit.
He
was just saying, like,
himself
if
from
you saying like for
What?
like a professor, if you like threw hands with the professor, I'm just
Man,
gonna lie.
get their bitch ass in here so I can show
Get their
you how
bitch
much
ass
they
in
don't
here?
know.
I
Yeah. Bet.
Well, can I
Do
ask
it.
though? What's your professor? Is it like a physics professor or
No,
what?
I was just saying, like,
I'll
if
take
you
whatever.
bring in a actual like
DCI,
college
I don't give a fuck
professor,
who you bring in.
you
Bring a
won't throw
geologist,
hands.
a cosmologist, bring a PhD, bring an astrophysicist. Dude, throw the kitchen sink at me, dude. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna destroy each and every one of them. They're gonna look like fools
You
by
would
the time I'm
destroy
done.
Bill Nye. You destroy Bill Nye.
I would if I could.
Oh, I would have to. That'd be pay per view.
Yeah. Can you arrange that? Fucking bring him in this chat.
Dude, I ain't a big wig like that. Jesus Christ.
Fuck, I have to
Okay,
comb
it's
my
not
hair
that
and brush
hard.
my
Just
teeth, but yeah, I'll do it.
these are Bill Nye's claims. The Earth is an enclosed system. You cannot leave this place. Boats go over the horizon. That's Bill Nye's claims.
DC, I left the chat. That's all right. These guys don't really know, man, what they're into when they step foot in this chat. But that's what I like about it. Because, you know, before they... I like to see... I always say this all the time. I like to see the light in their eyes dwindle when they're in here. Because they come in here with that spark and that, you know, that bravado. And it's just like... You like to see it when they're just... They feel the color of their face just drain. Like, they so awesome, dude. I love it.
Is that after you whip or nay?
No, that's when I
Oh.
whip.
Oh, you whip and then nay? Oh shit,
Yeah.
that's rough. Goddamn. Who is that guy? Alpha, I've asked this before, and I'm blanking on the name, but he's the globetard that's like a professor, but like talks down to the flat tards, and is like, "Oh, you're fucking stupid."
There's quite a
You
bit
know,
of
Professor
those.
Dave.
no, okay, the
He's not a
YouTuber,
professor.
You're
the guy
Professor
that
Dave?
debates flat Earth, Professor Dave. Have we ever
Not a
done an AMA
professor.
with Professor Dave?
No, he's
You won't do it.
he does it in his moderated forums, which means
Oh, so he
translation.
doesn't do like the Lion's Den. He wouldn't do like the Lion's Den of
No, fuck
that's
no,
gay.
dude.
That's so gay.
That guy will not do that shit. No
Lame.
way. Which, of course, you know, if he does come in there, it's all across the board. Everyone gets the same treatment. There's no difference to anybody. But at the same time, it's like, hey, if you have a claim and you could substantiate it, fuck, you have the mic and the floor. I always tell them that. But the
Although
problem is they're not able to. So, not my fault.
Simon Dan came into 24/7 and wanted to sue it. Wanted to sue 24/7.
Did he really?
And then he and then he sent his
Simon Dan.
lawyer in.
Do you know who Simon Dan is, Brendan?
No.
Yeah, he's big in the anti-flat Earth circles. Actually, if you're Chat GPT, like if you're wondering about the flat Earth, and if there's anything that can get rebuttals to the flat Earthers, he's the first one that pops up. I have snippets of Chat GPT saying that. They refer you to his YouTube channel, Simon Dan.
That's funny as fuck. That's funny as fuck.
Instead of referring you to someone in academia, it refers you to Simon Dan.
Some guy in
And
his basement.
it credits him. It credits him with being academically knowledgeable about how to articulate, you know, a rebuttal to the flat Earth. I have the snippet somewhere. I was gonna put it up so you could see it.
I think it's actually Mez.
Mez? No, I don't. Does he have a degree?
No. I always say when he comes in, he sounds exactly like Simon Dan. So, he is Simon Dan. That's my claim.
Not sure what I did with those snippets. There's some. I'll look for him later. No, I wish they would come in here, man. Well, you wouldn't say that if a professor was here. It's like your big brother. If my brother was here, you wouldn't be saying those things. Bullshit. Knock your brother's dick in the dirt just like I do yours. Fucking moron. Oh, look at the fake news in the text channel. That's fake news.
Wait, the Kamala Harris thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. When you forgot coffee milk and the store is closing in 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
Better hurry up. Hello, I'm voting for reform. Goodbye, I'm voting for reform. You think the Earth is a globe? Open up your mic. Give us some evidence. This is 24/7 Flat Earth channel on the Politics Discord. Let's do it. Hey, yo, Crit, are you here? It's Peter the Globe Measurer. Peter, what's your evidence that the Earth is a globe?
A measurement of the curvature.
How did you measure that, sir?
I measured it by measuring the spatial relationship between 2 points on the surface of the Earth.
Oh, wow.
Get wrecked, nerd.
Hello.
Another win for the flat.
What's up, Waz?
What's up?
Are you talking on your walkie-talkie?
No, sir.
Why does it sound like every time you open up your mic, it sounds like there's a whoop?
I'm not sure what that is.
You on a headset?
Yes.
Like
Low
headphones,
battery.
not like a mic? There you go. That's probably why.
Low battery.
Lost one, this is lost two. Do you copy?
Copy that. Over.
Hey, we got Peter the Globe. He's got the measurement for the curvature of the Earth.
No, he
Affirmative.
doesn't.
Yeah, no lie, he does. He has it. Go ahead and go ahead and post that in the text chat, will you, Peter?
Would a stream be okay?
How are the YouTube channels going to see the stream, Peter? We went
Roger
over
that.
this already.
Roger
Yeah,
that.
they can't
Will
see
call.
that, Peter. Come on, Peter. Get with the
I'm
program.
on it. I'm doing it. Just give me a
Okay,
second.
all right. Okay.
Except for hurry up. You can take your time, just hurry up.
Okay, let's start with this one.
All right, what do you got? What's this?
Peter, you have to explain it for the viewers that are on
Yes, I'm on it.
YouTube.
This is flat Earth. So I'm
What is?
explaining.
Whoa! What's flat Earth?
Flat Earth is an Earth where 2 points of equal elevation are always on the same horizontal plane.
Are you describing over land or water? Because that's not.
On both.
No, absolutely not. That doesn't ring true on land because you have elevation change on land. Water
Let
doesn't
me.
curve. Hold on, let me clarify for you because before you start walking into this thing, and you sounds like that's what you want to talk about. We would say mean sea level from mean sea level to any given point on land would be elevation change because that's going to deviate from mean sea level. So you need to be kind of precise on your language and how you describe either land or water. If you don't do that, we're going to be able to tell you you're wrong instantly because we're not talking
You
about
are
the land.
correct.
Right, we're not talking about the land being flat. It's flat Earth is a reference from mean sea level to any given point on land, so we know there's elevation change. But the
Absolutely.
the horizontal plane that we reference is definitely flat, and that is flat Earth, the horizontal plane that we're referencing. So if you're gonna say from any given point from mean sea level onward, that's basically what people utilize when they're trying to gain understanding as to like elevation from any given point. They're
Yes.
referencing
Absolutely.
they're referencing mean sea level to where they are, and they know their elevation because above mean sea level is where they're standing.
Respectfully, right now you're arguing with yourself.
No, respectfully, you were walking into a kind of a situation where you didn't give a clear understanding to the audience, so they didn't know that what you're
I
saying.
don't mind adding I do not mind adding the words you want me to add to my
Well, it's
statement.
not
So let
adding
me
it.
rephrase.
It's not adding it. It's just being clear on like what you mean by flat Earth because you
Can I
didn't give
please
it
be clear?
this.
Can I
Yeah,
be
but
clear?
I'm the one actually clarifying your or point of clarity to your statement that you just didn't do.
It
So
would be an awesome test to see if I understood if you let me rephrase and then you see if I incorporated your feedback, don't you think?
oh yeah, I'm done now. So go ahead.
Oh, great. So a flat Earth is an Earth where 2 points of equal elevation above the mean sea level are always on the same horizontal plane.
That's a great
Above
definition.
who asked you?
Avi, Miggy, what do you think?
No, so still think that's not correct.
Let's work on it together. Let's build some
Just
bridges.
just start where you just go through your presentation already. I'll
Okay.
talk about the points afterwards, I guess.
Okay, good. So a flat Earth is for the audience, a flat Earth is an Earth where 2 points of equal elevation above the mean sea level are always on the same horizontal plane. What I am showing on this diagram is such a relationship between point A and point B1. As you can see, they are the same elevation equals 1 in this case, and they are on the same horizontal plane because the Earth is flat in this diagram. I am also showing a point C1, which is directly above B1, so it's vertical, on a vertical line from B1 at some additional elevation, h equals 3. And from Euclidean geometry, which we know largely holds true in nature, we note that the relationship between those values, I should have mentioned the angle alpha measured from the vertical line at point A to point C1, should be alpha 1 equals arctan of h divided by d, because we're looking at a very straightforward, God-fearing right angle triangle here, right? So it's easy peasy. Alpha equals arctan of h divided by d. That's our relationship. And that's the spatial relationship between point A and C1 on a flat Earth. So far, so good, audience?
Yeah, it's clear.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm going to now post the second slide. Just give me 1 second. I'm also doing this in the stream for those who like to look at the stream, so it's the same slide that's in the chat. So now we're presenting a second possibility, would be one, second possibility that's of interest to us today. There are many other possibilities, but one that's of interest today is a case where the Earth would be curved, where the surface of the Earth would be essentially a sphere. So here we're showing that the relationship between the point A and C2, so C2 is like a curved version of C1 basically, would be slightly different. That's because we're no longer dealing with a right angle triangle as shown before. Now the triangle has shifted a little bit because the surface is curving. So D equals 20 is no longer a straight line, it's actually an arc on the surface of the Earth. Now, what can we say here? Well, we can say that the angle alpha measured from the vertical, again, it's the same measurement, vertical at A to point C2 would be different. And certainly we can say that it would be smaller than the previously expected value of arctan of H by D, because in this case we're not on a flat Earth, we're on a curved Earth, and you can see that relationship and that tilt, if you will, of that B2, C2 vertical line away from the A's vertical line in this diagram. So this is how we can tell by performing these measurements if we are on a flat Earth or if we're on a curved Earth. Because we can make predictions for both models and we can then compare them against nature. Any questions regarding this methodology before I present the actual measurement?
Just continue.
Okay. Okay, visible to you right now are the parameters of the particular measurement that I am presenting. You could do this anywhere on Earth. This is just arbitrarily chosen for your viewing pleasure. Here we have 2 points, and we know 3 things about those points. We know their elevations of the mean sea level, like our friend Alpha Veritas pointed out. So we know the elevation above mean sea level for the observer, and we know it for the target. And we also know the distance on surface between those 2 points. We're not measuring this ourselves in this particular case, but we are relying on the work that people in this area have done independently over at least 300 years. There are very well-known maps of this area. The distance between these 2 land masses is absolutely well known, and the elevations are trivial. One is a parking lot above the sea with the line of sight of the sea, and the other one is a human-made building that's also almost right next to the sea. So these are very precisely known values that no one is, as far as I am aware, contesting in any way. Any questions here?
Nope.
Okay, so what we are going to add to these 3 values, we're going to add that zenith angle measurement that we talked about previously, which is really our test for whether we're dealing, what kind of triangle we're dealing with here. Okay, so just give me 1 second. Here's the measurement being taken using a theodolite. I apologize for the amount of text that is in that image, but this has all been the feedback from the members of this VC. They've been asking me many questions about where's the curvature, is the water curving, and so on. So I thought it would be a useful visual aid to just answer those questions preemptively in the image to help them visualize. But you can choose to ignore all that and just look at the reading from the theodolite That's the zenith angle that we discussed previously. In this case, it's negative 0.044 degrees. That's the measurement. And the point C that we were discussing is really that area of the building that the crosshair is pointing at. And obviously point A is the elevation of the tool itself, right? That's the triangle that we discussed. Now, one more slide and everything will be clear. Now, going back to the same concept we discussed previously, it's just now this is the actual numbers for the actual measurement, and the diagram that you see below. I know it's not very useful, but again, it's based on feedback I received here in the past. It is to scale. So it is to scale, so all the lengths and all the elevations are to scale. That's why it kind of looks like dog poop, but okay. Here we go. What we know, we knew the three values. We have the fourth value now, negative 0.044 degree. And now we compare these to the two predictions that we made before. Flat Earth and a globe Earth with a specifically chosen radius. We're just shooting blind. We're going to see if it matches. Here's how we do it. So in the first table on the left, you see a case of ignoring refractions. Not a very realistic case. It'd be the Earth with no atmosphere in it whatsoever. Well, in that case, flat Earth would predict that the angle we should read from point A to point C is positive 0.089. That differs from the actual measurement by a good amount, by 0.133. That's a pretty big error. The globe, not any globe, but a globe with a radius of 6,371 kilometers, predicts a different angle of negative 0.065. That's because of that pesky curvature that kind of drops that point lower in the relationship to point A. It's still off by a good amount of 0.021. But here we can tell that the difference or the ratio between the two errors, between the two models, is already 6x in favor of the globe.
You're not doing the math right. You should do
We'll address the math problems in a second after I'm done with my presentation. Thank you.
You should do perspective times perspective for flat Earth, and then you get it right.
Let's put a pin in that remark, and we will address it in 3 minutes from now. Now, those of you who are following the stream will see that this proof has a version number of 2.1. Originally, I only had this no refraction table, but my colleague here, Mr. Heretic, pointed out that I was smoking something. Because on Earth, we always have the atmosphere, and there's always some refractive effect in place. So the second table, the one to the right, includes the standard refraction correction in both cases, obviously. Flat Earth has exactly the same refraction as globe Earth. It's a feature of the atmosphere, not the shape of the surface. So here we're taking standard refraction because on that day, things looked kind of standard. Obviously, we didn't measure that. It's kind of a guess. So we're taking a standard refraction correction here. So flat Earth, unfortunately, predicts an angle that's even more off because it's trending in the wrong direction. So flat Earth prediction is 0.112. So look, the error margin grows to 0.156 for flat Earth. The globe, however, refraction helps it, if I may say so myself. And now it predicts 0.042. So now that prediction is only off by 0.002, which is within the tool error. That particular theodolite has a 10 arcsecond, which translates into 0.003 degree. Oh my goodness. Now the ratio between the error margins is 89 times. So That's why we know that the Earth is a sphere. And I think that does it. But for those of you who like syllogisms, the final slide that I will post, which could precede this whole argument, but I like to do it this way, is a biconditional statement that summarizes how those four values that have been measured are only possible on a spherical Earth that has the radius of around 6,371 kilometers. This is why this is obviously one measurement. If you were to repeat this measurement anywhere on Earth, giving similar, precision and similar distances, you will always measure around the same amount of curvature. This is why we know that we live on a globe. Thank you.
What's the range for your theodolite?
For what type of measurement? The measurement that we performed?
What's the range for your theodolite?
For zenith angle measurements, infinite.
Infinite. So
That's
when you
correct.
look up the manual, what would be the range for your theodolite?
For zenith angle measurements, infinite.
Okay, let's have a look.
Go ahead.
Everybody look at the text chat. You can click the image and make it bigger if you like. I don't think you can see it that well if you don't do that. So this is the theodolite that he's using for over 21 miles of distance in that quote-unquote measurement that he just done. Where in here do you see that the range is actually designed for that amount effectively? Peter?
Walk us through it. It's your claim.
No. It's not my claim. It's yours, dumbass. You put that
it's not my
theodolite. Yeah.
evidence.
Yes, it is. It's in your. It's baked in your one of your little slides there. Scroll up. You want me to post the slide that you put it on? I'll do it.
Go ahead.
Let me take a screenshot here. All right, now I'm gonna post it for you. Right here. There you go. You see the theodolite model?
Yes.
All right. Isn't that the one that I just posted for the exact manual? Now, where in the manual?
It appears to be.
Right. Where in the manual does it say that the parameters are useful for that range? Go ahead and show me. Point that out to me.
It's obvious that they are.
Where?
It's obvious when you understand
I posted the
what a
manual.
zenith
Where
angle
does it?
measurement
Where?
is.
Where does it say in the manual that it's good for that distance?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. Because you're making up bullshit that doesn't adhere to the theodolite's parameters. You can't use a device that's not specified for that amount of range. It's not useful for that.
The measurement I'm performing is
not
range
a measurement.
agnostic.
A range agnostic.
An
Where does it
angle
say
measurement is range agnostic.
Shut your dumb ass up. Where does it say range agnostic on the manual? Where did it say that?
Any person knows.
No, any person would read the manual and use the tool for what it's instructed to be useful for, not for what you're using it for. It's not useful for what you're trying to use it. What are you trying to use the tool for?
Can I answer the previous question?
No, answer the question I'm asking now. What is the tool useful for?
For measuring zenith angles.
Okay, now what are the parameters for the tool?
Angle is independent.
What are the parameters for the tool? Answer the question.
I don't understand the question.
What are the parameters that are set in the user guide for the tool that you're using?
I don't get the question.
What are the parameters for the theodolite that you are using according to the manual? Go.
I don't understand the question. It's an honest response.
Yeah. So you don't know anything about the tool that you're using for your evidence, do you? A person
know
that
enough.
studies, no, you don't. A person that studied the tool will be able to say this tool is worthy and being able to use at that distance to have this understanding of a measurement. You can't do that in this case because you don't know what the parameters are. You don't know what
Yes,
it's
I do.
useful for. No, you don't. I asked
I-
you,
I
and you weren't able.
respectfully
You're
disagree.
unable. Well, what are the parameters then?
Irrelevant.
See, you don't know. That's your bad, isn't it? So
What's
your
an
argument,
angle?
I could flush your
Parameters are
argument
irrelevant.
down. I could flush your argument down the toilet because you don't understand how to articulate your point. And when you use the manual and be able to specify the parameters by which the tool can be useful for, then you can understand the capabilities of that tool. In this case, you don't understand that. So you're using a tool that's not specified for those ranges, that ones that you're describing, and then you're making it sound like you have an argument using it. You don't.
What is an
None of
angle?
you do. So, back to the question. Are you able to
What
provide
is an angle?
Are you able to provide the evidence that the tool that you're using is capable enough to shoot for a range at that distance?
Yes.
Then what are the parameters then? Specify.
Angle measurement.
What are the parameters of the tool?
Angle measurement is independent of this.
Independent of distance. You sound like a moron. A person that is equipped to be able to use that tool can tell you the parameters it's useful for, because they're getting that tool specifically for something they're going to use it for, not for something that you're going to use it for and it takes it out of its working parameter range. You don't understand that, do you? There's different types of theodolites, different types of total stations, and they're all designed for specific ranges. Do you understand that, Peter?
I
Yes
do
or no?
understand.
Do you understand what I just said?
Yes.
Okay, so in that case, if you're using this tool outside of its working parameters, how do you think you're going to get a measurement that is equivalent to you getting a precise measurement, sir?
I should stay within the parameters.
Right. And what are the parameters?
For the measurement I am performing, a zenith angle measure.
For the tool that you're using for that measurement. The tool, sir.
Thank you for the correction. For the
Yes.
tool that I'm using, for the measurement that is being performed, the distance is unlimited. Thank you.
Where in the manual does it say that you can use a tool like that at an unlimited range? Show me where.
Where it says angle.
Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead, Jedi.
You do understand that we're talking about the visual image that you've provided us at the
Affirmative.
distance. Yes, so the distance between the theodolite and the picture you've provided with the distance to the tower.
Affirmative.
So that distance, not
yes.
Not any type of. You're saying that this is infinite.
Yes, I can explain, Jedi, if you let me talk to you for a second.
No. You're not going to explain. He's asking you a specific question. Are you able to respond yes or no? I don't want to hear your bullshit explanations. Because this is already a diversion from answering me.
Sorry,
so answer his question. I don't want to hear your explanations.
I can answer his question, yes.
Go ahead.
He asked me if I understood that you were asking about the distance in the photo, and I said yes, I understand that.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
All right.
So, and you're saying that distance is infinite. That parameter, that limitation to the devices, it doesn't matter because it's infinite. This device can see forever.
Yes, Jedi, and I can substantiate.
No, we don't need you to substantiate forever. Because
Sorry,
it's not
I'm
a fucking
done.
measurement, dude.
Yeah, Ralph, I'm done, man. As long as you didn't mean to interrupt too much, I just wanted to get the answers to those questions, man.
Yeah, I think it's good for the audience because they're listening to him say that this tool can be used for a distance of forever. what's the numeric value for forever? Where did he go? Did he fucking leave?
He just left.
No, he went up. He's upstairs. What's the distance parameter to forever? Or excuse me, the numeric value for forever?
For the purpose of this, 6,371.
What? 6,371 what?
Kilometers, sorry.
That's very specific.
I don't need more for this.
You don't need more. You just pulled that number out your ass.
I can explain, but I'm patient.
No, we don't want to hear your explanations because it's you went through your presentation. Your presentation should have been able to stand to the scrutiny that you're receiving right now. But apparently, you don't know the manual working parameters. You didn't even look over it. You don't know anything about this tool to be saying that it's useful for 21 miles. You don't know anything about it, and you just hand wave dismiss my critique to you not knowing that. No, so what? It's very relevant and important for you to understand that. As somebody who uses this tool specifically for what you're using it for, you need to know what it can do and its capabilities. And if you don't know that,
I agree.
Well, good, because you're taking it out of its working parameters. If you agree with me, I can explain. No, I don't want to hear that shit. I can explain. It's like somebody saying you got caught with your hand in the cookie jar. Oh, I can explain. No, you can't. You're busted. You're exposed. You don't know the working parameters, and furthermore, you're not using them. You're saying that you can see forever. A person that uses a theodolite does not say that shit. They're specifically using it for the distance working parameters that it's useful for. Now, you don't know the specific model that you're even appealing to in your own evidence here, which is what I'm taking you through right now. You should have answered those questions specifically to me. And knowing that, you'd be able to detail what the tool can be useful for. Now, you saying forever doesn't help your case. You're not very poignant in pointing out that that should be a problem for you. But you don't, because you say you can see forever, and that's your bad.
What is the
I
distance
don't
that
need
you can see?
that
Where
claim.
does
That claim is
vision
not
fall
even
off?
necessary.
What'd you say, Peter?
That claim to see forever is not necessary for my
Yeah,
evidence.
but you don't see forever.
How do you know that?
I don't care if I see forever. I don't care.
Yeah. You said we can use this tool to see forever.
How
That
far
came
can we
out of
see?
not who's this guy?
I have
Have
no
a
idea.
seat, sir. You didn't have anything to say prior to Peter speaking up, so you can have a seat until we're done talking to him. Then we'll talk to you.
Okay, I appreciate that.
I appreciate that you having a seat. All right, Peter, back to you.
Yeah, Miggy, I only said forever because I'm giving you honest answers, but
Yeah, honest answers. You said you could see forever. You know that in the Earth being a globe or the Earth that is flat, you cannot say that you see forever on either one of those. Do you understand this? Yes or no?
yeah, let's say 50.
Okay, so yeah is the answer. So now we understand that you can't say you see forever, yet you made the claim. With this tool, you could see forever. What kind of magical theodolite do you have that you could see forever? So look at how your explanation or your evidence is riddled with logical fallacies. You don't have any information that's conducive to you knowing what the parameters are on the theodolite. Nothing. You have absolutely nothing to offer in the way of evidence, do you?
I will correct myself. Thank you.
Well, I've been doing it for you, and that's the problem that you don't understand.
.1 miles that theodolite's
permission to
accurate for.
perform self-critique.
Yeah, only 3.1 miles that's accurate. They can
Permission.
guarantee.
No,
Or
just wait.
close
Go
to
ahead.
guaranteeing it.
Go
So
ahead,
if it's
Radwin.
over 3.1 miles, that's all null and void.
That's the maximum range for this tool, 3.1 miles.
Yeah.
That you're shooting for. Okay.
How far was the observation? 21 miles, wasn't it?
21. Yep.
21. And this theodolite has a limiting parameter of its observable, measurable reliability of 3 point whatever miles. Oh.
There you
Okay.
go. What do you have to say for yourself, Peter?
For the purpose of my argument today, since we're amongst friends, I will correct myself and say that we can see up to 50 kilometers. Is that controversial?
We're talking about the device, the theodolite, and its limitation.
Well, the device can see as far as light travels, as our eyeballs, right?
Okay. And within the limitation of the device, it's only really reliable 3-4 miles.
Depends for what type of measurement.
No, it doesn't depend. People don't use a device for something that they may or may not be able to have a good, precise measurement to. They want to be as accurate as possible. So they're not going to take it outside of its known working parameters, which you have done, clearly.
Yeah. Can I ask a question?
Yeah. Yeah, is your answer. Yeah. So any logical thinking person that wants to use a theodolite for whatever purpose they're going to use it for is very specific. And yours is very ambiguous. You just, who knows? We're just shooting for forever. That's our main target, forever. They don't matter. How do you expect anybody to take you seriously when you're not even serious about what you're presenting? I don't get that.
I'm being extremely specific.
No, I asked you for specifics of the user manual, and you weren't able to give that to me. You hand-wave dismiss when I asked you that, didn't you?
That's only due to your skillful...
No, I don't care about your commentary. I'm asking you, why did you do that? Why did you hand-wave dismiss when I asked you about the user manual if you knew any relevant information to it?
Because I'm measuring a zenith angle.
It's measuring. Okay. So when you're measuring this zenith angle, you're requiring the line between the theodolite and the top of the building to be straight, even though the top of this building may or may not be in its actual location to the observer. It might be an apparent location.
Yes, Jedi. On the screen is that relationship.
Cool.
It's a line of sight measurement, right?
Yeah, I get that. And I know what you mean by zenith angle measurement. I'm just pointing out the straight line between you and the top of the building, and how much that building may or may not be in its actual location visibly to the observer with the field of light, which has got a limiting capacity of about 3-4 miles.
Yep.
Perfect. So now,
perfect.
Can I engage with Jedi for 2 minutes?
Nah. No, because you're busted, dude. None of the things that you're bringing forward is evidence of the globe curvature. And furthermore, you didn't substantiate it. You could have. You had the opportunity to do so, but you want to be dishonest in a conversation and just hand-wave dismiss the moment of point where you could have made clarity come to people's understandings about like the actual device's parameters. And you didn't do so. That was your opportunity. You could have took it, but you squandered it because you wanted to hand-wave dismiss what I said to you and just act like it didn't matter. That was your bad. Yeah, my advice to you is do better.
I would love to do better if you let me.
Yeah, but this isn't doing better. So at this current junction, what you're doing right now is grasp at straws as best you can to salvage what you could of what you just said, and you can't do it anymore. It's wrecked.
Permission to present my argument.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
wrecked,
Peter.
dude.
And once again, you're just going to stream shit when I told you to quit doing that for YouTube. But as you can see, as I posted, if we take a snapshot of one of those white buildings there, it's going to be at a different elevation, isn't it? Use the theodolite that day. So your shit's null and void.
That's your claim. I'm sorry, I can't comment on
No,
it.
it's not your claim. It's what he's presenting that you can't even. Apparently, you're not even paying attention to the conversation. Apparently. And if you choose to
That would be
hand-wave
very
dismiss,
strange since I'm leading it.
You're hand-wave dismissing a lot of people's things that they're posting just for the sake of holding to your argument.
Showed him an example of why it's not good for more than 3 miles. He doesn't understand it because he won't look at it.
Yeah, look at what he posted, Peter. Do you see it?
I do see it, yes.
What do you see that's happening there in the time-lapse footage?
Please walk me through it. It's your claim.
What do you see is happening in the time-lapse footage?
I am struggling to interpret what I see.
Yeah, well, obviously you're not being forthcoming with your honesty, are you, Peter? That honest interlocutor that you should be, you're not doing so, huh?
I'm struggling to interpret what I see.
No, he's not struggling.
Yes.
I know
I
he's
think,
not.
okay, I'm looking at it.
No, you're not struggling, sir. You just don't want to admit the truth that he just threw a debunk in your whole explanation.
Well, let me tell you what I think.
Well, what do you see?
So I think that someone who sounds like Crit sent a GIF image that shows someone who's wobbling their tool.
Oh my god, dude!
Hey,
This is a time lapse footage of Skunk Bay. Nobody's wobbling any tools. Nobody's wobbling any tools. This is a time lapse footage of a peninsula off in the distance from Skunk Bay.
Yeah,
Nobody's wobbling
it's a
tools.
weather cam. I believe it's from a weather cam that's how they observe remote places.
Isn't that just refraction?
How am I supposed to know this, guys? It's your evidence.
Isn't that just refraction? Let's listen to this guy. Yeah, isn't that just refraction? Tell
Isn't
that
it?
to Peter. Tell that to
Oh
Peter.
God. Nobody's talking to you, Brenda.
Looks like it looks.
Shut up.
It looks like it's refraction. No shit.
Refraction is a significant part of my proof.
You didn't talk about what's happening in this image yet, Peter.
It only says refraction in the image.
Yeah, but what do you see is happening though?
I see the image wobbling, going up and down.
Okay. So what did you present? A still. So what we are shown here with what he's showing you is a time lapse that happens, during the course of a day.
That's good.
That's really good because what you showed is a still image. So what we're saying is, and Jedi was pointing out, is that over time things will start to look differently.
Yeah, we don't disagree.
Well, apparently you didn't. You said there was a camera that was wobbling.
It was a lighthearted joke.
Lighthearted joke in the middle of an argument?
There was no argument being made. You
Right
asked me
now
to
there
comment
is.
on somebody's gift.
What do you
Told
mean?
you why you can't use it over that distance, and that's the reason why. So I just debunked you.
And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, he's making a lighthearted joke when there's serious conversations that need to be had about what's happening. Can we actually see what's happening with Peter the Great? He's not so great after all, is he?
I'm touched that you remember my original name.
He's Peter. Don't think things clearly. Don't think things through to the end.
I also come here because I like you, guy.
Yeah. So what?
Isn't that just light refraction? Mm-hmm.
It's great. I wanted you to actually go through your presentation so I can poke holes through all of it.
Oh, right
Amazing.
now he's no longer allowed to use that. So that's it.
Yeah, it was.
I wonder if the word refraction is in the GIF itself.
Can I ask some questions?
Yeah, we can talk to this guy. This guy was wanting to chime in after Peter. Go ahead. Desired, I think your name is.
Yeah, Desired. I was just curious, what limits vision to a certain distance, and what is that distance?
That's an important question. Now, would you say that when thinking about, first of all, do you think that the Earth is a globe? Desired? I don't want to put something on you if you don't.
As far as I've received information, I lean towards globe Earth. Yes.
Okay. Now, before we get into that about vision, I need you, first of all, we have to figure out where you are with the information, whether you know something, whether you don't know something. So, do you think that the Earth is a globe? And if you think it is a globe, can you substantiate the claim of it being a globe? We'll talk about the vision and how you can see over distance if you'd like, but
I don't know that I know enough about it to substantiate it myself, but I have seen proof that convinces me.
Right, like what? We want to know. Inquiring minds want to know.
sunlight on the underside of airplanes, 24-hour Antarctic sun in
let's
December.
let's go with the strongest one. Let's say the one you think really convinces people that the Earth is a globe.
Antarctica having a 24-hour sun.
Okay. Can you describe to me how seeing something in the sky relates to the ground having a geometric shape? Go ahead, sir.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
So the Earth is a geometric shape, right? A giant oblate spheroid, correct?
Right.
Okay. It has geometry, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So how does the sun moving about the sky tell you that the geometric shape of the Earth is what it is?
So the way I understand it is the sun sits still and we rotate around Earth rotates around.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
And based on that, you can look at that still point.
Wait. Yeah, you can't be a runaway train when I'm speaking to you. All right, so listen. When you're talking about the sun, we only see the sun going from east to west in our horizon. Is that correct?
Yes, we never see it move north, which confuses me on the flat Earth model.
I'm not.
I'd like to ask a question about that as well.
1 second, sir. But we see the sun moving east to west, correct?
Right.
Okay, so from our vantage point, we're seeing the sun move about the sky east to west. Now, that's understood. But how do you get geometry from the sun moving across the sky? Is my question to you.
So it being a fixed point, that
it's not a fixed. We don't say that it's fixed. We only make our observations and tell people what we observe. So from our observation of the sun moving east to west, how can you tell that the geometry of the Earth is what it is?
If the sun is a fixed point, and
it's not a fixed point. We're only observing the sun move east to west on our horizon from the eastern
Hey, let me give it a try when he's done.
May I? Well, look. May I say something here quickly?
Period. Spit your shit, girl. Go ahead, girl. Spit your shit, girl. Period.
Shut
What
up.
the fuck? Shut up.
All right, we're just going to talk to Desired for the moment. So our observations are of the sun moving from east to west on our horizon. Yes or
I'm
no?
saying that we are moving.
No. You're not. We haven't got there yet. We're starting first from the base axiom of our observations. That's all.
Right.
Right. So we see the sun move from east to west. Yes?
Right.
Okay. So how can you detail the geometry of the Earth from that movement of the sun?
You can look at the measurements of the speed it moves at different locations on the Earth and tell how much it's moving east to west and how much it's moving north to south. So it's going to move east to west, but along the horizon in Antarctica, whereas for someone near the equator, it's going to come from behind the Earth to below the Earth.
What?
So you're going to get two different angles that the sun is moving east to west.
Yes.
And
We've
with
covered
that, you can then measure what geometry would be necessary for those two phenomena to happen.
Okay, go ahead and tell me how you did that. I want to know specifically how that method is done.
I want to know what the speeds are as well. Do you know that?
Yeah, speeds as well. Include the speeds.
You're asking someone to actually explain calculus,
dude.
Yeah, it's calculus.
Oh, it's calculus, is it? Oh, yeah, go ahead and put in the text channel. Go ahead and put your calculus there. Everything included as how we know.
Like I said, I don't know that I can substantiate it to anybody.
Okay, then you can't substantiate it to anybody. But this was your claim as the best evidence for the Earth being a globe, is it not? Yes? Hello?
Hey, can you let someone else take over?
Not talking to you. Shut up. So, Desired, wasn't this your best evidence that you had?
He's muted.
Hold on, he's muted. All right. Wasn't this the best evidence that you had?
It's compelling to me. Yes, it's the best evidence for me.
Okay, the evidence that you didn't have is the best evidence you have.
The evidence that he doesn't. Oh.
Desired, you didn't have any evidence.
Well, I wasn't trying to present any evidence. I was trying to understand.
Oh, what the fuck, dude?
Weird.
Is that true? Coming out of the mouth of the guy who said he had evidence, all of a sudden he doesn't have evidence. Really? We waited all this time for your wonderful evidence, and now we got none. All right. Well, who's next? I'm going to unmute you, but you can have a seat now, Desire.
Vision works.
No, we're not going to talk about how vision works. If you don't even know that the sun's moving east to west, you think it's a fixed point. So you can have a seat just for a moment. We'll talk to somebody else and get back to you about vision.
Okay.
All right. Does anybody else have evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Yes.
What about the calculus guy?
Let me unmute D Orange real quick because I think he wanted to chime in.
No, I just wanted to say that you were wrong on the determination.
Okay. D Orange, do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Let me ask you before I.
D Orange, do you have? This isn't going to go very well for you in this channel.
It's going to suck all day for these guys.
I ask questions, you answer them. That's how this works. Me question, you answer.
So what about our questions?
Well, your questions can wait. These take precedence over the ones you have at the moment. So, D Orange, do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe? Yes or no?
Yes.
Excellent. Now, what evidence do you have, sir? The mic is yours.
And before you...
No, we're not beforing anything. What evidence do you have, sir?
Before you mute me...
What evidence do you have, sir? Go on. What evidence do you have?
My evidence is eat a dick.
No evidence whatsoever. All right, let's go to the next guy.
Let's go to this guy. Flatten.
Go ahead. What's your evidence that the Earth is a globe?
So you demanded calculus. No.
I didn't demand calculus. I'm not talking to you about calculus. I'm talking to you about what evidence you have for the Earth being a globe. This isn't too hard for you guys. I'm only asking you simple things.
All right, so what happens is you do see the sun, the way the sun moves across the sky.
Excellent.
In each latitude, let me finish. At each latitude, the sun's motion on a flat plane does not match.
I'm not talking about a flat plane. Once again, I'm asking for evidence that the Earth is a globe. You know what a globe is?
A 24-hour sun in Antarctica would prove that, wouldn't it?
Shut up. You've already had your chance. Now you may have a seat. If not, a red mic will be next to your name the next time you speak. So, flattened, once again, I'm not asking about flat Earth. I'm asking about globe Earth, sir. Track with what we're saying here. Globe Earth.
If you would stop interrupting you.
Globe Earth evidence. That's how it works. No flat Earth. Stop mentioning flat Earth. Go ahead.
All right, so from where I left off, the motions of the sun track with the shape of a globe. East to west in the southern hemisphere requires the orientation of the land to see that sun curve around to be 90 degrees.
Well, curve around.
90 degrees.
Curve in a 90-degree what?
Curve in a 90. Restate that again, please.
You got to stop interrupting.
No, this isn't an interruption. This is point of clarity, numbnuts. We want a point of clarity. What do you mean by curve around at 90 degrees?
I'm going to continue where I left off.
No, you're not. This isn't what you want. This is what we want. We get what we want in this channel. You don't. You answer the question, sir.
Stop interrupting the...
No, this is going to be interruptions until you answer the question. Curve around what 90 degrees?
Curving 90 degrees. I'd love to see that.
Please clarify.
I did not say that. I did not say it like that. What I said was,
please restate
where you are. No, I need to just state what I said in the first place.
No, you just restate what we ask you to. All is well. Please restate.
Then you are conceding.
Nobody's conceding. We're asking you to clarify your point.
You're interrupting the clarification.
No, I'm not interrupting you. You're going off on a tangent. Then I interrupt you. Point of clarity, what do you mean by curving around 90 degrees?
So, the way that you're standing on the Earth, and the orientation from where you at near the southern pole or the northern pole has to be 90 degrees from where you would be standing if you were on the equator. In order to see the sun move along the sky, whether you're on the equator, whether you're on the pole, you can't see the sun go around the sky in any
Doesn't
other
make
way.
sense.
That's because you're not visualizing it.
Still doesn't make sense.
You're still not visualizing it. Visualize it, and it'll make sense.
Just told you I was.
I think what he's saying is that the
No, we're not gonna
equator
divine his
and the
thoughts.
North
You're not
Pole
gonna
are
speak.
90
Stop.
degrees.
Shut
He doesn't get to state what he's saying because he's being interrupted. And so I don't
Shut
get
up.
to clearly state it.
All right, so hold on. You had a question from Jedi. He wants to ask a question. Just relax.
No, I didn't have a question. I just pointed out that it still didn't make any sense, even though I was visualizing it, trying to follow along, Sunshine.
You didn't visualize it. You are standing when you see that sun going around at the midnight sun on one part of the earth, which is the southern.
Excuse me, just a point, just a
the southern-
question. What do you mean when you
Yeah,
say
I interrupt
poles?
way too much.
Dude, what do you mean when you say poles?
For us, it is a
What does he mean for us? No. Now he did ask a question. What do you mean by pole? Answer him.
for us, the people that you call.
Stop saying for us. Just clarify what a pole is in this instance.
So for us Globers,
You keep saying for us Globers. Just clarify what a pole is.
I will, but your definition is different.
No, we don't have a separate definition of what pole is. We just want you to clarify what you mean by when you say pole. That's all.
You know what? Any of you want to come to my
Nobody's gonna go to your petri dish of a server or room. So yeah, you can fuck off if you want if you don't want to clarify what you're saying. Otherwise, you have the floor.
Well, stop interrupting.
No, we're gonna keep interrupting your dumb ass until you clarify what we ask.
and I'll provide it as I'm explaining it.
No, well then clarify what you mean by pole.
So, like I said, obviously we all know that a pole is a central point. A geometric pole is a central point where something rotates. It is a point where there's the least amount of movement in a rotation. And so we're not talking about a magnetic pole. So that's out. So from a polar position, the sun is going around or appears to be going around your fixed location, right? But the way that it's moving around has to be for a person that's on a globe because simultaneously a person at the equator is seeing the sun move around.
Okay, a person on a globe is already assuming that you're on top of a geometric shape. We haven't even gotten there yet. We have to first establish that we are on a globe before you can start saying that we have a globe. You can't do that.
And that's why I asked what he meant by poles. He's begging the question.
You're definitely begging the question. And in this case, you need to first realize that you don't have a globe. You have to establish a globe first. Go ahead.
There is no question being begged. Okay?
Yes, you just begged it by talking about your pole, saying that it's a central point with the, the way you're talking about it establishes that there's a radius already and a diameter and a circumference.
The way that I'm describing the motion of the sun establishes it.
No, motions of sun don't establish geometry. That's what I asked the previous gentleman. Go ahead, Jedi.
He's answering it from a model.
Yes, it does.
You're answering it from what you think's happening. You're not answering it from what actually is happening. So you're trying to tell us a story about the ball when its explanation is why the sun goes across the sky or why it appears differently at different locations depending on the observer or the time of year. You're answering that question from what you think.
Because I'm explaining to you the heading of the sun at any point in time and the way
you haven't.
Yeah, and how does the heading of the sun at any given point in time establish the Earth as a globe? Because that's the same line of questioning I was talking to the other gentleman about.
Because all of the positions throughout the Earth where people can see the sun move, those motions and those headings all describe what it would be like for a person on the globe.
No, that's begging the question. Begging the question right there.
How is that begging the question? He gave you
It's begging the
straightforward
question
answer.
because listen. It's begging the question because when he describes to us, he says visualize. All right, he paints the narrative of what we all like, what he wants to present. So he's saying with the poles, it's on a spinning axis on a globe, essentially. And then from there, he says his next point, and then you have to accept that his
But
first
it's
point is
true.
correct. No, it's
For
not.
a
That's
globe, for a
begging
Sit
globe,
down.
in
You're
a
in the bleachers. You're in the bleachers right now. You don't have a say. Okay. All right. So back to flatten. Begging the question, you can't do that. You have to establish the Earth as a globe before you even say that this can only work on a globe. You can't do that. So establish the globe first.
You have to do that.
No, you don't have to do that. That's what you have to do. We don't. We want you to bring the evidence that it actually is geometrically possible by showing us geometry first. Geometry first, then you can say what the sun's doing around geometry. Got
Think
it?
about what you're doing. Think about what you're doing first. We ask you to prove something, and then you're like, "Well, imagine it's already proven."
Yep.
No, we want you to prove the thing first. That's why it's begging the question.
Exactly. Go ahead.
That's not what I did. Not at all.
Yes, you did. What do you mean that's not what you did? All right. Show us geometry without begging the question. Let's see.
I'm not begging it in the first.
Yes, you are. You definitely are. Now, can you establish geometry without begging the question, sir?
I already did. Geometry of motion.
Geometry of motion. So, I want you to establish how you get radius, diameter, circumference from the motion of the sun. Go ahead.
By
what?
plotting the courses of the sun.
Plotting the courses? Jedi, do you want to say something?
No, you're fine. You mentioned something earlier about speed of the sun, north or south of the equator, but that was ages ago. Probably can't remember now.
Plotting the courses of the sun. What do you mean by that?
Because you interrupted. You keep interrupting.
Yeah, I'm going to keep doing it until you answer the question. Plotting the courses of the sun. What do you mean by that?
Okay, so again, plotting the courses of the sun from the various locations on Earth. Each location on Earth has a different apparent direction that the sun goes. If you plot all of those, you can choose, like maybe let's say each latitude, and you at the same points in time, you plot the position of the sun in the sky. You will describe a spherical.
No.
No, you won't.
No, you won't.
No, you won't. How would you describe the sun in the sky for an observer? How would you do that?
I didn't say I would. I said.
Oh, that's interesting. So then, how can anybody do it if you can't?
What do you need to do?
You interrupted.
Yeah, because we have to get a point of clarity to what you're saying.
You interrupted.
Yeah, because we have to get a point of clarity for what you're saying. That's why. So, if you can't do it, then how can anyone else do it?
Let me be clear.
Yeah,
so when you say plotting the course of the sun in the sky, depending on different observers, how would you do this? How would you describe the sun in the sky?
I already described it. Each person is plotting what they see the sun doing, the apparent motion of the sun in the sky. Each person is
plotting means something, whether that's in three-dimensional space or a coordinate system or a bearing. You said plotting. That's going somewhere. So
no, it means that you can put down, trace it on a piece of paper or on a grid, what you see in the sky, and then you compare that to the other observers in other parts of the world.
Didn't you say you couldn't do that? You said I can't do that. Why did you say that?
I did not. You cut me off.
Okay, so you could do that, right?
You cut me off.
You're talking about. Sorry.
So I said that multiple people can do this at this.
Dude, you're now talking about the ground position of the sun across the Earth, correct? Tracing it out.
Multiple people.
Yeah.
He's not answering your question.
I'm answering the previous question first.
You're talking about
all of the people in different latitudes can plot the course of the sun in the sky.
Okay,
they will show only possible on a globe how the sun is.
That's begging the question again.
Yeah, without that, I'm asking you very specific questions about this line that you're plotting. Is this line that you're plotting the ground position of the sun, where the sun is directly overhead 90 degrees at the zenith of that point on the floor.
So, to the first question, did you get?
No. Answer his question. We don't move until you answer the questions. Answer his question, please.
Last interruption, and I'm out.
When
Oh,
he's
no,
done,
you
I
can
would like
dip.
to have a
You
chat.
can dip one. Sure. We're gonna wait till he dips. All right, he dipped. All right, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. Whoever's next. He didn't want to answer your question. He can.
Oh yeah. My bad. My mic's kind of low. Let me turn you up.
All right, Nick. Do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
I have strong implications, I would say. Yeah.
No. Not strong implications. We're already
Oh.
off to a bad start. I need
He
evidence of the
implies
Earth being
it
a globe.
strongly towards you.
Yeah, we don't.
Yeah, well, let me say yes then. I have very strong
Excellent.
evidence. Cool.
That sounds great.
And
Go
I'm
ahead.
going to use myself and my own scientific inquiry as an example because, as a matter of fact, as like some people here know, I just returned from Cuba.
Wait, I have to ask a question. Are you going to use your iPhone camera on a boat when you climb a ladder and take a picture of it?
No, that already defeated you guys. I'm going to try a different route this time.
All right.
Otherwise,
Did
it
you
isn't
say
fun.
you're using scientific inquiry?
Yeah, you know who this is.
No, I don't. Who is it?
What's his face that used to be in here a lot? I forgot his first name.
His previous profile picture was a skeletal hand holding a rose.
Yeah.
AT was my name.
AT was his name.
I don't know
I don't
why
know.
I was muted though. That was
I
kind
don't
of
know if you're
weird.
skirting a ban either. That's kind of weird. I think you might be. I'll look into it. What was your evidence?
I mean, it's good to hear that you're thinking now. Wasn't always like that.
Nick, what was your
But
evidence?
so here's the thing, right? I just went to Cuba and it was
Nobody cares about your color commentary. Get to the evidence, sir.
oh how
Go ahead.
rude. This
We're gonna keep getting this way until you give us the evidence of the Earth being a globe.
yeah the evidence is here. So I flew in an airplane.
Okay, flying in an airplane. So we're gonna show evidence that the Earth is a globe because you flew in an airplane. What did you do?
I flew to Cuba, therefore the Earth is a globe.
What did you do in your airplane to measure that the Earth is a globe? Go ahead, Nick.
I mean, it's funny you say go ahead when you
Yeah, but you're not going ahead, are you? So go ahead.
Yeah, so I flew to Cuba and then I flew to New Zealand. And the thing about that is it only works on a globe and I
Well there you have it. Isn't that easy? You see how easy that was, Nick? You begged the question just like the previous guy did. All begging the question. That's it. It has to be a globe, guys. Duh. I flew in an airplane. Anybody else got evidence that the Earth is a globe?
You cannot fly over the flat surface. Did you know that?
I'm a Cuban refugee and I swam here on the door. Does that count?
Yeah, only if the door was big enough for two people. Then yeah, because you actually can get the curvature of the Earth that way.
It was hard. I had to go over a mountain of water.
What's up, dude?
I don't know. I was listening on the live stream. That was funny as hell, man.
And we get these guys to squirm and all kinds of shit. Maybe we can ask the deep thinkers of this chat. How about Rich Evans? Does he know the Earth is a globe? Go on, Rich. Let's hear your fountain of wisdom. Pour forth and flood this chat.
Please, not him.
Oh shit! Now unless we want to go back to AT.
Let's go back to OT. His scientific inquiry about flying places.
Wonderful. Yeah, so I tracked it on my GPS and I tracked it on the airplane's GPS, and both of those have coordinates and they have a flight route and a flight map. And well, the thing about it is they went around in a circle. They didn't go in a square, and there was no edge. And that flight route, that flight route that I took.
Square, and there was no edge, dude.
No,
calm
you're
down.
not listening. You're not listening. The route.
What edge? What edge,
Okay,
man?
go on, dude. Go on.
What edge?
Well, that's a
You
good
just
question.
confessed to
There is
you just
the
confessed to a
imaginary one,
felony.
I
Why
would
was your
say.
phone on?
You can have your phone on. There's Wi-Fi in the airplane. You just got to pay for it.
But man, why are you saying edge and nobody said edge?
It's almost as if you can have an original term or idea.
Yeah, but nobody's claiming edge apart you.
Nor
No,
square.
I'm claiming the absence of one, right?
Yeah, so are we.
There was one.
Absence of edge.
Yeah,
But who is
so
claiming edge? You are claiming edge, nobody else.
no. So if you listen and perk your ears up, right, you might learn something. So
Okay.
I'm saying
Find me that.
globe,
Okay.
no edge, globe
Yes,
around,
Globe has an edge.
Okay.
Globe has an edge.
globe around,
Can you-
circle, airplane,
No,
fly,
no.
good holiday.
Globe has edge.
Can you teach me this? What sphere is doing in distance?
What's what doing in the distance?
Sphere, ball.
Oh, well, it's curving everywhere, but it's
Okay. And
it's
how
a-
you
there's
can how you can show that?
well, you can show that if you have something out the window that you look at, it's going to be very tiny, but you're going to be able to see it go. Hey, I'm answering your question,
Yeah,
right?
I know,
But I ask another one
I want to help you. Is it
after
any
I'm done.
scale?
I don't need help.
Okay, great. Is it any scale there that, for example, it's saying it is curving there on that precise distance and with that kind of drop?
I mean, your question is kind of all over the place. Are you asking if it curves only in one place, or are you asking for a measurement?
Let's say on 10 miles, is it possible that we know how much is dropped there?
Yeah, it's possible. Sure.
Okay. And if we don't have that drop, what then?
Well, then either you're wrong in what you think, or it's not what we.
What if reality, nature, it's presented like that? That you see the 10 miles of the flatness, there is no curve. What then?
Well, I mean, I'm sure you know this, but it depends on the height of the observer, right? So if you're in an airplane, you're going to see much further. Wait, why are you sparking out, man? Come on.
I'm adding only. I'm
It's
listening.
Thursday night. You don't gotta be so aggressive.
I know. You said what? It depends of the height. I said, what if is height 1 foot? What then?
Yeah, but the thing about an airplane, it's quite above that, right?
Yeah, I know. With more elevation, yeah, of course.
I
with
mean,
more
with the way you're
elevation,
talking, I highly doubt it.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
with more height you can see more. That I'm saying. But with the less height, how much you can see on the sphere?
You tell me, dude. I don't know anybody who's 1 feet
I
high.
don't know. So can we look together on Google?
Earth is flat like your mama's ass, man.
Can we look together on the Google? Can we look together on the Google? I don't know. Also,
We
how
can
much
look together on the Google. Yes, let's do it, man.
Okay. Can you talk like this with the 6 foot height? How much we can see?
Wait, I
on
thought this
the
was a we thing. Why am I doing it? Come on, man.
Okay, it's a 3 miles, man, with the 6 foot height.
Nice.
Okay.
But you
know
said
what
1
we
foot,
see?
right? So now you switched it. That's kind of weird.
Yeah,
Are you
now
tracking your own questions?
Okay, man, can I finish?
Don't argue with me.
I will come back to the 1 foot. With the 6 foot height, they are saying the geometrical horizon is on 3
Wait,
miles.
who's they? Who's they? Come on.
Who's saying every educational system in every country?
Every single one? Damn,
Every
your
single
case is weak then, huh?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but that it's written in every educational system that there is the 3 miles.
They're
5
all wrong
kilometers.
according to you, huh? That's crazy.
You can find if I'm wrong. You can find out maybe I'm wrong. What I'm saying.
I
now,
already
but
did.
that-
It's not a maybe, but go on.
Yeah, that's the size of the Earth. The radius and everything. That's what I'm telling you.
That's not
the
what a
size
radius is.
Okay, the
You
radius
are
is-
looking
the
for
radius is-
circumference.
Okay, the radius is 3,959 miles. But I told you where is the geometrical horizon.
Wait, how do
with
you
that
know that? Did you dig a hole? Why are you making all these
I'm
claims?
telling you what is written in all educational system in all countries.
Oh, right. Okay.
Okay, that means that you study that, I study that, everybody studied that. That means that's the size of the Earth. Do you understand that?
I get the claim, sure.
Okay, that means with the 6 foot height we can see 3 miles, but with 1 foot observer height in reality we can see 10 miles.
All right, why is that?
I am asking you, why is that?
Oh, you stole my question. That's cool.
Okay,
Well,
I will
dude,
tell
you
you
have
why
to
that.
answer why that is.
Because there is
So
a 10 miles of flatness. That's why.
Not you, not you. The other guy has to answer why you're seeing 10 miles on a ball.
wait, I think you guys might be a little bit confused, and it's all right. I'm not here to get anybody. I'm here to find out, right? So I'm talking about an airplane, and you're talking about ground level. It sounds like maybe
Yeah.
we're on a different
Does the
page.
Earth
Can I
curve
ask you
when
a
you're in the
question?
Perhaps
air?
it would help to align
If
the
Earth
Does the
is
Earth
conversation.
curving,
curve
if,
when you're
if
in
Earth
the
is
air?
curving, if Earth
Hey,
is curving for
Radwin, is this the guy that was supposed to debate you on the stream for us?
yeah.
No, flattened destruction was
Oh,
posted.
okay.
I
If
don't
it
debate people on stream.
Nick, Nick,
It
if Earth
suck
is
for their
curving from the
audience.
aeroplane, Nick, if Earth is curving from aeroplane, does it also curve from the ground?
Wait, can you repeat that? If it curves from what? Does it also curve from the ground?
If you're in an aeroplane and you see the curvature, can that curvature also be on the ground because you saw from the aeroplane?
Well, yeah, that follows.
Okay, that means it will be on the ground. And observation saying that the geometrical horizon will be on 1.22 miles with the 1 foot observer height. We have the 10 miles observation with 1 foot observer height.
Cool. Give me the script. Give me a question.
Give me the question. Why we don't have the geometrical horizon on 1.22 miles?
Oh, so we circle back to that. Why do we waste like 3 minutes? So,
I'm asking you this question. Why Earth is not curving?
well, it is. You're now making a negative claim. So if you're going to say that it's not,
If
you would have to substantiate that. That's kind of how
I'm telling
conversation
you
works.
now,
So either ask a question or don't.
I'm telling you now, with this given size, what they are saying, with this radius, 3,959 miles, the geometrical horizon should be 1.22 miles. We check that in reality, and it doesn't match. Not only doesn't match, it's off for 1,000%.
Geometry, lost in geometry. Let me help you out. You did this 2 times now, right? The third time I'm going to hold you to it. But you just made another negative claim where you say it doesn't do it, right? So if you say it again, I'm going to hold you to it and you're going to have to prove your own claim, okay? And it's going to be you. All right.
Okay, I don't care to say my claim. I have a proof. I have a proof of 10 miles of flatness. That's my claim.
All right. Then let's see it.
Okay, I will post it now in a voice text chat. Okay.
Cool.
Just a second. Give me a second.
But you realize now the conversation is about you disproving a globe Earth, not me proving a globe Earth, right? I'm just letting you know that now it's shifted. All right?
Yeah,
All right?
yeah. You want to prove the globe Earth?
Yeah, well, we're past that now, right? Because you did this 3 times. So now you have your go, and then I have...
If you want to stop me, you can prove the globe. It's all right.
I mean, I was trying to do that, and I told you 3 times, and you were persistent. So let's go with it now. And you said you posted something in chat.
Let's go with this, and you can look, be intellectually honest, and find what is going on, and then you can prove the globe. Is that all right?
Yeah, but you still haven't posted anything, so I'm waiting.
I don't post now. Sorry, I'm speaking with you.
All right, multitasking is for women, after all.
Okay, great. Are you macho?
No, I'm very feminine. That's why I can multitask.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
You sound happy about that.
Oh yeah, I'm very ugly and not macho at all. People have seen me on cam. I'm scrawny kid.
There it is.
Oh, you reposted an image that you didn't have. You didn't create this. I've seen this before. So you said you have proof. This is not your proof. This is someone else's proof. So.
So she doesn't need to know. Oh, you want my?
Yeah, you said you had proof that you had measured. Right?
Okay, this is in Santa Barbara. You're correct. This is not. I didn't do that video.
Yeah, I know. That's what I said. Yeah.
Yeah, you want my proof?
Yeah, I mean, you said you had proof, so yeah, it follows that you would then post your own proof.
My proof. Okay, I cannot post my proof. I will tell you my proof. Okay.
Okay, go for it, man.
Okay. Do you know what is Hungarian plane?
No, I don't.
Do you know what is Hungary?
Yes, it's a country, right?
Okay, Hungarian plane. It's a plane. It's flat plane and it's touching the Slovakia, Ukraine, almost half of the Hungary, Croatia, and Serbia. And that's the plane, flat. It's not curving, you know. And I'm born there. And when you come there, that we call that ravnica. And ravnica means in Croatian flat sea. Do you
All
understand?
right, I'm following.
I'm asking myself why we call that big surface flat sea? Because it's curving or because it's what?
Well, now you're doing what someone else was criticized for just
You
earlier,
ask me,
right? You're begging a question and you're
no
saying,
man,
why is
no man,
something this
man.
way?
You ask
It
me,
has then to
for
then be. Wait, why are you over talking me? I'm being very honest and I'm waiting my turn. So please
yeah.
do
I
that.
want to finish my
Okay?
proof.
Well, because you're wrong.
You asked me for my proof. I
Yeah, but
posted
you
the
haven't
proof.
given any. No, you haven't
I'm
posted
giving
anything.
you proof.
You've said
Okay,
it
great.
verbally and you
Okay,
still haven't
did you?
done it. So
Okay, great. Did you take a flight to Cuba? Did you take a flight?
yes, I did.
Good. Now you listen to me. That's good. I will take a flight to Cuba, but I don't need. I'm flying to Europe from
It's a
UK.
crazy country, let me tell you, communist,
Okay.
man.
Yeah, great. Can you take a car travel from the Budapest to Croatia? Not to the airplane, the car, and do that travel, you know, and then tell me what did you experience meanwhile that's traveling, you know, that 200 kilometers. When you do that 200 kilometers, then you tell me what did you see, you know, how much mountains did you see, how much you do you know how much elevation change did you see? You understand?
I understand what you're saying, but I'm
Yeah,
failing
but for
to.
example, if you
Okay,
take
now you're over
that
talking again.
okay.
I mean, the next time you're going to do it, I'm just going to keep talking until I'm done, and then maybe you can go. But this time, go ahead. Oh, I thought you were eager to get something off your chest. Well,
No, you
so
will get your space. You will get your space.
cool. So I appreciate that. So here's the thing. I have something that I want to prove, but you paused that and you had to insert your own proof. You still haven't given that. And now what you're trying to do is say, well, I have this other place and you should go there by car, and then that is my proof. Well, that doesn't really hold in this conversation. You can see that.
But
I'm
we need
sure,
to take a
right?
flight
So,
to. Should we take a flight to Cuba, maybe?
I mean, if what you want to do is hear
Should
my
we take a
position,
flight to Cuba or should we take a drive from the Budapest? What is better for you?
I haven't driven that route that you're talking about, so I don't know if it's even valid to prove it. Okay? I mean, now you're again over talking. So as I said before, now I'm just going to finish my point and you can listen. So I don't know why you brought up a different route than the one that I presented, and I don't know where your proof is. You still haven't posted that. So are you going to concede to your negative claim that the Earth is not a globe?
Are we speaking about the surface or about the flights?
We're speaking about the surface all around, right?
How we will know the surface? How we will measure the surface with the airplane or with the on the ground?
Well, you can do either one, I'm sure.
You can do with the aeroplane, measure the surface of the Earth.
You can do it in any place. Yeah, it's just devices are required. But I didn't talk about that I had measured the whole Earth. I said the flight route that I had, right, just recently, because I did go there. I did a long travel for a month, and you can see that I wasn't on the server for a month, right?
Information.
You can even probably look up my IP connections and see that I'm actually telling the truth.
But listen to this information.
There's misinformation. That's crazy.
No, listen.
Another claim.
Listen this information. They, whoever they are, who brought that number, the size of the Earth, they have that number before invasion of the aeroplane. Do you know that?
I know there exists a measurement that is used today, and that measurement was derived before we had airplanes. Sure. What is the point?
Can we go back? Can we go back?
Hurry up and get rid of this slower.
I'm kind of falling asleep here. I'm still waiting for your proof. It takes a long time.
We're waiting for your proof. We're waiting for your proof.
Well, I was paused.
Why don't you take over for a minute?
Give us a syllogism how a flight to Cuba proves the Earth's a globe. Give it to us. The syllogism.
Right. I mentioned 2 flight routes actually. One
Yeah,
from
I
Europe
want
to
the
Cuba.
syllogism, dude. I want
And
the syllogism. You said it's a proof. Syllogism, please. How it can
well,
even be done, assuming everything you said.
yeah, right. So the logical implication of those flight routes, right?
No, I want to hear the logic. I don't want you to say there's a logical. I want to hear the logic
Yeah,
behind it.
yeah. I'm presenting that, so don't interrupt. The
No,
logic
don't tell
is
me
that
not to
if you have,
interrupt. No, just don't say there's logic. Show the logic.
are you a kindergartner?
No, I'm
Then
keeping you on
why
point.
are you acting like one?
I'm keeping you on point, dude. You don't still get to say the word logic as if there is logic. I want to actually hear the logic because you don't have any logic.
Yes, I do.
Okay, at best you would have an inference.
No,
Do inferences
deductive.
prove things?
Hmm?
I'll give us the
You know what
deductive syllogism.
wait, you know what syllogism is, right?
Yeah, I know exactly what it is.
Great.
Give
So
us your
you know
syllogism.
deduction is absolutely a part of syllogism. You should know that.
Yes, I know, and I know you can't
Then
form one. Otherwise, you
don't
would
cut
have
me
done it.
off and spurg out when I say deduction, right? Because it's absolutely on point.
So let's hear it.
Great. So the logical deduction is those flight routes put on a map accordingly will only work, and it does work, on a globe. It does
Okay,
that
that's your
because the map that we have and that I can post, right? It goes left and it goes suddenly appearing right, right? On the Mercator map. Now, it's not like there's a teleportation going on. It's just that the Mercator map presented flat, right, is a globe mapped on a flat plane so you can look at it on a screen or on a map, a physical map. But if you wrapped it around a globe, it works perfectly with the flight route that I mentioned, right? You go left and then you end up right in New Zealand, and then you go right and you end up in Cuba again, and then you go to Europe, which is exactly what I did, right?
Okay, cool story. Now I want to
So
hear the
where
logic.
does the logic break down in your head?
You didn't say any logic.
Okay, listen again closely. The
Yeah,
map.
no, I did. You didn't say any logic.
Maybe it would help you if
conclusion.
right.
Premise, conclusion.
Premise is you don't teleport, so that flight route,
Okay,
when you talk about, look at mapped on a Mercator map. Yeah.
Stop, dude. Just stop.
Stop what?
You don't teleport.
Just begging the question, the logical fallacy. That's what you say. Logic. It's a logical
I'm
fallacy.
sorry, I don't think you know what begging the question is.
You're proposing the
You are
spirit.
asserting that the people who think that the Earth is flat is asserting that the Earth is a Mercator map shape. That is not the case.
Well,
So
give me a
you're
map then.
attacking a straw man. You're attacking a straw man.
Let me steel man it then, or you could perhaps help me out. So what is the map that I
the fuck out of it and said, well,
No, you're gonna let him run away
traveled
from his point.
east
Don't do that.
towards Asia from the United States or Cuba, whatever you want to say.
Cuba,
And I
and then
didn't
Panama.
teleport. I actually didn't appear around a square. I didn't go around a square. You said that earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And so now you're bringing up a Mercator map saying that, well, it's not the shape of the Mercator map because I did all of this stuff, so it's obviously not that. It must therefore be a ball.
I'm saying on a Mercator map, the flight route that I took, it would be as though you teleported when you go left from Cuba to Panama to New Zealand. You would
use that
teleport.
then. Yeah, don't use that then.
Then what map do you use? Enlighten me.
When you would teleport, what are you talking about? From where? Give those 3 locations again.
Okay, I'm gonna post it in chat, and maybe you can look at it, and we can draw some lines together. How about that? We can all draw. Yeah. We love drawing.
Hey,
So
I have a quick question. Do you think flat earthers think Earth is a Mercator map?
I don't know what you guys think. I don't want to assume your position. I'm saying
use
that
the military map if you want. Plot your flights on that military map.
Yeah, it sounds like a Pearl Harbor claim. Like, oh, how did Japan attack Pearl Harbor? Here's a Mercator map. You have to teleport.
Well, yeah, on a Mercator map, you would have to teleport. So
You're an idiot.
Wow, what a great rebuttal.
Yeah.
It's an observation of reality,
An
basically.
ad hom fallacy from the fellas.
Not an ad hoc. He's not trying to
I
prove
did
it.
not make a claim with an ad hoc.
An ad hom is a claim.
No.
So you're wrong again.
No, it didn't
You're
accomplish.
dumb as fuck. An ad hom is when you're trying to disprove or prove a proposition based upon some personal attribute of the opponent.
And
He's just
idiot
calling you an
doesn't
idiot
apply?
because you're an idiot.
Interesting.
Yeah, so there's insults, but an ad hom is part of a debate argument.
Yes,
He's not
and
using
when
it
you
as
say
part of that.
you're an
He's just
idiot,
insulting.
therefore you're no idiot means
No,
that
it's
you.
not you're an idiot, therefore you're wrong. You're just an idiot.
No, that's not what happened. You can think that's what happened, but it wasn't what happened.
He's right. That is what happened. I just said you're an idiot.
I mean, we can all lie.
Yeah, I could have said you're
maybe...
wearing a blue shirt, right?
Yeah,
I could have said you're wearing a blue shirt. That's not an ad hom.
No, but if you say you're wearing a blue shirt, therefore you're wrong, then that is an ad hom, and you are doing that.
Yeah, well, I just think you're an idiot. So.
Well, keep that thought to yourself, perhaps.
How does GPS work, Nick? What coordinate system is
It's a global positioning system that uses triangulation.
No, it doesn't use triangulation.
Yeah,
it uses trilateration. And it's also on a flat plane. You know that, right? So it's on an ECF, Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no latitude and longitude.
Can you give me the G in GPS?
Oh yeah, that's your proof. They named it.
No, it's global.
It is global. Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah. Is this the level? This is the level. Your proof is they named it GPS. That's your proof.
I mean, you shouldn't even really bring up GPS because that involves satellites, which is also a flat Earth debunk, right?
No, it doesn't involve satellites. Look up differential GPS. It's all over the place.
Yeah, but that's not what a GPS colloquially is. So no, you're incorrect again.
So no, differential GPS. Your GPS receiver
differential.
Will see it as a satellite. But listen, it will see it as a satellite, but it's actually ground based. Your GPS doesn't know where the signal came from.
So you're wrong again, and I can educate you.
It's not a two-way communication, Nick. It's not a two-way communication system. It's a passive beacon.
Listen. If you want to use a different GPS, that is fine. But we're talking about GPS.
No, we're talking about the same GPS that you don't know how it works.
All right. So the global positioning system, right, has a receiver.
Yeah, how does it work?
Yeah. It has a receiver, a satellite, right? Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily.
Okay, then prove that it doesn't use satellites, because I can prove that it does. We're not talking about differential GPS.
I'm going to give you a history lesson. Okay, there's a project called
It's the same fucking thing. They just call it differential GPS. It's just a different name. But it's the exact same radio signal that goes out. The same Rhinex message. Everything's the fucking same.
Yeah, but the problem with ground-based location systems is that in order for that to work globally, you have to have way more bases scattered throughout. You don't have that in practice. It's not how it works. We have satellites because there are areas that aren't covered from ground bases. That's why you have satellites.
Yeah, that's a cool story, but that's not true.
It's not. It's
you only look at this because you think there's a flaw in the way. The very thing you're trying to prove, Nick.
Look at this link, homie. It's literally what it is.
Oh, really? Oh my God! It says it in the title. It says global positioning system, and it even says the word satellite. Oh my God! That's amazing proof. But what's GPS spoofing?
Instead of making a mockery out of yourself by changing your voice, how about you engage with the actual logical argument?
You don't know what you're. I don't need to read your article. There's no evidence in your article. It's just their claim, and you're repeating their claim.
No, I looked up while I was talking. Proof for GPS.
You looked up what you already believed? That's crazy.
Wait, what do you mean?
Yeah, you look up what you already believed.
That's called reaffirming.
There's no evidence in this. I'm going to read this, right? I'm going to skim this. I'm going to look for any piece of evidence.
Skim it like milk, okay?
Yeah, so there's no evidence of their claim in here. It's just a bunch of claims.
Yeah, so in line, let me see, section 1, 2, 3, 4. In section 4, line 1.
Yeah?
Yeah. The satellite system,
A diagram? Like
No,
what?
no. The
So
fourth
where's the evidence, dude? The evidence. You know what evidence is?
Am
It's
I getting
data.
through here, or what's going on?
No, evidence is data. It isn't claims, right?
Yeah, it is. But data is
Okay,
also.
so where's the evidence?
I'm reading the evidence to you.
No, that's not evidence. That's a claim. Okay, there's a difference between claims. So that person saying GPS works like XYZ. Yeah, we want the evidence for that.
So you want me to prove GPS?
No, we want the evidence that it comes from a fucking satellite, nitwit.
Maybe ask a question that's direct, and then we can get back.
Okay,
Because
it
right
is a
now
direct
it's
question.
all
We
over.
want the evidence that the GPS signal not only comes from a satellite, that it can only come from a satellite.
No, I said it uses satellites.
Yeah, cool story, bro.
You said it
Got any
doesn't.
evidence for that? Got any evidence for that other than someone else claiming the same thing you're claiming?
So I need to find evidence that GPS uses satellites. Gotcha. I'll find that for you. Give me a moment.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, awesome. Data. I'll
And what
find
type
what I
of
already
data?
believe happens.
And what type of data would suffice? Just
It's
so
your
we're on.
claim. You go find it. It's your claim.
Yeah, but you asked for something, so I'm asking you
It's
to clarify.
your claim, dude. It's your claim.
Okay. Perk your ears up, right? So if I ask you for an apple and you say, "What's an apple?" I tell you it's red or green and it's globe shaped.
Yeah, you give me an apple and say, "This is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about an apple," right?
Right. So I'm asking you. The thing you're asking for, me proving
Your
that
evidence.
GPS utilizes satellites, right? Would
I
that
want
be
your
a picture
empirical
of a
evidence.
satellite? Would it be a claim from somebody who owns a satellite? Would it be what would it look like? What would suffice?
You tell me. It's
I'm
your
gonna try
evidence.
one more time, okay? I'm gonna be real patient with you, homie. So if I ask for
Okay,
something,
you think that you have a GPS receiver and those radio signals come from fucking outer space satellites?
yes.
I want the evidence for that. The physical, empirical evidence for that.
Physical, empirical.
Yes.
So I would bring you a satellite? What do you mean by physical?
I don't know. Oh my God.
You don't know what you're asking for.
Okay.
You're claiming
the
that
evidence that your radio signals that your receiver is picking up comes
I
from a
think this
satellite. That
a
fucking
bit of
evidence.
no disrespect, but I think it's a bit of word salad for your end. So maybe have a
Now
concrete
it's word
question.
salad. Okay,
Yeah.
the evidence. I'll speak slow. I'll speak in retard. Listen, the evidence that your GPS receiver that you took on your plane to Cuba, that those radio waves come from a satellite in outer space and not somewhere else, and that they can only come from a satellite from outer space. Because your conclusion, based upon your GPS reading, was that this can only work on a globe. So you need to exclude all other possibilities.
Right. So you're
Right.
kind of like being deceptive here because
Yeah, I know you're talking about me. Shut the fuck up. You're never going to answer. So just shut up. Radwin, you still here?
Yeah.
Dude, plan destruction is like one of the dumbest motherfuckers in this topic. And listen, you know how far down you have to go to be in the dumbest category. Okay.
Yeah.
I debated him at X, dude. It was like I couldn't believe how dumb this dude was. He can't even it was to the point where I thought he was mentally ill because he can't even follow what you're saying.
He just conceded that all we really can argue about is flat Earth measurements because nobody will talk about the sky with him.
He doesn't know anything. I could post shit to my interactions on X, dude. He thought that a boat will be blocked by curve before the horizon. This dude actually argued this shit for 2 days. That if the boat is in front of the horizon, that the boat can still be blocked by the curve of the Earth.
Oh.
I'm not sure how that works
They come up
exactly.
with anything, really. I mean, it's whatever they can try to imagine they think is real.
No, it's because look, he put a thing on his X. I got him blocked now because he's just too fucking dumb. that I will delete my account and say the Earth is flat if someone can disprove one globe claim or some shit like that, if I remember right. So I gave him the RC boats disappearing before, disappearing on that lake. So he had to say, so he didn't have to delete his account, that a boat can disappear before the horizon. And he really argued that for 2 days. Which I don't know how. If the horizon is the edge of the ball, I don't know how it can disappear before the edge of that ball.
Schrodinger's horizon.
Just in chat, he's having a hard time. And he's listening to us on YouTube, and he just heard that we let people go on and on and on, but he won't stick to a point. So he wants to go off somewhere else, and we got to get him to agree to certain standards, and that's it.
I'm wondering how they're going to respond if I start accusing Globers who bring up satellites of being Pac-Man Earthers, because that's what ECF is. It's a Pac-Man Earth model that's flat.
Well, I mean, like, okay, but like, what if you went out on a hiking trip, you know what I mean? And you know you're not going to have cell service out there. Would you bring a satellite phone or?
How do satellite phones look like?
I got like a Garmin that's satellite based. It's pretty small.
Okay, but do they have a large antenna?
This one has a pretty regular sized antenna, I think. I don't know where it is.
How far do you think radio signals can go without a satellite?
It depends on the energy put into and the device and you that's sending them.
I mean,
pretty
that's
far.
one
You can send
factor.
them you can send them pretty far. They travel at the speed of light, so they can go theoretically into infinity if they're not
No,
obstructed.
I mean on the surface of the Earth. That's what we're talking about. On the surface of the Earth.
From one point to the next. Oh,
Yeah.
so they bounce off the atmosphere. I think like at high frequency ones, but not very far. Like a regular radio antenna, like a third of your state, maybe. I'd say. I don't know exactly.
What if I told you 10,000 miles?
If you're pointing it and directing it up, yeah, that would be okay.
What do you mean directing it up? 10,000 miles? You think you can be on the North Pole and talk to the fucking South Pole?
So, no, you can't do that. But so you
Okay. So that's
I would
12,000 miles.
I don't want to
But
talk
we
about
know,
that.
but we know we've had radio communication of 10,000 miles as far back as 1918.
Right. So would you use a satellite phone if you went out camping in like the Northern Territories in Canada, or?
Well, I mean, you can call it a satellite phone, but it's not.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Just curious.
Because see, the thing is, you think it's a satellite phone, and just like this other dude in here, you guys think that there's a big ball hump of fucking Earth in the way between point A and point B. So you think that I have to have a satellite in order to talk to that other place because the Earth's a ball. Well, if the Earth's not a ball, you don't need a satellite because you pretty much have a line of sight obstructed by mountains or trees or whatever, and that will create Fresnel zones, right? So you don't need satellites. They're not necessary. They've never been necessary. And we've known this since the early 1900s.
Hello, friends.
And the propagation distance depends on power and frequency.
Exactly, that's why a satellite phone is just a very strong receiver. much more stronger as a receiver than your typical smartphone. That's all it is. It's a stronger receiver, therefore you are most likely to get better signal from far distant towers where your phone would have already died a long time ago, reaching these signals. Or
And who's the
receiving.
carrier, and how much does it cost to make a phone call?
Well, I think the important part, really, that's the big tell, is the quality of the phone call, right? So if you don't have to pack as much data into it, you can have a lot of loss, right? So if I can say like one word and then it takes like 10 seconds for response, and the response is like garbled fucking noise, right? So the less information you have to transmit, like you can have a noisy signal and use that, right? If I'm sending just like Morse code, I can send that very, very far because it's only just dot, dot, dash. Plus we have signal processing techniques they didn't have a long time ago, right? Where we can actually, since we know the source, we can actually, and this is how Collins radio, which happened to talk to freaking, that was what Admiral Byrd's technology was, a guy named Arthur Collins that created a radio system and sold it to the military. So they talked from Little America, which is in Antarctica, and they sent the signal all the way to it's called Riverside on Long Island, which is in New York City. They also talked to the Secretary of State of the United States at when JFK was shot, and told him to turn his plane around from the middle of the Pacific, because he's somewhere between California and Hawaii, or between Hawaii and what do you call it, Japan. So he said, "Hey, the plane's been shot. Turn your plane around." So how'd they do that? There was no satellites.
The same way the Concorde flew over the Pacific Ocean with no satellites, just ground-based navigation technology, which is awesome, which is freaking awesome. Did my internet die?
This dude, flat and destruction. Dude, flat and destruction. You're a fucking moron. Curvature isn't in degrees. Okay? Earth curve is not measured in degrees, dude. I really have to go on Twitter to fucking post this shit again. Dude, this dude is so dumb, dude. It actually is like painful inside to even deal with this person.
Well, Global's gotta learn.
Curvature, dude, a degree is a separation of two lines. The angle formed by the separation of two lines. That's not curvature, you in buffoon, dude. See, this is the bullshit he does, right? You'll sit there and argue with him about something that's so dumb for hours and hours and hours. Like, I can't believe that this is a real person.
Maybe it isn't.
No, I talked to him. I debated him on frickin' X. The fucking thing is, I recorded it and didn't record my own voice. It pisses me off. Because on Discord, when I record it, it actually record my voice. So I don't have to, in OBS, I don't have to, like, unmute my mic. But I didn't realize on X that you have to do that. And fucking, I recorded his voice, not mine. But I got witnesses. That's good enough.
Most glowers are lost in the source, man. Completely lost in the source.
Let me tell you where he got this curvatures degrees thing. Okay, I'll just tell you because they have there's a PDF about building a road and figuring out the amount of curvature in a road, and they do use degrees for that. He thought somehow that was applicable to the fucking globe, and this dude is fucking won't let go of it. It's fucking dumb as shit, dude. This dude is just a fucking dumb fuck.
He seems like it. He doesn't want to do any. He doesn't want to debate on this stream. He wants it private, all that shit. So,
Oh yeah, the dumb ones are always the ones that hide in the chat. Is no one talking?
it's Jerry and Elaine.
Who's talking? We had a lot of talking going on. We need some proving.
What is there to prove? That the Earth is what it represents itself to be? Nothing to prove there. It's just a matter of either accepting or stay in denial.
I meant the claim jumpers. the stuff that's like needs proof because it doesn't exist anywhere. So it has to be proven because it doesn't exist anywhere. That's
The
what
great thing. The great thing about being a quote unquote flat earther is this: I don't need to prove anything. The earth is what it is. Therefore, there's nothing to prove. If you go outside and the earth represents itself to be a certain way, that's it. No discussion. If it's horizontal, it's horizontal. If it's sea level, it's sea level. That's it. I don't know where there's anything, no necessary proof needed.
I was gonna do magic tricks when I was little with gravity. I was gonna do like gravity magic tricks. I was gonna make like a rounded sandcastle. Like a dome. I was gonna make it myself with my hands, and then I was gonna scrape the top to where it's horizontal. Then I was just gonna come back in a week, and it was gonna be domed up again. I'm gonna scrape the top, and it'll be horizontal, and I'll come back, and gravity's gonna keep making it into a dome. I was gonna show gravity magic, but it never worked. Gravity never made it into a sphere again for me. How long does it take gravity to work? So, like, if you move a piece of dirt or water, shouldn't gravity like push it right back? Should like the Earth has to have this size and shape to be itself. Like, how could you? So we as humans could just take like a big chunk of Earth out, like a sea, and it would just sit there like that. gravity wouldn't remake itself a ball again. This is kind of
Well,
weird.
Timok, the problem is you're just using the wrong definition. That's the problem I see.
Oh, it's that pesky definition. Damn it.
Yeah. Just don't understand it.
Right. I know, it's so hard to understand material that makes itself curve. It's just hard.
There's a lot of science that goes into this.
Right, you know, the self-making Play-Doh, the Play-Doh that forms itself into a ball because of gravity. Like, where's that Play-Doh at?
Only thing I can say, it requires a lot of science. You're not qualified enough.
So, like, butterflies aren't affected by gravity. We're not affected by gravity. Gravity doesn't make the hill go back to a sphere after we start digging into it. If we put more dirt on top of it, it doesn't make it come back to a spherical sphere. Like, so if there's a spherical hill in my backyard and I put a point on it, it doesn't become a sphere the next day. Like, I'm not understanding.
Flat earthers are gay.
That's a good globe Earth proof.
Yeah, that's
Is that
the
a
best
question because you're looking for a friend or something?
What?
Yeah, you could be.
Were you talking to me or the other guy?
I was talking to the other guy.
Oh, okay. I was saying, yeah, I could be asking for a friend.
Yeah, he's asking for friends. He's looking for friends.
Oh, yeah, I got you. What a shithead.
Sorry, bro, I'm straight, just like the Earth. So no friends to be found here, man. But
Imagine
maybe.
sorry.
No, go on.
But imagine thinking that you're proving something by assuming it.
Isn't that how it works?
I assume you're correct. Must be the proof. Do you agree with me? If 4 out of 4 people agree in this room, it's 100% for everyone. 5 guy science with only 4 guys. Do the math. Globe science is like a courtroom. They're like, nay, yay. All right, it's settled then.
But globe science is very easy. You just gotta repeat science. Earth is a ball because science. Earth is a ball because TV. Earth is a ball because universal intro.
Well, this one guy wrote a book one day, and this other guy read it, and then he had another guy read it, and then they all said, well, the Superman in your book is real. Everything checks out.
Oh, Indio, it looks like that theodolite Peter keeps trying to use is only good to 3 miles.
Correct. That's what I told the dude. It's not good for long distance. It's good for up close and personal, just like every other measurement you want to do. You don't want to get back 10 miles and measure your door frame and your
Then I
windows.
showed the reason why you can't use it like that, and it's right here in this image because he's taking a still photo. And how high is that white building on the left? That's the reason why. So, end of his bullshit stuff.
And I wouldn't even, if I was actually using one and I wanted to be like 100%, I wouldn't try to go more than a mile and a mile and a mile and a mile. Like, you know what I mean? like you want to be accurate. You don't want to be inaccurate. Who in the fuck goes as far as the tool can go to the very nth degree of it and be like, oh, yep, it's so accurate down there. Like, that's stupid.
Like I posted at 52 after the hour, you don't know what you're looking at that distance because of atmospheric refraction. And that's what it says in the book.
Right. They don't even know how wide how tall their crosshair is compared to those buildings that are in that distance. The crosshair is the same. It's the same amount that they're saying is hidden most of the time too. It's like a crosshair. Get real.
Yeah, the curve is optical. Yeah, I can measure. I could do well. I could project a straight line with my eyes closed. I just need the axioms. I don't. You don't have to. It doesn't curve when you close your eyes. I just need somebody to drop a few plumb bobs, get some vertical columns, vertical posts. Right. I get a set length, and the shortest distance between those 2 points will be a straight line. So I can do it with my eyes closed. Just attach one end and project a straight line. None of them fall below the if you they all run parallel with the surface of water at rest.
You know, the Earth is a ball because of all that sea level water.
No, Clay, that's the stuff that we use as a horizontal reference is the surface of water at rest. So that can't be it. It has to be something else.
Yeah, the horizontal line is not the globe. The horizontal line represents the flat Earth elevation at
No,
0.
you're crazy. Wait, you're gonna tell me I see level horizontal water and therefore the Earth is not a ball? You're crazy.
Hey, call me crazy, Sally Sue, but that's exactly what I'll do. I'll tell you reality what it is.
It doesn't really matter what you see. Like I said, you can do it with your eyes closed. You can prove that water can be used to establish a horizontal plane of reference with your eyes closed, using the axioms in geometry that, that the shortest distance between two vertical points will be a straight line in the horizontal orientation. You can do it with your eyes closed. Just get any kind of fixed length, and then vertical posts. Shortest distance, just kind of wave it up and down like radio, in a radial fashion. So like when that stick that's perpendicular to the vertical in a radial fashion, um, when it's at its shortest distance, barely touching the post, the vertical post, that's when you know it's horizontal. It's at the shortest possible distance between 2 points. You can do it with your eyes closed. Then everywhere you go along the surface of water, right? Like if you do this over water, like you're in the water, stick these posts in water, whatever you want to do, you're gonna find that it's equal distance from the surface of water at rest, and the same exact thing. Everybody knows this, but yet somehow Earth's water is still a globe. Somehow, I don't know how. How can two things that contradict each other exist in one reality?
They cannot.
Yeah, but the problem is they say the catchphrase word so big. The word so big is ambiguously horizontal, isn't it? Just the word so big is so fucking horizontal, you couldn't believe it. To the nth degree, it's like so big means horizontal. So in the dictionary, you should just put horizontal and then put so big under it. And they'll be like, well, they aren't so big. It's just so fucking horizontal. The curve is so big, it's horizontal. Those two sentences don't belong. They never belong, ever. It doesn't matter how big a sphere is. It's still a fucking sphere. It's still a sphere. It's not. It's not.
Absolutely. I think we all agree.
Yeah, but for some reason they think when they put the ruler on top of a ball, they think that little focal point's some fucking big horizontal horizon for us or something. They think it's like looking across. Like, nah, no, hell
Listen,
no.
that can't be the case. Whoever's saying that, you know, that it's still curved. Two lines can't share the same space. It can only be one line. So if you got a horizontal line and a curved line sharing the same space, then it's just one line. It's either one or the other. It can't
Right,
be
right,
both.
right. And then they say, well, it arcs here in your horizon, but then it arcs in my horizon, then it arcs in Bob's horizon. And if we were all like half a mile apart, we'd be like looking at M and M's and M and N and N and N, all the ends connecting to make an M. You understand? Like, what the fuck?
Yep, yep, yep. Yeah, that's what people believe that there's like a. I've seen the picture that you're talking about, right? It'll be like one guy, he's on the globe with a telescope, and another guy's on the globe with a telescope, and they're both looking straight, but there's a hump between them, but that's rising up, and then but they're seeing boats go down over the horizon. So then you just change that viewer, right? Like he's vertical in that position, but when he's vertical, he's actually looking down now, right?
Right.
So
You
now,
put
yeah.
three viewers. Put one viewer, like me, then you in the distance, and somebody between us. Between me and you, there's supposed to be a hump, and between you and him, there's supposed to be a hump. That's two
Yeah,
humps. It's a McDonald's hump. Yeah.
it's I was thinking McDonald's too, but I thought you were like the M&M guy. I was thinking McDonald's. I thought you
Yeah,
were
yeah.
the other.
McDonald's, M&Ms. Yeah, it's all. Yeah, the M and the M together. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that some people would say, like I don't know who, but some people would say, that, yeah, the Earth's a globe, therefore it's a bunch of humps, like in between every two positions, everywhere, tons of humps or drops. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't even know how you would draw that humpy, droppy, curvy, dippy, curb, dip ball.
Yeah.
I don't
And
even know. But then
what
it's
they say,
horizontal.
yeah, well, they say that, but that contradicts the flat Earth model, right? They'll say because now you got a guy on a flat Earth, right? Like a horizontal water. You got him at the beach, and he's standing there. He's looking at the horizon, and he has to look down. And then somebody off in the distance, he has to also look down, right? So yeah, I mean, but that makes sense because the water is down below their feet, so that there's no problem there. It's just on a flat Earth, right? They're still on the same parallel, on the same horizontal, both looking down at the water. There's no
Right.
problem.
But isn't it weird? Like you or I can like kick the dirt, and then like it won't go back. Gravity won't put it back.
No, they think it will. I remember what's his name with an H. I went over it with him once. I asked him like, what does he think happens with the? I think it was like Lake Pontchartrain. When they dug the pylons or whatnot for this. I said when they dug the hole and they just they threw the dirt over their shoulder or whatever with a tractor, whatever they used, right? So they dug. Now, what happens to the dirt? It's a big hill. Is it? He says no. It just levels out. It conforms to the to the curvature of the Earth. And so you can't avoid it. They believe like if I take
The
a big
Grand
pile of
Canyon.
dirt and move it from one place to another, they say that it'll level it's level automatically. It conforms to the curvature of the Earth.
So Niagara Falls conforms to the curve of Earth. The Grand Canyon conforms to the curve of Earth, and then the deepest hole they ever dug and the deepest hole in the ocean.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
level is just a point. So everything conforms to that to that point. Yeah. Level is just a point, and a point doesn't hold any space. It doesn't take up any space in reality. It's just a zero dimension. So so level is a point. It's level everywhere. So there's no elevation change. Everything is conforming to this to level to the curvature of Earth. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the
but
logic
not the
train.
level. Yeah, but why do we use a level for the surface? Our level doesn't seek the center of anything. Our level finds horizontal upon the left and right edges of the instrument. It doesn't
Yes.
say, yeah, it
Well,
doesn't,
you kind of
yeah.
you were working yourself into a hole there. Where's the bubble now? It's in the
You know
center
what
of
I'm saying? Like,
that level.
so the bubble's not. It's not showing you where the center of Earth is.
Right.
Like anytime I hold a level, it doesn't say the center of Earth is that way right here. Hold it right there. Like I don't know. Like
That's
orientate
true.
it to the center.
It
Like a
doesn't
perfect
say that on a
line.
level.
Yeah. Where's the tool that does that? Where's the tool that gives you
Um,
center of Earth?
I saw one once. The guy had a plumb bob, and he wrote on it. He put a sticker on it that said "Center of the Earth this way."
Yeah. Well, I always wondered why, when you were younger, they try to tell you to dig to China. Why don't they tell you just get in a little, just get a snorkel, go under the water about 8 inches, and just swim out the surface that way? Like, why? Why are we not doing that? Why
Why
would we
was it
waste?
always China too? That's the
Yeah. Why
problem.
would we do all that when we could just go under the water 8 inches and just swim that way and pop out the surface? Because the water has to get thinner as we go that way. The surface we're in, the portion we're
Yeah,
flipping.
Peter, you might be getting into political stuff with China being our adversary, antipodal to the United States, but for you, maybe it's somebody else. But, yeah.
Well, I grew up behind the Iron Curtain, so we were in
Was it
the
China
world.
for you too? How would it be China for you too?
Yeah,
Everybody's
I don't
China.
know. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. Yeah, it's China for everybody. All roads lead to China, I guess. Yeah, the plumb bob is a tool that I would use to prove that the shortest distance between 2 points is a horizontal line that you can project using a water level. I mean, that's
That's
what
an
I would use.
awfully convoluted way. How can a shortest distance between 2 points be a horizontal line?
It would be a straight line, right? But in the
Oh, okay.
horizontal
Well, what if the
orientation, right?
point
So,
is above me? What if one of the
Did you
points?
really?
Guys, I have a question. If you excuse
Did
me.
you ask how can a horizontal line be the shortest point between? What
Test,
the
test.
fuck?
between
Did
two
you ask?
verticals. That's
Did
crazy.
you ask?
What if the point is on the ceiling? Is this still a horizontal line? What are you talking?
The shortest path to any two objects to
I
go
was
from
talking
one
to no
object to the
thanks.
next
No
is
thanks.
a
I was talking
horizontal,
to no
straight
thanks.
fucking beeline. So what are you saying? You don't believe that?
Well, yeah, I don't know. Do you believe it or don't you?
No, I believe it. I believe a straight line, a horizontal line, is the shortest distance to every 2 points ever, all the time, every time. I don't know. I don't know how a fucking arc would be that. That wouldn't make any sense.
Well, it wouldn't be the short. Well, it wouldn't be the shortest distance ever. I don't think, because you wouldn't get to another point. If I had one point, at 4 feet high, and another point 3 feet high, the shortest distance. If I did a horizontal, I'd never get to the other point.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God. Yes.
Oh yeah. So that's why
Be
between two, like,
precise.
is
Be
a
precise when you
yeah.
speak about geometry. Yeah.
Well, it's no.
Yeah,
I
where are you
mean, it's
going?
no big
Up or
deal.
down or so, like what the fuck are you talking about? Diagonally?
Yeah, then you'd have to go diagonal. That's the proof, though.
Okay.
That is the proof that a diagonal line is longer than a horizontal line. Is the proof that a water level is a
Right,
tool
and
for
that's what they're
establishing this.
using. That's what they're establishing instead of dip angle. It's just a diagonal. It's just a longer diagonal line
Yeah.
to a point to fucking who knows nowhere. And yeah, that's the funniest thing. What they need to do is just add perspective plus perspective plus perspective. The farther you want to see, if your perspective only goes so far in front of you, you would stop your math right there and then add another perspective forward and then add along a horizontal line. No fucking joke. And then you do it again. And then and every time you get something way farther out, it's gonna be along that horizontal baseline. It's gonna be perspective right there. Perspective right there. Perspective, right? You just add perspective to it. Just
Yeah,
horizontal.
I hear you. Like I don't know why. Like, listen, all of us guys here in the Discord chat, we're not like the scientists of the world or mathematicians of
No,
the
I
world.
know. I know.
Yeah, they should have this formula. I don't. I
Yeah.
mean, I bet you they do. I don't have it on hand, but
That's the
maybe
one
it's
we
out
should
there.
be using. Not dip angle, not
Oh,
curve
it's out there.
calculation, not any of that dog shit. We should use perspective. And then if it's further than that, perspective again. Then if it's further than that, perspective again. And it should give you the amount, applicable for area of orientation of what you're trying to seek, the distance and the amount and the height and everything like that. Yeah.
And the Rayleigh criteria does somewhat do that. Yeah, but yeah, I'm not sure if it's exactly that.
Yeah. I just don't want to go with any magical shit. I just want to go with what the fuck we see. I know stuff's going to be blurry. I know certain stuff isn't going to be. I mean, we'll see the mountain, but we won't see. Like if you got a quarter on there, of course we're not going to make that out. That'd be stupid to think that's going to happen. Globers think you can make out a quarter across 90 miles because flat Earth. That's just dumb. You can see a quarter forever across flat Earth. It's just stupid.
Well, I mean, like I don't know. More specifically, the Rayleigh criteria gives you the resolvable angle between two different I don't know, medium surfaces, colors, all these different things. Like so, the angle. So like where these two things meet, and then you can't distinguish between it. So it gives you like an angle where you won't be able to differentiate. And that angle where you can't differentiate is typically the horizon.
The perspective of what you're seeing exactly, whatever that equates to, you add that, and then like you say, okay, I'm looking this far and I can't make it. So to say, could this land be this far away and this mountain be exactly this high compared to from where I'm at on this horizontal plane, and you can match the math, perspective. You just add it out instead of adding a curve. Don't add a radius. Don't add all that good. That's all they're doing. All that other dog shit is just perspective on top of perspective on top of perspective. Perspective, how they think their light's bending to get their fucking answer. Perspective on what they think for their curve, on how they think a horizontal line is a bent curve, but to you and your perspective, it's a horizontal, but it's really bent for some odd fucking reason. So
Oh,
yeah.
it's not. It can't
Oh,
be.
I know.
It's either one. It's a true dichotomy.
It's not at all. You're right. But so that's why they add the dip calculation, the dip angle, and all that shit. That's really just two perspectives lined up on a horizontal plane. They don't want to tell you that.
Let me capture that side on this. Two perspectives lined up on the horizontal plane, yeah?
Yeah. What else would you use, brother? If something's so far from you and your perspective would cover that amount, and then you get something 2 times further than that, how would you tell the distance? Perspective again. If it covered the first amount and it was correct, like say the mountain is 2 miles out and you could tell for your perspective and you got the math for it, and something's 8 miles, you just do it again. Do it again. It's going to add. You understand what I'm saying? It's going to be
It's like
the
a
same.
calculus over perspectives.
Yeah, it's going to be the same. It's going to give you the answer you need for the distance, the mountain, or whatever you want to look at.
Yeah, and then this mountain or
you do
this thing in
over
the distance, this
perspectives over
boat,
distance
mountain,
together.
or like whatever it would be. It's just an arbitrary thing that we gave a name to. Like we say, well, that's the mountain. Like where does the mountain begin and end? Like where does it stop? Right. So
Right.
for somebody to say I can't see the bottom of the mountain. I mean that's just that's just the name we gave to that piece of dirt sticking up off the earth. So that where the line blurs like into that horizon vanishing zone. It doesn't care what we call the mountain. It doesn't care what label we gave to it to say, well, look, the bottom of that mountain is gone. It doesn't care that we call it a mountain. It just cares about can I differentiate between this color and that color at that small of an angle? No, you can't resolve it, whatever it is. Go ahead. Allah hinabala. What's up, man?
Okay.
What's up, dude?
Yeah, I have a question for the flat earthers. So,
Yeah, what's your question?
I'm sorry?
What's your question?
Okay. So, as someone who's starting to believe in specific stuff about this kind of situation or this thing, what's happening here, how can I get an understanding of the eclipse or the lunar phases?
Could it be in the lunar phases or eclipses? Which one? Lunar eclipses
Well, both. Like, we can start with eclipses first.
Yeah, they're just observed phenomena in the sky. So if you're going to put any type of explanation to them, you're just going to record what happens during the time that you're seeing this phenomena. Anything else that you interject to say that it could be something else is irrelevant. So the only thing we need to understand is what's happening. We don't need to know anything else that people put a story to about these things, right? You get
Okay,
it?
but I'm not caring about the stories. Like,
yeah, there's cyclical patterns. There's cyclical patterns in nature. So we could say that the lunar eclipses and the lunar cycles all have to deal with like patterns in nature. So these patterns are repeated cycles, are they not?
But doesn't that contradict the way of how stuff works with flat Earth?
No.
What do you mean? No,
If
you're
it's
just
just a
observing.
phenomenon that happens once
you're
or
just
something. Yeah.
Yeah, you're just observing things that happen in the sky, and you're recording them. And ancient people have been doing this for a long time. So what we do is just all we do is just see things happening in the sky, and we record them, and then just say, hey, look, this lunar eclipse happened at this specific time. It was a partial eclipse or whatever. So
Okay, but the way I understand eclipses is that basically the moon just going in front of the sun, right? So how does that happen in flat Earth if it's gonna be like?
if you could tell to everybody that that'd be a solar eclipse, what you just described.
Mm-hmm.
So you said lunar eclipse. A lunar eclipse is when
No, I was saying I want to understand the eclipses, then the lunar phases. I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, but I'm saying that you said the wrong type of eclipse. So the lunar eclipse is when the Earth gets in the way of the sun. A solar eclipse is when the moon gets in the way of the sun.
Okay, and can you explain that?
What do you mean explain it? There's
so
an
if the moon goes in front of the sun.
There's an explanation that they're talking about this type of syzygy that's happening, where there's an alignment, where the moon, sun, and the Earth are going into a type of an alignment, and because of the alignment, there's an obstruction of light. So the obstruction of light would be either the moon or the Earth is getting in the way of the light, right? Right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what we're saying though is that can't be proven to be true. Because how do you know that the Earth is causing the obstruction of that light? Or for the case of the moon, obstructing the light of the sun, how do you know it's the moon? There's a lot of claims going on about what they are, but how can you know that's for sure that's what they are? Have they given you that information?
Don't we trust eyewitnessing, like the thing, like seeing it with our own eyes?
No,
Isn't that also what about like flat Earth?
Have you seen the moon obstructing the sun when it's a solar eclipse?
Yeah, I've seen it. I recorded it on my phone.
Right. Have you actually seen the real moon, the way you see the moon, the light for the sun?
No, all I saw with my own eyes that the moon is going in front of the sun, and then
No, that's what they told you. That's what they told you.
No, but that's what I saw with my own eyes.
No, you don't. You don't see the moon, right? It's like a shadow. Basically, it looks like a black shadow that obstructs the light of the sun. You can't tell by the definitions of the surface of the moon, right? If you're saying it's the moon, then you'd have to detail how that is obstructing the light of the sun. You can't tell that when you see a solar eclipse, can you?
I mean, I've seen it like like the shades of white of the moon, and then just going in front of the sun.
No, you have not seen that. I want demonstrations of you showing that it's the moon obstructing the light of the sun in a solar eclipse that you've seen. Do you have any evidence of that?
Yeah, let me see this video here.
Yeah, but are these observations taken from you that you're going to post?
No, listen. So, okay, it's the moon going over the sun to cause the lunar eclipse.
No, that's a solar eclipse. We're talking about a solar eclipse right now.
Yeah,
when it crosses the face of the sun, I'm asking the gentleman, is he able to provide evidence that it's the actual moon that he sees going in front of the sun?
1 second.
But that doesn't make any sense because you just said that it's the moon going in front of the sun. So for him to look up the face and stuff. No, listen. It won't
There's
make
a
any.
declaration. No,
It
that's not
won't
how
make.
this works.
It won't make
He was
any.
just
A
he was just
declaration.
clarifying for
Yeah, a
he was
declaration.
saying you're talking about a solar eclipse where the claim is the moon goes in front of the sun. Do you have any evidence of the moon going in front of the sun?
Yeah.
I just put a video in the side chat. It's real. It's not a scientific video or anything. It's just recorded.
Did you take this video?
No, not me. I didn't take this one.
Okay, so the video that you're showing is an appeal to something that shows the actual moon going in front of the sun in the solar eclipse. Yes.
Yeah, you can see some shades of the moon, and then it's happening.
Some shade of the moon. What does that
Yeah,
mean?
like the white color of the moon. Sorry, excuse my English, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean. That's why I'm asking you to clarify. And it doesn't like if there's a language barrier. I think that
Yeah,
before
can
you
you watch
started
the
down
video?
this
Then
path.
you would understand what I mean if you
No,
watch the
no,
video.
I don't need to understand. I'm asking you from that
Well,
video.
yeah,
Can
but my video
anybody?
explains like why do you have to go aggressive if
Your
there's a language
video. Your
barrier?
video explains. Your video explains what the details of the moon going in front of the sun.
Yeah, yes, it shows a little bit of details of the moon, and then it goes towards the sun, in front of the sun.
You know that nobody's ever recorded what you said. So it's amazing
It's in
that
the
somebody
side chat.
actually got that.
Yeah, he's an amazing guy from Texas.
All right, I can't look at it right now, so somebody else is gonna have to do that.
Oh, you're driving and explaining something to me while you're driving?
There's something being missed here, but with you, Albini. We're assuming that it's
Ibn al-Halal.
I can't. Come on.
Yeah, you can say Ibn. You can say Ibn.
Edmund. Okay, Edmund.
Yeah.
So there's a confusion going on where we're seeing we're not seeing part of the sun, right? And we're saying, well, that looks like that it could be caused by something that is disc shaped. When I look up at the moon, that looks disc shaped, but we're not viewing. If I saw a car crash, right, I would see the two cars collide. I'd be like, there's the red car and the blue car; they're colliding. Now we're only seeing one car get crushed. And we're assuming it's, that the blue car crushed it. We're just assuming it. We're not actually seeing the blue car hit it. Are you actually seeing the moon? Or are you just saying you're seeing the effects of the moon?
No, I'm seeing the effects, and I just want to thank you for having a better way to explain stuff than that guy. But yeah, go ahead, continue.
No, I was asking you to clarify your evidence, which you couldn't do. So that's not the moon. If you can't, if the effects are not equal to what you call the moon.
You said let someone else handle it because you're driving and you can't see the video, right?
No, I didn't say let somebody else handle it. That's not what I said. I said if anybody wants to, they can look at what evidence you're providing.
Okay.
Because I cannot do it at the moment.
Let me be
I didn't
more
say
respectful.
that I was going to let somebody else handle it.
Let me be
No, you
more
don't get to.
respectful.
No, I'm sorry. No, you don't get to pick and choose whom you speak to here. The answers that you give are important for people understanding what you're saying. So you don't get to choose what you want in this forum. You answer questions.
No, I don't get to choose. I don't get to choose. But this guy has more explanations. He's explaining in more details.
No, he doesn't have explanations. He just broke it down so that you could understand what he meant.
Yeah, his way is much better than yours. I'm understanding him.
It doesn't matter.
He's really
so
good.
now that you understand, then it's not the actual moon. You didn't show the actual moon. You showed what you think is the effects of a moon, but it's not the actual moon.
You don't make any sense, sir. You really don't. I'm so tired.
I do.
There's no moon in the video. It's just a black.
Here, so can I just talk? Okay, listen.
No, not really. No, you can't just talk. No, this isn't just you talking. This is the people that think that the moon is getting in front of the sun in a solar eclipse, not able to provide evidence that it's a. Hold on a minute. Not able to provide the evidence that the actual moon, not the effects of the moon, the actual moon. We were looking for the features that the moon displays when we watch it at night. It looks like it has features, right? That's what we're looking for, obstructing the light of the sun. We're looking for features, not effects.
Features?
What features do you see? Yeah, I'm dead serious. What features do you see of the moon during a solar eclipse? Answer the question.
What do you mean by features?
When you see the moon at night, it looks like it has certain features, right? Like you can tell, like there's a darkened grayer part of the moon and a whiter part, and sometimes you can see different features on it like that. What do you see when it's crossing the sun's face?
you can literally see what it looks
What?
like. It turns completely black. There you go.
It turns completely black. So what features can you see if it turns completely black? There you go. You can't see any features if it turns completely black. There you
Yeah.
go. Yeah. Which is my point. You don't see the actual moon or the features. You see something obstructing the light of the sun. But you do not see the features of the moon when it traverses the face of the sun. So you can't say it's the moon. You can't say it's the moon assuredly. No one can. Because
That
as you
doesn't
said, it's black.
no, that does not make any sense. The
You said
moon
it's black.
is still there.
Ma'am,
Yeah, but the
did
moon
you
is
say it
still
was
there
black?
though. The moon is
Did
still
you say?
there though. The
No,
moon is
that's your
still there.
declaration. That's your declaration. We're not talking about you declaring that it's still there. We want to know if it's the actual moon or not. That's
For
to
you.
you.
I have a question for you. Have you ever
No, we're not going on questions. The question right now, is it the actual moon? And can you provide evidence in this chat that it's the actual moon, not the effects of the moon, the actual moon with the features intact so that we can know it's the moon? We can't detail if it's the moon or not. It's just something that looks black that covers the face of the sun.
hear about this?
That's
Okay,
it.
what about this? Sorry, okay, listen. Okay, what about this?
What?
What about you go and look up the scientific?
We're not going to go and look anything up. If you don't have evidence to produce that it's the actual moon with its features intact covering the face of the sun, then you do not have an argument. You just
Okay.
believe that it's the moon and you don't know that it's the moon. That's important for you to understand right now, ma'am.
Okay, let's go back to me since she already interrupted me a couple of times, Mr. Alpha.
Go
Anyways, yeah, have you focused on my statement when I started talking that I am looking more into this topic and I want to understand it, and you just went away with being extra aggressive on how to basically explain the
Oh my God!
situation?
Stop giving color commentary of the
No. Are
chat.
you gonna
Get to your point.
explain it? Are you gonna explain?
No, I'm not going to listen to you give color commentary. Do you have a point to bring up, sir? Yes or no?
My point is I want to understand. Is this voice chat for me to understand or just ask questions?
It's for you to understand. But don't be filibustering in this chat about what this chat does or how we moderate or anything relevant to that. Got it? Just get to your questions, ask some questions, and get some answers.
Well, let me tell you something. I'll come back when there is someone nicer here that would.
Well, then go ahead and go away then, because you just want to do what you want. This isn't an entitlement place where it's not, well, you get to say what you want, when you want, and how you want. Just answer questions, get some, nice rebuttals, or if not, you don't like them, that's up to you. You have to deal with that.
No, I mean, if you want to understand more about this, if I want to understand, I'm here
It's
to
up
ask.
to you. It is up to you. It's not
And
up
if
to
I
me.
asked you and you explained stuff, I still need an explanation. Unless you just want me to, just mute myself, fuck the questions,
No,
and
it's up to you.
no one is allowed to.
We can go as far as you want, but when you start acting like a child and feeling entitled that you need these answers the way you want, we're not going to bow down to you. It's you that's inquisitive, not us. We know our position. We know exactly where we stand. You don't.
Bro,
Right,
you're the one who's acting childish with muting.
Hold on. If he's not understanding you, though, you may have to put it to him a different way.
So basically what we do here is we're looking for some verifiable evidence. So we don't just rely on this pure conjecture. If you come here and just state things and paint your own story onto it, we're not going to accept that. You need to validate these things.
Yep. So you can't just say what you want and then skip
I did
along
not
and
make
say
a
that's
statement. I think you have a problem with acting.
No, you said it was the moon covering the face of the sun in the solar eclipse. You were making a statement. You were trying to prove that that's the case. You were having an argument. Did you not forget what you just did not only moments ago? You need to be situationally aware of the conversation if you want to continue to persevere. You're not right now. You lost the plot.
Bro, you're
You
so
were actually
childish,
trying
bro. Are you
to. I'm not. I'm actually not. I'm actually holding to your argument, which was it is the actual moon covering the face of the sun in the solar eclipse. And I told you don't have evidence of that. That's what I was doing. And that's what you were doing.
Is there any
So
other
yes.
mod here to talk to?
Well, see, that's your entitlement coming in here. You feel entitled to because that's who you are. Every other forum allows you to do what you want. Or there's people in here who will champion your cause. Let him speak. We did let you speak. You said your piece. You're arguing. So now, will you allow yourself to listen to anybody talking to you? That's another question.
I would listen to anyone except you. Exactly.
Well, see, that's not how this works, dude. You don't get to pick and choose. You don't do that.
Alpha,
If people are asking you
can I
questions,
So,
if they ask you questions and you're having a tough time answering them because you don't have the answer, just because you switch to somebody else doesn't mean that it's going to make the answer available to you.
Then, if you're driving, why would you start answering?
All right, so you don't want to engage?
Why do you keep on muting him?
Well, obviously he's just being obtuse and he's not wanting to have the conversation. That's why.
I'll give you the answer. Because
We
he's
need
trying to have a meta conversation instead of the conversation. He's trying to have a conversation about the conversation, or about Miggy, or about talking, or about muting, or about. He wants to talk about the chat. He doesn't want to talk about the actual his claim.
So if he doesn't mute, we just go nowhere. We need to mute because we need to pull people back in because usually they just go off topic and we never get to a point. There's no resolution.
hold on. But to sum up the answer so he understands it, the point is you can't prove what's happening there. You can't
Okay,
prove that it
I
is the
understand
moon
that.
that's going
Okay.
in front.
Fully understandable. But I asked for
yeah.
an explanation from a flat earther to understand it more. It doesn't have to be like, oh, you made a statement, you made a claim. I want to understand it as a flat earther. So what is wrong with that?
Yeah, you were arguing the point, sir. You were saying it is the moon, and you were showing your quote-unquote evidence in the chat to everybody in here. I'm pretty sure everybody can look at the text chat right now to the video you just posted.
Okay, you asked for it and I did it. I did it because you asked for it.
Right, so you were arguing the fact that it is the moon. This is my point. This is what you were doing. You were arguing. You weren't making a statement and trying to be inquisitive. You were making a statement against flat Earth. You were saying, no, this is the actual moon. Wasn't that the case?
No, I was just getting an explanation. Yeah.
No, you weren't getting an explanation. You were putting your efforts into debunking the fact that it's the actual moon. When we're saying
I'm
you
not
can't
trying
tell
to
what it is.
debunk you. I'm not trying to debunk anything about what you're saying. Yeah, no, I'm not
So
trying.
what is your okay, fine. Let's say that's the case. For anybody wanting to be charitable to this guy. So then why did you post that video?
I posted it and they told me that's not the moon and I
Why did you post? Why?
Because you asked for a source. You told me send the source and I provided the source. This is how conversations work.
For what? For what? A source for what?
To tell you this is what happened. Can you explain this?
What do you mean this is what happened? We were telling you that is not the moon covering the face of the sun in a solar eclipse. And you put this in there as a rebuttal to that.
Okay, and you said that, and then Tanks started talking, and I started to have a conversation with him, and you jumped in back. So he was explaining to me the thing, and I understood it, and I thanked him for it because he explained it. So you can jump to the second
So what did you
topic.
understand? So tell us your point of clarity. What did you understand?
That it is not proven that it's the moon. So what is the explanation between for the flat earthers that
it's
what
unknown.
is this black?
It's unknown. We told you that many times over in this chat. It's unknown. The phenomena is just something that occurs. We can observe it happening, but it's unknown what it is that's actually making that happen. But we can observe it as something that does take place. It's a phenomena that occurs. That's what we're saying.
Okay.
There's a story there's a story that's attached to the mainstream narrative that it's the moon actually doing this. But we're telling you there's no evidence of that.
It's best to say
we know
it's best to say the words I don't know than try to make up a truth. So flat earthers will just be like, yeah, we don't know, rather than being like, oh well, it could be this and it could be that and it could be this. It's best just to be like, we don't know. That's it.
Okay, that's a better answer.
Have you ever seen the photos of Earthshine?
No, I don't believe in the photos NASA puts up.
No, like they've actually taken photos of the moon as it's eclipsing the sun, and you can see the moon. It's called Earthshine.
Are you telling that to me or you're telling that to Alpha?
Have you heard of the Selenilian eclipse, where both the moon and the sun are visible?
Hold on, Plum Bob. He just made a claim. What's the evidence of that claim? Null hypothesis.
You can. The photographs are all over the internet. You can find
No,
them.
I don't want photographs all over the internet. I want evidence of your claim, sir. Produce that evidence, please.
Yeah, so a photograph of the moon as it is
Yeah,
eclipsing the
I
sun.
know you've already said that. Produce the evidence, please.
Okay, I'll go get the photos for you.
Here, I
Yes.
got some evidence for you. I got some evidence in the chat for you. You can read it.
Do you know what evidence is?
Yes, that is evidence. That's from NASA.
What is
That's
evidence?
a claim, dude.
No, wait. What is
not.
evidence?
That's evidence.
That's evidence. Somebody typing a bunch of words on a web page is evidence.
Yes, it's evidence. So what do you think?
Of
Do you,
what?
hold
What's it
on, I don't
evidence
think
of?
she understands what evidence is.
Yeah, what's
Like,
the evidence of?
You don't
What's the
understand it,
evidence of?
Bambi.
Do you think that the moon is not there?
Don't ask me a
No,
question. What's the evidence of? That the whole bunch of text that NASA wrote on their webpage, what's that actually evidence of? Their claim?
That's evidence of my claim, and everybody's claiming here. That's
The evidence of their claim is their claim, which they didn't present any evidence for?
Sir, are you a flat earther?
That's
wait,
just
hold on.
that's
If
just
you're
like you.
telling,
It's
hold
just like
on.
they
Why are
are
you
saying
talking
what
about
you're
me?
saying.
Like, who cares about me?
All
If
you're
I
showing
say
is
that
that somebody
unicorns
else
are
is
real
saying the
and I
same
get you a
thing.
thing on Google that says, if I type it up, I make a website, I make a whole ass website for the location to find a unicorn, and there's text on there that says that unicorns are here and this is a unicorn, you're going to be like, oh, she's got evidence for unicorns because it says it on a piece of text. That's what evidence is, right? Fuck no. The people who have evidence of Bigfoot, like,
Why
you
are
believe in
you?
Bigfoot too? No, but I don't think you understand what
Why are you
evidence
being
is.
rude? Why are you being rude?
I'm not being rude. I don't think you
Oh,
understand. You're
here we
coming
go.
in
Now
here
we're
being
just
like, evidence, this. You don't understand what you're saying. That's
the
not
same
evidence.
thing
That's
with
not
these
what
people
evidence
all
is.
the time, dude.
Here you
You
go.
make a claim, your claim gets debunked, and then you talk about us. Every
Oh,
fucking time, it's like rinse and repeat. The topic goes
look.
from flat earth to flat earthers every fucking time, dude. It's annoying.
Oh, hold on,
We're
India.
not
That's
the
really
topic.
important. That's
Yeah,
really important. Look in the
Bambi's not
chat.
the
There's evidence of unicorns. No, for real. Look in the chat. The Guardian put evidence of unicorns. So they're real,
Bambi's,
right?
yes. So Bambi's tone or what she's saying or how she's saying it is not the topic.
Miss B, you're reposting the same
So you're
picture over and over by
spamming
accident.
cartoons. Fucking fantastic.
It might come across as
It's
rude
not. She
because
doesn't understand.
it doesn't comport to what you
Yes,
think
I
thing
do
is.
understand,
But
and don't try to say that I don't understand.
well,
Thank
you
Sweetheart,
mustn't
can you
understand
define
because Bambi
evidence?
just told you just told you another analogy of how that your evidence is not evidence. So do you
Yeah,
understand that?
let's give Bambi a little leg room here. Go ahead, Bambi, if you want to just run it through some. It's good to see you, by the way.
I
Thank you.
gave
You
you the
too, Maggie.
evidence in the picture.
Okay,
There's
wait. But what do
no,
you think of my
I gave
evidence? Well,
the
not
evidence.
mine. Someone posted it on my behalf. The evidence of unicorns
I
existing. That's a
don't
website.
care about unicorns. We're not talking about unicorns.
No, but
We're
but
about
it's my
flat
evidence.
earth.
No, but do you see how I
So we're
can provide
talking
you with
about
evidence of a web link that says unicorns exist?
Bambi.
You think that's a reasonable
Bambi,
thing?
are you a flat earther?
That would just
I
be a
am.
citation, I guess, kind of a citation. I
Why
don't know.
does that
So
matter?
I have a question. So flat earthers. I have a
no,
question.
wait.
You
Back
guys
up, bitch. Hold on, back up just a split
don't
second. Just
call me
a
a
one.
bitch.
No,
Don't call
like
me a bitch.
just my apologies. You got offended. A little split second. Just back it up just a touch. So you're making a claim. You're proving your evidence as a piece of text that you screenshot from Google. I'm giving you evidence of unicorns existing. Do you see how these two things coincide? That's not evidence. I could find you evidence of Bigfoot next if you
I gave
want.
you evidence by showing you a science thing, bro.
No, okay, so you gave me evidence by taking a screenshot of some text. Do you know how easy websites can be like changed
No,
and shit
can
like
you
that?
look
You
in
can
the
go and put
chat?
anything on Wikipedia, dude, and call it
Look in the
evidence. Like,
chat. There's something else I posted in the chat. So look at chat.
wait, one at a time. Stop gish galloping. Go back to the evidence, then we can move on to your picture as well. Can you please just comprehend the fact that taking a screenshot from a website is not evidence?
But why is it such a
Yes, of
big
course. Everybody would agree to that. Like,
deal?
if I were to get the world's best coffee, right, just because the sign said it's the world's best.
I mean,
Dude,
it's no,
I'm
but
just like
that point
wondering
is
why
fair
flat
enough.
earthers get so like angry over like evidence about
No,
the
but the thing,
like.
can you define? No. Define what evidence is. Define the word. Define what it
what
is.
evidence
Yeah.
is. You can
Yeah,
look it up
what
on
is it?
Google yourself. Look it
No,
up
no,
on
no,
Google.
please, because I don't think you understand what it is, which is why I'm asking you.
Yourself.
What is it? What makes something evidence?
No, just look up it yourself.
No, I don't think. No, but you're using words that I don't think you understand. So I'm asking you what it means. So as long as you can show me that you understand it, then we can talk about your evidence. But right now, you're saying a word that I don't think you can comprehend.
Dude, evidence is something that you do to provide, like when you provide evidence, it's to prove your reasoning and to prove what you're saying.
So you need to provide me with something to prove what you're saying.
Yeah, and I proved what I'm saying.
So is what you're saying verifiable? Is this evidence something that I can go and verify?
Okay, listen, the solar eclipse are coming, right? The moon goes in front of the sun, and that's the reason why it goes black. But you guys are like, no, it doesn't. It's not the moon. It's not the moon. Like, it's on the moon. Like,
we're talking about the word evidence right now, so I know that you understand it. So can you, like, is the thing that you're providing me your evidence? Is that
to you that I understand it? So now can we move?
Is that verifiable? No, but you literally just like you waited so long to answer my question so you could Google what evidence was.
No, I know what evidence is. I'm not some stupid like kindergartner. So please tell me.
I think Bambi, I think you're confusing evidence with good evidence. There's a difference because the evidence can be anything. Now, whether or not it's good is a different story.
Is this
verifiable.
call
Evidence are facts which tend to prove a proposition. A fact is an event, occurrence, or something that happens. So, a diagram,
whoever's
is
texting in
not
the chat
evidence.
and saying my
Okay?
name and stuff, please stop talking to me. I don't want to talk to you. Thank you.
Miss B, we're not talking. We're not
I'll just
talking to
kick you
you.
out of the chat. How about that? We'll
We're
just do
talking to
that
the other
instead.
guy.
No, the guy that's in the chat that keeps on saying stuff and saying that you're a bitch and stuff, like, please stop talking to me. Like, I don't care about you.
Who's
All right,
calling you a bitch?
Listen, stick to Bambi's argument first of all. Don't be focused on the chat at the moment. Just listen to what she's saying. That's all.
Well, I don't see the word bitch in here, so I don't know what she's talking about.
Here, do you wanna see like do you want me to like scroll up and
No, this is meta, dude. Like this is so meta. Just like stick to the conversation, please.
Yeah, but can somebody moderate the chat or something? Like put him under like
I didn't
time
see
limit or
anybody.
something?
I don't just.
So okay, so we'll talk about your evidence. So your evidence, can you post the screenshot one more time?
You should zoom in on it too.
No, the screenshot of your evidence from Googling NASA. You said it was your evidence.
No, that's also evidence. I posted you the screenshot of the picture and stuff. That's also evidence to go with this. So
what's it proving? Can you talk me through it? Talk me through what's happening.
What's it proving is that the moon goes in front of the sun, and that's the reason why the solar eclipse happens and stuff. And then it goes black. It doesn't mean that the moon just magically disappears. The moon is still there. It's like if I went up to a NASA person and said, "Oh yeah, the moon just disappears after the solar eclipse. It just like turns black and then just disappears. It just poof out of nowhere. Like the sun's not there. It's just like a big black circle on the moon, like on the sun. Like it just does that. Like
So
it doesn't make any sense.
let
You
me
guys
say
see
something
how when
real
you guys
quick.
see the white thing, it just like magically disappears when the solar eclipse happens?
Okay, so let me say something real quick, Bambi. Now, if we made an observation which falsified the reason you think the moon, like impossible, it's an eclipse and it can't possibly be the moon. What would you say to that? Because the last eclipse, somebody tracked the sun and they tracked the moon, right?
So I have a question for you, sir. Do you think that
Will you let me finish? Will you let me finish?
disappears?
Will you let me finish? Because what are you scared of the evidence that I'm going to give you? Are you scared? So I'm actually. This is what evidence looks like. So the guy took a time lapse camera and attached it to the side of his house, and he watched the path of the sun. It takes a picture like every 1 minute, and he did this for 8 days before the eclipse and 8 days after the eclipse. Now you can take all the images and you can track the sun and the moon and how they travel across the sky. So since the moon is supposed to get in front of the sun and they're both taking the same paths, they should be on that path when they merge, right, and eclipse each other. So he looks on time and date. shows the exact same path. It should be from his house. It should look the same as what he's taking a picture with his camera with. But when the eclipse actually happened, the eclipse didn't come from where it was supposed to come from. It came from underneath, right? So instead of coming at like from 90 degrees from straight up, it came from 180 degrees from straight up. Which means it couldn't possibly be the moon because the moon would have to be going orbiting
So,
vertically.
I have a question. So, is there?
Wait, did you understand what he just said to you?
Yeah, but is there somebody magically just stealing the moon with like a gun, like shrinking it down?
No.
Yeah.
This is such a great rebuttal because it shows that you're not comprehending. No, but it's such a great thing to rebuttal to what he
You're
said because
literally
it proves you're
saying
not
that the moon is
understanding.
not there. You say that the moon is